members. The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I inform the House that on 19 January 2025 I received a letter from Keith John Pitt resigning his seat as the member for the electoral division of Hinkler. I also inform the House that on 20 January 2025 I received a letter from William Richard Shorten resigning his seat as the member for the electoral division of Maribyrnong. With the general election pending, I have decided that writs will not be issued and by-elections will not be held. This will avoid the necessity for the electors of Hinkler and Maribyrnong to participate in 2 elections within a short period of time. I received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not proceed to read the titles which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and happy to hear. Mr Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. The member for Wentworth moving a motion relating to anti-Semitism. 2. Each member speaking for no longer than 5 minutes. 3. Amendments to the motion not being permitted. 4. The question on the motion being put no later than 1:25 p.m. And 5. Any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister. Mr Speaker, in putting forward that motion, let me just say the following. Anti-Semitism is a vile form of hatred. It is as vile as it is evil, as it is ancient. There is plenty of time in the Parliament, as there always has been, for us to debate a range of issues on social cohesion. But the member for Wentworth has, in consultation with a range of people across the Parliament, put together a resolution which has us dealing with anti-Semitism and nothing else for this particular debate. I thank the member for Wentworth for doing that. The member for Wentworth is creating an opportunity for the Parliament to simply come together and make one very clear statement, that we will argue on many other things, but there is no argument from the people in this Parliament that anti-Semitism is anything other than unacceptable, evil and must end. I commend the motion to the House and indicate that I won't be wanting us to have a long debate on this, because that will then interfere with us having a debate on the motion itself.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. I move it as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister that clause 3 be omitted. Mr Speaker, we object to a practice which this government has used consistently, and that is to remove the ability of the opposition to move amendments to motions like this. Now, the first point to make is it's utterly extraordinary, in our view, that the government is not leading this moment. It is extraordinary, in the opposition's view, that the government could not find it within itself to move this motion.
Let him speak.
On that basis,
order,
we believe that it's appropriate.
The manager will just pause on a point of order.
We're wanting to get on with the motion itself. I move that the question be put.
The question is the question be put. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. I need 2 voices. Yep. Ring the bells for 3 minutes. 4 minutes. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until after the discussion of the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2024, Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2024 and Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill 2024 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. The member for Wentworth moving a motion relating to anti-Semitism. 2. Each member speaking for no longer than 5 minutes. 3. Amendments to the motion not being permitted. 4. The question on the motion being put no later than 1:25 p.m. 5. Any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister. And 6. That Standing Order 133 be suspended.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I again move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister that Clause 3 be omitted for the same reasons we indicated originally, and that is that a worthy and important issue like this should allow the opposition to move amendments to any motion. However much we may agree with many aspects of the motion proposed by the member for Wentworth, or indeed what should be happening in this instance, a motion being moved by the government, indeed a motion being moved by the Prime Minister. Why on earth the Prime Minister is not in here showing leadership and moving this motion after the summer we have had is an absolute outrage. We have communities throughout Australia, Jewish communities, who are fearful.
The Attorney-General. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The manager is entitled to be heard in silence. He will just pause so I can hear, on a point of order, the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, given it's the second attempt of this idea here is to bring the Parliament together, I'll move that the question be put.
The question be put. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until after the discussion of matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 133 be suspended.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. This is to suspend Standing Order 133. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Now give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following: 1, the member for Wentworth moving a motion relating to anti-Semitism; 2, each member speaking for no longer than 5 minutes; 3, amendments to the motion not being permitted; 4, the question on the motion being put not later than 1:25 p.m; and 5, any variation of this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
Question is the motion. The Leader has moved that the question be put. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Did the ayes have it? Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Order. If members can resume their seats quickly and as quietly as possible, give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I seek leave to move the following motion, that this House
My apologies.
deplores
The member for
the appalling...
Wentworth, just resume your seat. We're just getting a little bit ahead of myself there. The question now before the House is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring. Is division required? Yep. Division required. No division required. Order. Now I give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you. I seek leave of the House to move the following motion: that this House, 1, deplores the appalling and unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism across Australia, including violent attacks on synagogues, schools, homes and childcare centres. 2, unequivocally condemns anti-Semitism in all its forms. And 3, resolves that all parliamentarians will work together constructively to combat the scourge of anti-Semitism in Australia. Last week, as we marked the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, I sat in the Great Synagogue with Holocaust survivors and listened to the testimony from 96-year-old survivor Jack Meister. It was incredibly moving. At almost the same time, it was announced that a caravan had been found with explosives and the addresses of Jewish community locations, including that great synagogue. People in this House have seen the appalling and unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism across Australia, including graffiti, arson, violent attacks on synagogues, schools, homes and childcare centres. But they may not appreciate what it is like for my Jewish community to live through these assaults every day, including private assaults like abuse on the streets and online. The Jewish community is living in fear. Australia has for many years offered a safe haven. Now parents and grandparents are genuinely wondering if they can continue to build their lives here. It broke my heart last year when a mother told me that her preschool-aged daughter was proudly taking part in a Hanukkah celebration, and the only thing she could think of was, she's so happy, she's so proud to be Jewish, she has no idea how many people hate her. But the message today is to say that those who hate on the basis of religion, those who perpetrate crimes on the basis of religion, do not represent the Australian community. Those who perpetrate those crimes are criminals, plain and simple. They must be treated as such. They must be charged, tried and sentenced in a way that demonstrates to all Australians that this behaviour has no place in our country. We in this House and across the different levels of government have the responsibility to keep the community safe, and that must be the work of this Parliament in the laws, policing, education and justice systems. Some of those opportunities we have this week, including with dealing with the hate crime legislation that is in front of this Parliament, and which I seek to strengthen. But this is not just a matter of the laws, it is also a matter of culture. We must lead by example. The message from this Parliament today must be unambiguous. We will not stand for hate. We will not stand for abuse. We will not abide intimidation. And we will not tolerate a terrorising of any part of our community. We are all united against anti-Semitism. Words must be backed by action, but words matter, particularly of this Parliament. In our country, we will often disagree. We will disagree vehemently on conflicts overseas. We are a multicultural nation, and in any conflict, we will always have people on different sides, and many others with very strong views. I see that in my community. But I also see that my community is unified, that my community believes that hate and intimidation of others based on their religion, their sexuality or ethnic background cannot be tolerated in this country. The hatred against the Jewish community in this country is unacceptable, as is hatred directed to any part of our community. We must maintain our empathy, even towards those who disagree. This is one thing that my community agrees with. That is the foundation of a truly pluralistic society. That is the Australia we aspire to be. I'm proud of this country, proud that it has been a sanctuary for so many, has offered opportunities to so many, including to my own migrant family. Proud that when a Jewish community showed me the kind text exchange between him and his Muslim friend at the height of the conflict. Proud that when a rabbi's home was vandalised in my community, his non-Jewish neighbours rushed to clean it up before he saw it. That is the Australia we must protect, an Australia defined by decency, respect and kindness. The whole of this Parliament should support this motion because we recognise that hate directed towards the Jewish community and those anti-Semitic attacks are attacks on the values of all of our country, and that we must collectively guard those values with everything we have.
Is the motion seconded?
Motions, Acting Speaker.
And would you like to speak now? I call the honourable member for McNamara.
I second the motion, and I thank the member for Wentworth for bringing forward this motion, and I know that we both feel a deep sense of responsibility for the two largest Jewish communities of any electorate in this country, and I thank her for bringing this to the House. Now, last year, Acting Speaker, when I saw my office with horns on top of it, I thought surely this is as bad as it can get. Now, my staff coming to work with graffiti, anti-Semitic graffiti all over my office, and it completely shattered. But the truth is that the last 6 months have been like no other I've experienced in this country. And my grandparents came to this country looking for a safe haven for the Jewish people. And over the last 6 months, we've seen cars set alight, we've seen synagogues burnt down, we've seen Jewish homes and businesses marked, and we have seen childcare centres being burnt down. Now, our littlest Australians. Why? What is the common thread? Is that they are all targeted towards the Australian Jewish community. But we must fix this. We must fix this. And we must work together until Australia as we know it and as we grew up in is restored. And the first step is to listen to the Jewish people of Australia. Now, they hold the collective memory of microaggression, of hate, of words, of acts of vilification and discrimination, and they understand the history of anti-Semitism. And we cannot allow history to fester and to get out of control even more. Some of the tropes that we have seen in this country are ones we have seen before. Now, some people target the Jewish community because of some sort of response to what's happening in the Middle East. Some because they believe in the myths of Jewish power and control. Some just under the false banner of racial supremacy. None of these tropes are new, but the common thread is conspiracy, dehumanisation and hatred, all of which have existed throughout history. Now, we've been kicked out of our homes before, our homes have been targeted, but today we say, not here, not in Australia. We cannot let anti-Semitism become a partisan issue. It has never existed on a political spectrum. And I say there are things that I disagree with the Liberal Party about, but not this. I will work with anyone, and I have stood with anyone in the past, in order to ensure that we present a united voice on this, that we confront this together, that we restore Australia together. And I would urge all members of the House to join us in coming together to send the clearest of messages that we will not fight, because the fight is not in here. It is for the Jewish people of Australia. You know, this is personal. Now, I want this to end. I want this all to end. I dread of turning on my phone and looking at the news, seeing another attack. We want this to be over. So we need to commit ourselves and take on the full responsibility of taking this on and doing whatever is in our power to combat it. You know, we have increased security, we have banned Nazi salutes, we've criminalised doxing, we've appointed a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism, and over summer I spent countless hours holding our university vice-chancellors to account to ensure that students who return to university on day one have a safe place to go. But we need to do more. Now, we are going to work together this week to create new laws to outlaw hate and incitement. And we need to protect people from that. Anti-Semitism is a wicked problem. It has existed for thousands of years, and it has always been there in Australia, but it has laid dormant, and it has always been, in the corners of our society. Well, it is not anymore. And it is up to each and every member of this House to stand firmly and strongly and to do whatever is in our power to ensure that Australia is a safe place for the Jewish people. Because it is not just the Jewish people who are watching. It is all of Australia. Every single Australian demands and deserves the right to be safe, to be able to live in their homes without worrying of fear, intimidation, harassment or violence. especially for something that is as simple as who they are. I'm a proud Jewish Australian, and I will continue to stand against anti-Semitism in all of its forms.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Until earlier this year, I'd never been to the Adass Israel Synagogue. But when I heard about the firebombing there on December 6 last year, it rocked my sense of what it means to be a Jew in this country. A few weeks before at the Kristallnacht commemoration, I met Beate Hammett from Hornsby. Now in her 90s, her father had been the chief architect of the Jewish community in Berlin. Beate was honoured at the commemoration because of that fateful night in 1938, 2 of the beautiful synagogues that had been designed by her father were destroyed by fire. The images of Adass Israel in flames in Melbourne brought home the memory of Kristallnacht and the worst moments in our history. In early January, I visited the synagogue. The visit was very emotional. What the pictures don't convey is the burnt, damp smell that still pervades the air. The scenes are shocking. The twisted metal air conditioners, the charred remains of chairs, the burnt honour boards, now impossible to read, that contained the names of people whose lives had been dedicated to community, and the cavity in the wall stripped bare to the brick shell where the Torah scrolls, the holiest objects in the synagogue, were kept, and the knowledge that there were people in the synagogue when it was bombed and that lives could have been lost. The community lost more than just a building. The synagogue is more than just bricks and mortar. It's a place where people go to mark some of the most significant moments in their lives, for weddings and bar mitzvahs. It's a place where sons sit with fathers, where mothers sit with daughters, learning their prayers and our traditions across the generations. It's where people come to say Kaddish and remember their parents. But Adass Israel was not the end. It was the beginning of a phase of escalation of unprecedented anti-Semitic violence, which has no place in this country. We've seen the firebombing of cars in Wallara and Dover Heights, outside the former home of prominent Jewish communal leaders. We saw the firebombing of a childcare centre which serves the Jewish community of Maroubra. We saw the attempted arson attack on a synagogue in Newtown and anti-Semitic graffiti on another in Alloa. And in my own peaceful electorate, a caravan was discovered with a list of Jewish communal institutions and enough explosives to cause the largest terrorist attack on Australian soil, an attack with the potential to kill hundreds of our fellow Australians. People in suburbs with high Jewish populations now go to sleep with helicopters whirring above their heads and police and armed guards patrolling the streets, because that is what is needed to protect them in Australia in 2025. We have a domestic terrorism crisis in this country, the sort of which Australia has never experienced. In my electorate, as in most electorates, there are very few Jewish people, but there are so many Australians who hate what has become of our country today, a country where anti-Semitism has been allowed to flourish because of the inaction and half measures of this government. If you criticise this government, Deputy Speaker, Labor and the Teals say you're politicising the issue. This is despite the fact that Jewish communal leaders, former Labor MPs and Labor Party members are making the same criticisms that I, the Leader of the Opposition, and my colleagues are making. Let me be clear, I will not cop criticism for standing up for my family, my community or the country I love in the face of a government that has constantly let down the Jewish community and every law-abiding Australian who just wants to live in a country where they're afforded the full protection of the law. Deputy Speaker, Australians want to see this government do all that they can, but the Prime Minister and the government have failed to do all they can. There has been moral equivalence right from the very beginning. The Prime Minister, other ministers, the Teals and others failed to call out the uniqueness of anti-Semitism and recognise it as a standalone hatred. What we have seen is half measures and weakness when what we needed was strong measures and strong leadership. The government has been reactive, it has not led. They took months to bring in the hate symbols law that we first proposed. They took months to appoint a special envoy on anti-Semitism, and then on crucial matters they failed to heed her advice. They did not coordinate all the law enforcement in the intelligence services, state and federal police when this issue first reared its ugly head. They did not do all they can to curb the violent protests on our city streets. They allowed Jew haters to run amok on our campuses and failed to call a judicial inquiry. And this parliamentary committee scares no one, as the performance of Vice-Chancellors indicates and the racist QUT anti-racism conference highlights. The Prime Minister had to be dragged kicking and screaming to call a national cabinet that didn't produce stronger penalties or tougher laws. And the Attorney-General has failed to root out anti-Semitism at the Human Rights Commission. And the Foreign Minister's conduct is regarded with disgust by thousands of Jewish people, calling for her not to represent our country in Auschwitz. The time for half measures and moral equivalence, Deputy Speaker, is over. The only thing that will solve anti-Semitism in this country is tough measures, strong leadership and stronger laws. That is what is needed in Australia today.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support this motion moved by the member for Wentworth, and I congratulate her on doing so. I want to speak about the issue that's actually before us. The first day that this Parliament sat after the terrorist atrocities of October 7th, 2023, overwhelmingly this Parliament voted for a motion. Overwhelmingly. It said, in Clause 3, this House condemns anti-Semitism and recognises that generations of Jewish people have been subject to this hateful prejudice. I said this on that day. I know I speak for every member of this House when I say that this kind of hateful prejudice has no place in Australia. The awful anti-Semitism chanted by some of the protesters at the Sydney Opera House is beyond offensive. It is a betrayal of our Australian values. We reject it and we condemn it. Our country is better than that, and our country is a better place because of our Jewish community. Our government is committed to keeping the community safe. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have not wavered. Anti-Semitism stands in vile opposition to all we are as a nation and all that we have built together over generations. It has no place in our nation, and will combat it with the full force of our laws and with total commitment from every level of government. Some of the horrendous acts have led to arrests. More will follow. We have a simple message to those cowards and criminals engaged in these low acts of hatred. You will be caught. You will be punished. Our government has no tolerance for your actions. That is why we introduced a landmark ban on the Nazi salute and hate symbols, the first ever, which came into effect in January last year. It's also why we criminalised doxing, legislation that some failed to support in this Parliament just at the end of last year. Our groundbreaking legislation has made it easier for our law enforcement bodies to deal with the perpetrators of anti-Semitic acts, but it cannot be our only tool. Hatred feeds on ignorance, and ignorance thrives in darkness. So as we fight these crimes of bigotry in the present, we are building for a better future through the light of education and memory. Last week, as we marked International Holocaust Remembrance Day, my government committed $2 million for the upgrade of the Holocaust Institute for WA Education Centre, and we also announced $4.4 million for a National Centre for Holocaust Education here in Canberra. I want it to be part of the itinerary for visiting school groups every bit as much as Parliament House and Questacon and the National Museum are. The Holocaust was carried out on a scale that falls across the decades like a terrible shadow, and we cannot let its lessons recede into history. It's important we know what road hate can take people down. We saw hatred in the October 7 attacks. The same hatred fuelled the fire that devastated the Adass Israel synagogue in Melbourne, and the same hatred drove those who targeted a childcare centre in Maroubra. These acts of hatred are an assault on the rights of that every Australian cherishes. In addition to the laws we have passed, this government has made multiple commitments and investments to combat anti-Semitism. They include establishing Special Operation Avalite to respond to and investigate anti-Semitic attacks, $57 million investment to improve safety and security at Jewish schools and synagogues, an $8.5 million investment to upgrade the Sydney Jewish Museum, funding towards the replacement of the Torah scrolls housed in the Adass Israel synagogue, the appointment of a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, something that has existed for a while in other parts of the world, an agreement of National Cabinet to establish a national database to track anti-Semitic crime. In addition to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will continue to provide ASIO, the Australian Federal Police and all of the authorities every resource that they request or desire in order to be able to do their work, and we respect their work and give them support. We want to make sure that we have, not just the words, as we repeat them, never again. We want to make sure that this is a reality, and we know that anti-Semitism has given dark shadows across generations. I say to Jewish Australians, live proudly, stand tall, you belong here, and Australia stands with you.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the members for their contributions and acknowledge that this is a very significant time for our country. This is a time of national crisis, and it has been brewing away and been in the making for a long period of time. Anti-Semitism has always been there, as the previous speakers spoke of, that has previously been here for thousands of years. But in our country, the depth and the level of hatred and racism that we've seen has never been evidenced in our country's history. Speaking to Holocaust survivors who have come to our country at the end of the Second World War and have experienced peace and tranquility, have lived in an environment which has been conducive to them living safely but raising their children, contributing to civil society, being involved in philanthropic causes and contributing more generally to the betterment of this country. For the first time since 1945, they say that they feel unsafe in this country. Shame. There are people otherwise within the Jewish community that I've spoken to, particularly in Sydney and Melbourne, but not just in Sydney and Melbourne, now across the rest of the country, who are talking about leaving our country. Leaving our country. People who were born here who know little of Israel and little of that life. They're talking about leaving our country and going to Israel because they feel safer there, a country that's under nuclear threat from Iran. This is the moment we find ourselves in. Now, it has been building since the horrible, dreadful circumstances of October 7, 2023. 2 days later, before any response from Israel, people were out chanting on the steps of the Sydney Opera House. The time was then for our country to take a very definite and strong stance against those actions. No such stance was taken. It then morphed into university campus demonstrations which went on for months and months. No red lines, no boundaries, targeting of people who were just going about their business, students, Jewish students that Josh spoke about before, academics on campus who were made to feel unwelcome in an environment which had previously preached inclusion and tolerance and forbearance. Members had their offices attacked and people were doxxed online, not because of anything they'd said or done, simply because of their surname or because of their heritage. And the fact is that this has continued unabated over the course of this period. The doxing then morphed into attacks by way of graffiti on people's places of business, their cars, and now their homes, now a firebombing of a synagogue, now the attack on a childcare centre. Funding has been ramped up to protect children with armed guards at Jewish schools. Shame. No other school in Australia has that sort of level of protection or overlay of security. We've now seen in Sydney an attempted terrorist attack, which on the advice of the police would have provided an attack not just on people of Jewish faith outside a synagogue, but many hundreds potentially of Australians with a 40-metre blast zone that would have been the most catastrophic attack, terrorist attack in our country's history. So this has continued on for a long period of time, and it is no wonder that people within the Jewish community, their friends, their supporters, and every Australian of good endeavour and of big heart has been condemning of the inaction that we've seen over the course of the last 12 months. Now, I want to thank the member for Wentworth for bringing forward this motion. It is true, though, that we worked with the member for Wentworth and the government to see struck out the original words which were contained in paragraph 2, which read, after forms, comma, as we condemn all similar hatred directed to any groups in our community. Now, the member agreed to that form of words being struck out because we don't think that was necessary, and we also think it is inexplicable to try and mount the argument that this sort of hatred and this sort of racism and this sort of anti-Semitism is being conveyed against any other pocket of Australian community. We voted against the government's motion because it stopped us from moving amendments to the member's motion which would have strengthened the motion and provided stronger support to the community, and we'll continue to do that in further forms of this parliament. We stand with the Jewish community, we stand with every right-thinking Australian, and we condemn anti-Semitism in every form.
Order. I call the honourable member for Kingsford Smith. For Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of my community in support of the motion moved by the member for Wentworth. In 2014, Speaker, a group of primary school students from Mount Sinai College in Maroubra were racially abused with shocking anti-Semitic language whilst they were getting the bus home from school. Naturally, there was outrage and concern from parents and the wider community. And in the wake of that, Speaker, I wanted to find a way to make it known that anti-Semitism and racism was abhorrent and did not represent what our community was about. So I came up with the idea of a mural to be painted on the side wall of the All About Children Childcare Centre on Anzac Parade in Maroubra. I got together students from local schools of different faiths and backgrounds to come together. We had students from Emmanuel School of a Jewish faith, Indigenous students from Matcherville Sports High School, students of a Christian faith from Corpus Christi, and Randwick Girls High School students. And they came together to create and to paint a mural. And the theme of that mural is harmony, respect and unity. Speaker, that mural still stands today, almost a decade later. Despite the firebombing of the All About Children Early Childhood Centre and the spray painting of disgusting anti-Semitic words on the 21st of January, on the other side of that wall where the mural is, the mural has survived. That mural, designed and painted by students of different faiths backgrounds, remains unharmed. The mural in itself is a symbol of the resilience and strength of our community and our resolve to fight anti-Semitism and racism in any form. Speaker, over the last month, members of the Jewish community in our area and across Sydney have been subjected to some disgusting and terrifying anti-Semitic and racist attacks. I unequivocally condemn those attacks and their perpetrators for the shocking horror that they've brought to members of our Jewish community. And I say to the Jewish community, I'm truly sorry that Jewish members of our community have had to endure these shameful actions. I've got many friends in the Jewish community. They are good people, law-abiding citizens, just wanting to go about their everyday lives like the rest of us. They deserve the right, like every Australian, to live in peace and to go about their lives in an ordinary manner. In December last year, Speaker, I established a local Operation Shelter Task Force with elected representatives, local police and leaders of Jewish synagogues and schools. And we come together on a regular basis to cooperate and to plan actions to keep the community safe. We've had several meetings and there's been actions including additional police patrols, helicopter surveillance and community support. But the most important thing, Speaker, is that we come together to talk. We come together to cooperate and we come together to work together. We've seen the largest police operation in Sydney since the Sydney Olympics is being undertaken to protect the Jewish community. I want to congratulate and thank the police for the arrests that they've been making and the staff at the All About Children Childcare Centre who were subject to this shocking attack. Those mongrels and perpetrators of these crimes will be caught and prosecuted, and there have been arrests over the last couple of days. In our community, our response to this shocking situation has been to work together, to choose unity over division, to unite and come together to solve this challenge rather than take potshots at each other in this place. We've chosen to adopt an approach represented by the mural that stands on that wall and the approach of those students who created it. Harmony, respect and unity. Speaker, if a bunch of high school students can set an example of how we should be approaching this issue and how we solve it together, then surely we, as the leaders of this nation, can put politics aside and come together and work together to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism and racism in this country.
I call the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, anti-Semitism is the world's most ancient hatred, dating back thousands of years, and history is incredibly clear, Deputy Speaker. If you allow anti-Semitism to gain even the smallest foothold in your society, you are no longer safe. Your society is no longer safe. It is an evil that is always there below the surface, and at the first sign of it coming above the surface, it must be repressed. History could not be clearer on that point. And we face a crisis today in anti-Semitism in Australia, and we have to think about how we got here and how we can ensure that the crisis is curtailed and that we never, ever get into this position again. Now, on October 9, that night of infamy at the Sydney Opera House, Deputy Speaker, we were all shocked by what we saw. We've seen nothing like that in our lifetimes. The most despicable sentiments towards Australians of Jewish faith. And what should have happened then is we should have come together as a nation, led by our Prime Minister, and put in place a clear national strategy and plan to deal with anti-Semitism. But unfortunately that did not happen. It should have been the top of the PM's priority list after we saw that evil of October 9. It didn't happen. The next month, Deputy Speaker, in November of 2023, the Leader of the Opposition wrote to the Prime Minister and basically said, we need to significantly escalate our focus on stopping anti-Semitism in this country. We need to have a national cabinet meeting, make this a national priority and really lead on this right now. And again, the Prime Minister did not take up that offer and, in fact, did not even respond to the letter. Now, it's really important that we talk about these things, Deputy Speaker, because this is a democracy, and the way democracies can progress is from learning from their mistakes. And it is self-evident at the beginning of this anti-Semitism crisis and to this day, immense mistakes have been made. We need to learn from that. We need to learn from the ongoing failure to address anti-Semitic acts as they arose in our community. We saw anti-Semitic displays not prosecuted. We saw anti-Semitic protests allowed to continue week after week after week with no consequence for people who were holding up those shameful signs and making those shameful statements. And horrendously, Deputy Speaker, we saw Australian students of Jewish faith afraid to go to university because of who they were in Australia in 2025. That should never, ever happen in this country, but it did. And then we saw these acts escalated. We've seen horrendous acts of graffiti on synagogues around the country, one in Alloa, the Southern Sydney synagogue, just outside my electorate. So many others around the country, Newtown, the daycare centre, the childcare centre at Maroubra, and most shockingly, of course, the attack on the Adjournment synagogue in Melbourne. All of these things have happened in our country. And what should have happened, Deputy Speaker, is back on October 9, when we saw the face of anti-Semitism in Australia at the Sydney Opera House, our Prime Minister should have led the nation in a response. He didn't do that. That was wrong, and we need to be frank about that. And now we need to take action on things like mandatory sentencing for people who commit acts of terror. Sounds straightforward. We should do that. We need to have mandatory sentencing in relation to symbols of an anti-Semitic nature. But we all need to move forward to address this anti-Semitism crisis in Australia and to take steps to ensure that we never, ever again end up in this situation in our great nation.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Goldstein is home to the third largest Jewish community in Australia. Holocaust survivors and their descendants, largely, who came to Australia for safety. And this is something to be proud of. When I speak to members of the Jewish community in my electorate, they speak with such strong love for the safety their families found here, and now such deep sadness, confusion and fear about what's happened over the last 15 months. When I think of the Jewish community and talk about this frightful situation, my mind inevitably goes to a friend and her young son, primary school aged, who's barely slept since October 7, 2023, has barely gone to school, not only because of the terror over the seas, but because of his fear of here. It was only when he saw armed guards at school that he would go back. This is not only sad, this is wrong. What's happened in Gaza is terrible. I don't agree with the way it's unfolded. Questioning that, the lack of humanity in it, is not anti-Semitic. We must be able to demand accountability from governments across the world. But hateful rhetoric and acts against Jewish people here are absolutely wrong and must be condemned. No Jewish person, who have many views, I might add, should be blamed for the actions of a government in Israel. These are separate and must be treated as such. People cancelled, communities defaced, a synagogue adjacent to my electorate firebombed, and credible threats of domestic terror attacks have been found. We have been blessed to be a socially cohesive nation. Our multiculturalism has been a success story, the envy of much of the world. But as I've said many times since entering this parliament, our social cohesion is being deeply challenged. Our geographical distance has provided us safety from many modern conflicts in the past, but not this one. Let me be clear, anti-Semitism is intolerable and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. But the twin tragedies of this conflict, the suffering in Gaza and to some degree the West Bank, and the fear among Jewish communities coexist. Their peace and their safety is intertwined. Defacement, demonisation and indeed terror does nothing but deepen these enduring wounds. We must get back to reason, because when hatred is allowed to fester, it endangers all of us. Life and death must never be weaponised for political gain, and hate in all its forms, including anti-Semitism, must never be allowed to shape our discourse. I support this motion, and I thank the member for Wentworth for bringing it. And I'm hopeful that legislation now before the Parliament to combat hate crimes will be a substantial step forward to restore social cohesion and safety for our Jewish communities. There is more to do. I send this message to everyone in my community and the nation living in fear of anti-Semitic violence. I stand with you, and we must work together across these aisles to bring people together, not tear them apart. Thank you, Speaker.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
I'm a very proud Jewish Australian, although I'm not particularly religious, but my family has contributed to Australian life over many generations. I can trace my family back to the beginnings of European settlement in Australia, and my 4 times great-grandfather, Abraham Reuben, was one of the founders of the Hobart Synagogue, which is still functioning today. My grandfather was one of the founders of the Emmanuel Synagogue in Woollahra, subject recently to an attack of anti-Semitism and defacement. I'm very proud of my heritage, and my family, over many generations, as I've said, has contributed to Australian life in many ways, in law, in medicine, in business, and in other fields. One of my ancestors was one of the first paediatric cardiothoracic surgeons in Australia, and many others, as I've said, have contributed, particularly in medicine, over many years. Anti-Semitism, of course, has existed in Australia since European settlement. We have had episodes of anti-Semitism going back to the 1800s, as well as the early 20th century. There was, of course, the bombing of the Israeli consulate and the Hakoah Club in 1982. In 1981, the Bankstown Synagogue, where I did part of my Hebrew studies prior to my bar mitzvah, was firebombed and completely destroyed in 1991. The recent increase in anti-Semitism has been shocking, and we've seen with the recent conflict in the Middle East the ramping up of these anti-Semitic episodes. It is terrible, but we are very lucky to live in a secular democracy, a multicultural secular democracy like Australia, where we live by the rule of law, and we are very grateful for the efforts of the police and the security forces to make sure that these episodes of anti-Semitism are being followed up, investigated, and ultimately the perpetrators, I am confident, will be punished. I don't believe in mandatory sentencing, and I do believe that we should trust in the legal process. We do have the separation of powers, and we do need to trust in the legal process to make sure that people are appropriately punished for the crimes they commit. And these are crimes. They're terrible crimes. As a paediatrician, the way that schools and preschools have been targeted is absolutely shocking and does ongoing damage. I can completely understand the reticence of parents to send their kids to these schools and these preschools because of this recent spate of anti-Semitic attacks, and they must be stopped. The most important thing I see, though, is with social cohesion. We must act together on this. I congratulate the Prime Minister and the government on their efforts. We have done many, many things to try and prevent the episodes of anti-Semitism and make sure they are appropriately punished, and such as establishing the Operation Everlight with the Australian Federal Police, the ban on doxing and the display of anti-Semitic symbols, appointment of Peter Khalil, the envoy for social cohesion, has been excellent. The appointment of the envoy for anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel, who's doing a fantastic job. The government's funded security, funded improvements in the Jewish Museum in Sydney and other places around Australia, and doing whatever it can to make sure that anti-Semitism is recognised, investigated and punished. I'm confident in the efforts of the government, and I think that we must all act together on this as the Australian Parliament to lead efforts as a cohesive group, acting together to prevent anti-Semitism. I'm very proud of what our government is doing, and I'm very proud to be a member of a government that recognises the importance of catching and punishing people who are committing these terrible acts in whatever cause. I thank the member for Wentworth for bringing her motion. I support it completely, and I thank all those other members who've spoken out against anti-Semitism. I know that as a government we are a cohesive force, and I know with the opposition members who have spoken today, I really do support their efforts as well, and it is important that we do act together to get rid of this scourge.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's been a lot of talk this morning about what the government has done or is wanting to do to address anti-Semitism. But I think it's important that in this chamber, at this time, we actually deal with some facts. Because part of the reason why we are where we are today and the rise of anti-Semitism is because of the appalling lack of political leadership, and it has to be said, the appalling lack of leadership from our leaders, not the men and women of the police and security services on the ground, but lack of leadership at our utmost top levels from those security and policing services. In the last year alone, this federal Labor government has delayed a visit to Israel by senior ministers and then refused to visit the sites of the atrocities. Now, when the foreign minister visited Israel, I think it was in 2024, early 2024, she refused to visit the sites of the atrocities. That was our foreign minister. Now, I've been to those sites of the atrocities, and for our foreign minister to have travelled to Israel shortly after the incident but refused to have gone to those sites is a travesty, and she stands condemned for not doing so. In fact, it has only been a couple of weeks ago that this government's Attorney General visited Israel. In the last couple of weeks, this government has reinstated funding for the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, despite a then ongoing investigation into the agency's complicity in the October 7 attacks. This investigation inevitably proved that as many as 9 UN relief workers were involved in the murder of 1,200 innocent Israeli people and the kidnapping of 251 men, women and children. This Labor government called for a ceasefire and a two-state solution just months after the October 7 attack. And this announcement by this government came on a Jewish high holiday. Of all days, this government has refused and consistently refused to instigate a judicial inquiry in relation to the anti-Semitism that has pervaded our university campuses, instead opting for a parliamentary inquiry. This government voted to recognise the State of Palestine at the UN General Assembly, breaking with allies and decades of bipartisanship on this matter. This Prime Minister watched on as the trade union movement backed Hamas and the two-state solution in a public statement, another affront to the long history of trade union anti-Semitism. Labor chose cowardice over courage when the International Criminal Court issued warrants for Israel's democratically elected leaders. This government failed to hold the Australian Human Rights Commission to account for its anti-Semitism within their senior leadership. This government dithered and delayed instead of responding to vile anti-Semitism on our Australian university campuses. This government has since refused to support an urgent judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on those campuses. This government were woefully slow to act when their own Senator Fatima Payman chose solidarity with Hamas and the Greens over the Jewish people. This government tried to stand on both sides of the barbed wire fence by abstaining on a UN General Assembly vote proposed by Palestine to demand Israel cede its territory and its end to so-called occupation. Under this Prime Minister, the Australian Labor government sided with UNRWA and its Hamas-affiliated counterparts after Israel's elected legislature voted to revoke UNRWA's right to operate on Israeli sovereign territory.
Order. Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Wentworth for raising this very real and corrosive issue in this House. and I consider the last speaker from the opposition to be part of that corrosiveness and that type of attitude towards an issue where we should be coming together on. Last month, in southern Sydney Synagogue in Allawa, it was vandalised with anti-Semitic slogans. The synagogue is just outside my electorate, with just a rail line between us. But the congregation are very much part of the community. It wasn't just property damage. It was an attempt to instill fear in the small Jewish congregation and made the wider St George community feel less safe. The attack has been part of a pattern of anti-Semitic violence in Sydney and Melbourne, in other parts of Australia. But the violence has also targeted homes and properties in areas where there are high Jewish populations. New South Wales and federal police are acting swiftly to find the culprits. The government has legislated to ban the display of hate symbols and Nazi salutes, which homes on the very public attempts to intimidate our communities. The government has imposed sanctions on the Telegram network. It has announced $100 million for countering violent extremism. The anti-Semitism envoy, Gillian Siegel, has been conducting important work to determine the scale of this prejudice and provide advice to the government. I have a very simple message, Mr Deputy Speaker, to those perpetrating these anti-Semitic acts. If you think you are helping, feeding a cause, you are not. You make it worse for everyone. Disgust will be your reward. Sowing division and fear is not brave, it is completely unacceptable. When we see what is taking place in this country, we see pure evil and pure racism. And we have seen it periodically in this country when it comes to different groups of people. And this Parliament has a responsibility to come together and to show a really decent approach to this issue and leadership. The last speaker from the opposition spoke about leadership. He displayed none. Leadership is when we come together as one and support the member for Wentworth's resolution. Leadership is understanding that this anti-Semitic acts and acts of racism divide people. They hurt people. They stay with you. And let me tell you, I can speak from personal experience about that. So instead of trying to make this a political issue, instead of trying to paint one side one way and one side the other, why don't we display to the Australian community an act of bipartisanship, an act of not accepting what's been going on, an act that will provide to the Australian people that we are one in rejecting racism, in rejecting anti-Semitism, and in rejecting hate in this country. That is required by this Parliament, not what we are seeing now, where there is the attempt to sow division here. How can the Australian people have any faith in political leadership if we cannot come together on this one? And I urge everyone to do it. I am proud to be part of a government who has made many, many moves and done many things to support social cohesion in this country, to call out anti-Semitism as absolutely unacceptable. I'm proud of that. I am very, very proud of that. And you cannot rewrite history and you cannot rewrite the truth. Politicising this issue is reprehensible, it's unacceptable, and it is not a display of leadership to the Australian community.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for... I can see three of you on the chair, so I'm going to call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I remember vividly the morning of the 8th of October, the first conversations I had expressed what I thought would be an urgent need to put in place protections for places of worship in Australia, synagogues, churches, mosques, Jewish schools, community centres, because I knew from bitter personal experience the terrible ramifications that the horrific massacre of October 7th would have, the unleashing of that dreadful, dark hatred and violence that saw the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust, the massacre of 1,200 people and the capturing of 250 hostages. The 15 months of war, death and destruction, the loss of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinian lives, the displacement of millions, the deep, indescribable pain of Jewish Australians who lost loved ones in the kibbutz, and the Palestinian Australian teacher in my lecturate who lost a dozen family members in the bombing of Gaza, joined only in the darkness of their grief that is the sad remaining remnant of shared humanity. And the unleashing of the vile scourge of an ancient hatred of anti-Semitism now visited upon Jewish Australians, I can only explain it as a dark dread in the pit of my stomach that these ancient animosities, these ancient hatreds that had wound their way through thousands of years would have come to hurt our people in Australia because of their faith or their ethnic backgrounds. It is a violent, ancient hatred, anti-Semitism. It's run its wicked course throughout history, through the pogroms of Europe to the culmination of the greatest horror mankind had ever perpetrated on itself in the Holocaust, and now into our Jewish Australian community who feel this ancient scourge in an unprecedented way in modern-day Australia. I considered in late 2023 that we would not only be facing a political storm, but also a moral storm. And in those moments, in the eye of a storm, it's important to hold fast the mast that are our principles, to go through the battering of the storm to find calmer waters on the other side. But what are these principles, Deputy Speaker? That no Australian should be subject to violence and hatred because of their faith or their ethnic identity. This goes to the heart of social cohesion, that we can disagree, that we can have deeply held viewpoints of the world that are different from one another, but that our society only works when we are able to navigate those differences peacefully and respectfully without resorting to violence or hate speech. At every turn, the government has unequivocally condemned anti-Semitism and has taken extensive policy and legislative measures to protect the Jewish Australian community and tackle anti-Semitism, but legal sanctions from any government can only go so far. The deep hatred within people who think that violence is a legitimate form of expressing their political or ideological views, that has to change. That has to be addressed beyond legal sanction. And that happens when representatives in this place, grassroots communities across Australia and every individual Australian citizen understand that we all have a responsibility to engage and navigate our differences peacefully. I confess, Deputy Speaker, I don't know whether the rise of anti-Semitism that we've seen across Australia is from a very loud and violent minority, or whether what we're seeing is an unleashing of an ancient hatred that has always existed, lurking underneath. I sincerely hope it's the former. In my heart, I believe that the vast majority of Australians are inherently good people who give each other a fair go regardless of their faith backgrounds and reject violence and hate as a means to an end. This small but vocal and loud minority who hold hatred in their hearts, who seek to break down our cohesive society through violence and intimidation, the leadership here in this place and across the country, in every community, in every citizen believing and committing to their nation and citizenship, the responsibility to protect it from violence, that's what will defeat that hatred. Unfortunately, we've seen in this place those who have sought to use the human tragedy to politicise attacks on Jewish Australians for their own short-term political gain, and worse, fan the very flames of hatred. That's an abrogation of responsibility as democratic representatives. We have to see beyond the short-term political prism to take actions and speak words that go to protecting and supporting all Australians, regardless of their faith or identity, and calling out the hatreds such as anti-Semitism, not sowing division and discord to make short-term political gain. This is our responsibility to the Jewish Australian community so that we can once again make sure that they feel safe and secure in this country.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
The Greens support this motion. The recent rise in attacks on childcare centres, on homes and on synagogues are to be condemned. Anti-Semitism has no place in our country. Hate has no place in our country. Violence, racism of any kind has no place in our country. I've had members of the Jewish community say to me recently that they oppose the invasion of Gaza, they oppose the occupation, they oppose what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. They've participated in the peaceful protests, but that the recent attacks are having an effect on them. I want them to know that we hear that. We hear that here in Parliament, and there is universal support to say that anti-Semitism has no place in this country. There have been mentions from other members in this place about the long-standing roots of anti-Semitism. I remember, together with other members of our community in Victoria, seeing the terror and the horror, seeing in 2021 when neo-Nazi groups gathered in the Grampians. And we started to see now the far right and white supremacists start to now feel so emboldened that they could gather together publicly. And for many of us, that represented a significant moment that, following on the heels of the rise of the far right generally, that required some action. We, in the Victorian Parliament, moved for an inquiry into the rise and the resurgence of the far right in Australia, which found a year later, sadly, there has been a resurgence, and it's something that back at the time, ASIO and our security agencies...
It being 1:25, in accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House earlier today, I now put the question. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Wentworth be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an act to amend the Defence Service Homes Act 1918 and validate certain activities and arrangements and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Yes, leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Defence Service Homes Amendment Insurance Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
A bill for an act to amend the Defence Service Homes Act 1918 and validate certain activities and arrangements and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I rise to introduce the Defence Service Home Amendment Insurance Bill 2025. This bill will formalise long-standing Commonwealth practice by providing express legislative authority for the Commonwealth to continue to provide general insurance or act as an authorised representative for a third-party insurer. Since 1919, the Defence Service Home Insurance Scheme has provided financial support by way of home building insurance to Australian Defence Force members and eligible veterans and their families under the Defence Service Homes Act 1918. To complement the home building insurance product, since 1990, Defence Service Home Insurance has acted as a representative of a third-party commercial insurer to offer Defence Service Home Insurance branded home contents, motor vehicle, caravan and motorbike insurance policies. This has generated commission income that contributes to the competitive pricing of Defence Service Home Insurance home building policies, keeping costs down for Defence families. This bill formalises the existing practice of the Commonwealth to enter into representative agreements with third-party insurers to provide home contents and general insurance products to ADF members, eligible veterans and their families. This bill will retrospectively validate past activities undertaken by the Defence Service Home Insurance as an authorised representative of a third-party insurer, and also authorise the scheme to continue to carry out such activities in relation to more than 32,000 current policy holders, including granting it the authority to renew policies. The Albanese government is committed to supporting veterans and their families, and Defence Service Home Insurance is just one of those supports currently available. This complements other initiatives from the Albanese government, including improvements to study assistance to Australian Defence Force and public service personnel, increased support for Australian Defence Force families through enhanced remote locality leave travel and expanded ADF family health benefits program. The full details of the measures contained in this bill are set out in the explanatory memorandum, and I urge members to support this legislation and move it through our Parliament promptly. I commend the bill to the House.
Hear, hear.
Order. The debate must now be adjourned. And the question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Oh, sorry.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the honourable member. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Speaker, I move that notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Order. It being 1:30, I do propose.
Thank you. Great. And are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I was joined by the Shadow Minister for Defence, the Honourable Andrew Hastie, the Member for Bowman, Henry Pike, and 150 locals for the Bonnet-Bowman Defence Forum. The forum was an opportunity to hear from our Shadow Defence Minister, who shared his clear vision for our defence industry. Travelling across the country from Western Australia to the Manly Loader RSL, it was wonderful to hear from such an experienced, educated and decisive leader. Australia is a strong and mighty country. We have bright minds and plentiful natural resources. We are a hopeful, fierce and ready people, so it is incredibly disappointing to see the defence recruiting in such a poor state. On top of needing cheaper groceries, affordable rent and lower bills, Australians expect to feel safe in their homes, communities and as a nation. Our strategic environment is the most challenging and complex it has been since World War II, and we desperately need to fix the recruiting, retention and the readiness crisis in our Defence Force. We need a message that appeals to young hearts and minds, reminding the next generation of the timeless values of service, duty, honour and country. As the Shadow Defence Minister says, a strong and capable sovereign defence industry means a stronger and more capable Defence Force and therefore a stronger and more capable Australia.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to let the House know that a stalwart of the Labor Party in my part of the world died just before Christmas. James Brazel was more affectionately known as Jim, and it was my honour to attend his funeral and speak on behalf of the party. Jim was Labor through and through. He worked for Labor loyalty, including Gough Whitlam's deputy Lance Barnard as his chief of staff. And when he was a child, he met Ben Chifley, who was then the Prime Minister. But it was his role on that day, November the 11th, 1975, that ensured that Jim and Gough Whitlam could make his famous speech on the steps of Parliament. Jim made sure that the power kept that microphone on so that Gough could utter those now very legendary words. He had all the credentials. He's a staffer, an activist, a member of the AAT, Defence Force Remuneration Tribunal, Chairman and CEO of WorkSafe Australia and a life member of the ALP. I received words a few weeks before his death that he'd like me to come and see him and have a chat. Jim was at that point in a nursing home. He'd spent most of his time in that home making sure that they all voted for me and did that over my time. I'd like to give my condolences to his family and appreciate very much that they let me speak at his funeral.
Thank you. Member for Wright.
At the last election, we were told that Australians would be better off under a Labor government. We've been sold a pup. And I ask the Australian public, how are you better off? Because when I speak to my manufacturers, my farmers, my businesses, my families in the electorate of Wright, they openly share with me the pain that they are enduring. And they're the ones that are still there. Because, Madam Speaker, the statistical evidence supports that there are 27,000 insolvencies that have happened since this government has come to office. Shame. 27,000 insolvencies. That is a far cry from the government's position that Australians would be better off. My manufacturers are doing it tough because of their input costs. They're doing it tough because of the electricity costs that continue to skyrocket. All the while, we were told on many, many occasions before the election that electricity prices would come down by $275. Our farmers are doing it tough, and they're going to be asked to do more in the way of reporting their carbon emissions. Businesses that are still there are worried about what a future under this government looks like. Australians deserve better. Australians deserve a Dutton-led government.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, today I want to commemorate two Australians who served our country. The first, a great Territorian and Australian, the Honourable Austin Ash, ACAK. I attended Austin's state funeral yesterday in Darwin to commemorate his life, and I'm thankful to the Australian War Memorial where a wreath was laid for him on Sunday night's last post ceremony. Austin served in the Royal Australian Air Force during World War II. He was the Chief Justice of the Northern Territory, the Chancellor of Charles Darwin University and the 15th Administrator of the Northern Territory. Secondly, I want to commemorate Corporal Matt Hosking, who sadly lost his life in a car accident at the end of last year. Matt was an infantry soldier with the 7th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment and passed away just prior to the relinking of 5 RAR and 7 RAR. I spoke to his commanding officer, Von, who said he was a great junior commander, and we asked Von to pass on our condolences to his mum, Sam, and to his dad, Tim, in Munta Bay, South Australia. Matt's legacy was certainly felt at the battalion's relinking parade in December in Darwin last year. Thank you to all those who serve, and to Austin and Matt, thank you for your service. Rest in peace. Thanks, Deputy
Member
Speaker.
for McKellar.
Deputy Speaker, today I raise a serious issue about access to healthcare for our veterans. I've been contacted by several physiotherapists in my electorate of McKellar. They are deeply concerned about the veteran community's access to essential physiotherapy services through the Department of Veteran Affairs funding scheme. Currently, DVA reimbursement rates are insufficient to cover the cost of care, including pain management, rehabilitation, falls prevention and musculoskeletal health. These services are essential to veterans' physical and mental well-being. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide highlighted the impact of chronic pain on veterans' mental health. I've been told that many physios, out of commitment to their veteran patients, have continued to provide care despite incurring out-of-pocket costs. This is unsustainable. Fewer and fewer physios will be able to continue providing the care our veterans need and deserve. And so I urge the government to raise the DVA reimbursement rate to align with NDIS rates, so our veterans can continue to access the important care they need. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide clearly highlighted the serious struggles many veterans face, and we must ensure our veterans have access to the healthcare services they need.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We recently celebrated one of the most important days of the year, Australia Day. Australia Day is a time to celebrate who we are as a nation, our history, our people, and the values that make this country so great. Over the last 277 years, people from all walks of life have come to this continent, bringing ambition, courage, and a deep love for Australia. This love was on full display down in Limbrook on Australia Day at my annual Australia Day barbecue. It was great to see the community gather to celebrate the values that we hold so dear. As former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard said, "What makes us Australian is not where you come from, it is the values you share, democracy, equality, and the respect for one another." Deputy Speaker, Australia is a land of freedom, opportunity, and stunning beauty, a place where hard work and determination can turn dreams into reality. If a young girl from Sri Lanka can be elected to this House, then anything is possible in our great nation. Happy Australia Day.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I have a warning. $1 trillion. $1 trillion. That was the net worth of billionaires at Donald Trump's inauguration. Billionaires put in charge of key government departments. There's a name for this: oligarchy, rule by the rich. And now they're trying to bring it here. Homegrown billionaires like Gina Rinehart have all swung in behind Trump. Rinehart has called on Australian politicians to be more like Donald Trump and hosted fundraisers for the coalition. The entry price, $14,000, and the Leader of the Opposition has happily reciprocated, heading off on an increasingly Trumpian cosplay. What's the agenda? Tax breaks for billionaires and corporations, fast-track approvals of new coal and gas projects, derail our progress on renewables, make it more expensive to see a GP, launch poisonous, divisive culture wars to distract us while the incredibly wealthy get even wealthier. We could get dental into Medicare. We could make uni free again. We could build hundreds of thousands of genuinely affordable homes. We could fund a huge expansion in renewables and storage. But we're letting billionaires and big corporations make bigger and bigger profits and pay less and less tax. And the Leader of the Opposition wants to make it worse. We can't let billionaires buy our democracy. Thank you.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After 58 years as a volunteer with the RFS, Deputy Captain Alan Robinson, AFSM, is heading into a well-earned retirement. Alan joined the New South Wales Bushfire Brigades in 1967 at the age of 25. He started his career with Blaxland Volunteer Bushfire Brigade, where he was a member until the Glenbrook Lapstone Volunteer Bushfire Brigade was raised in 1969, where Alan was a foundation member and remained a member of that brigade until 2010. As a member of the Blue Mountains Group support, Alan held various positions such as Deputy Captain, Senior Deputy Captain and Captain. Alan also led an initiative to design and construct a purpose-built mobile communications vehicle fully fitted out and operational so that Communications Brigade could set up and obtain good communication for firefighters working in difficult terrain. This purpose-built vehicle was the first of its kind and has since been adopted as a standard by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Over the years, Alan has been involved in almost every major fire season. For his dedication and service, he has received a number of medals and citations, including the Australian Fire Service Medal, Premier's Bushfire Emergency Citation and the National Emergency Medal with clasp for the bushfires in 2019-2020. Congratulations on an amazing career, Alan, and thank you for the decades of service that you've given to our community, and thank you for putting yourself in danger to keep us safe. We really appreciate you and enjoy your retirement, buddy.
Yeah. Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've made building better roads and rail a priority since my election in 2016, so that families like mine could get home sooner and safer. I fought to upgrade local roads like Beerburrum Street in Aruna, Curramundi Road and University Way. I fought to improve the safety of roads like Citrus Road in Palmwoods and Karura Street in Dickey Beach. I fought to expand our network of walkways and cycleways in places like Beerwah, Battery Hill and Tanawa. And I fought to connect the Sunshine Coast with $6.7 billion in major projects like the Bruce Highway, North Coast Rail Duplication, Steve Irwin Way, Mooloolaba Transport Corridor and more. In contrast, Labor slashed a number of vital projects, including future Bruce Highway upgrades. They slashed the Caloundra Transport Corridor and callously cut funding to the Mooloolah River Interchange, where over 100 houses had been demolished to make way for it. Now, once again, the Sunshine Coast Rail project is on the chopping block, despite record funding. If we kick it down the road for another generation, it'll only be more expensive. As a result, hundreds of thousands of locals will miss out on an Olympic-sized opportunity to transform the way we move on the Sunshine Coast. I call on all levels of government, every area of the community, all parties and persuasions to Sunshine Coast Rail.
This place would know of the outstanding work that the St John Ambulance and its volunteers undertake in our community. St John Ambulance is a global organisation with a history dating back more than 900 years, and it's focused on delivering first aid, healthcare and support services around the world, including right here in Australia. For example, during the 19th century, during the Industrial Revolution, St John Ambulance helped train volunteers in first aid so that they could more quickly provide medical assistance to injured workers who lacked access to doctors. St John Ambulance was established in Australia in 1883 and has been a common feature in our communities, whether it be at sporting events, entertainment or community events. You can be assured that St John Ambulance and its services will be readily available to respond in an emergency. I would like to congratulate 2 St John Ambulance volunteers who have recently been awarded a St John Ambulance Service Medal for dedication and service to the organisation. Mr Kenneth Schneider of Yamina Beach on the Peninsula, who has recently received his medal for a remarkable 70 years of service. Kenneth joined when he was just 12 years old. And Mrs Kerry Rolson of Copacabana, who has received her medal to recognise 15 years of service with St John Ambulance. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Kenneth and Kerry on their dedication and their amazing service to our community on the Central Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, for tawdry domestic political reasons, the government has trashed 2 decades of bipartisanship on policy towards the recognition of a Palestinian state.
Shame.
This is shameful. Now, for more than 20 years, Australia has held the bipartisan position that recognition of a Palestinian state can only come as a consequence of negotiations that resolve the many complex issues involved. Issues such as borders, rights of return and security guarantees. We have stood side by side with the United States on this issue across coalition and Labor governments, Democrat and Republican administrations. And we've done that because it is plainly the right thing to do. Now, the United States maintained that long-standing position under President Biden. But Labor has walked away from that and now says that recognition of a Palestinian state can come before any of the many unresolved issues are addressed. No. Why? Simple. Because Minister Wong is worried about the Labor vote against the Greens in electorates like Wills and Griffith and Brisbane. This isn't about human rights or diplomacy or high principles of international relations. It is about a sordid attempt to grab votes in a few key seats. And, Deputy Speaker, that tells you everything you need to know about the Albanese government.
Member for Paterson.
Deputy Speaker, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody always pays. And if it's up to the Leader of the Opposition, it will be every single Australian taxpayer. I know the Opposition Leader isn't big on detail and costings are an inconvenience at best, some might say an impediment to his progress. But we care, and $10 billion for this free lunch folly that the Opposition Leader has put forward is just ridiculous. He doesn't want to pay for tax cuts for everyone. He doesn't want to pay and voted against cheaper childcare and cheaper medicines. Deputy Speaker, this opposition is only caring about the progress of one person, and that is himself in this parliament. Speaker, small business deserve better. They are the engine room of our economy. They deserve more than thought bubble policies.
They deserve a serious government that wants to give all Australians a tax break, that wants to incentivise being better in business. They want a serious government that's lowering inflation, that is doing more to increase wages that ultimately get spent in their small businesses, and this opposition leader is casting them to the wind on a free lunch folly. It just doesn't add up.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on our first sitting day of 2025 about the bushfires that are burning across my electorate of Mallee. Sadly, I have fires south of Coniva and Nil and still in the Grampians National Park. The Little Desert National Park fire has destroyed the Little Desert Nature Lodge, and there have been fires this week at Calignan and Oyen. Halls Gap small businesses were badly hit by bushfires, forcing closure of the town during the peak tourist season, costing $13 million and a further $19 million in expected loss in gross regional product. I walked the deserted streets just before Christmas and it was surreal. It was like a ghost town. Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, visited Halls Gap small business owners with me in January at my invitation, along with Shadow Ministers Perrin Davey and Dan Tan. The community is well aware that the Prime Minister only did a flyover with the Premier of Victoria just before Christmas. With the Leader of the Opposition, I urge Australians to visit the Grampians to support a fire-ravaged local economy.
Hear, hear.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good governments deliver change from the ground up. On this side of the House, we know that everyday Aussies are doing it tough. That's why when a Labor government steps up to the crease to fight cost of living, we direct our efforts to everyday Aussies who need it most. That's why Labor delivered a tax cut that helps every Australian, putting an average of $1,217 back into pockets of workers in my community. That's why Labor shaved $300 off power bills, froze medicine costs, opened urgent care clinics around the country and made education more affordable, because that's what good governments do. There is one man in this place, the Leader of the Opposition, who would deny this relief to the families who need it most, who would prefer to see the 67,000 people in my electorate go without their tax cut and call for an election to make this happen, who has consistently voted against good policy to improve livelihoods of households across this country, and who has tried to shoot down boosts to Medicare, education and housing. Instead of helping you, this Leader of the Opposition offers an alternative, a $1.6 billion tax-funded scheme to give bosses a free lunch. So while the Leader of the Opposition is setting a banquet table for his mates, Labor is focused on a better future for Australians. Thank you.
Member for Bradfield.
In Easter this year, there will be a 3-day opera festival in the New South Wales country town of Millthorpe near Orange. It's being put together by Lyndon Terracini, who's formerly the Artistic Director of Opera Australia. He's secured sponsorship from the billionaire Japanese businessman and arts patron Haruki Honda, the same man who has long sponsored Opera on the Harbour, one of Lyndon's signature initiatives in his previous role. And the festival in Millthorpe will feature the Ku-ring-gai Philharmonic Orchestra, much loved in my electorate of Bradfield and featuring many talented musicians who have day jobs. Lyndon Terracini was recently interviewed and he said this, quotes, "I wanted to start modestly this year and I haven't applied for any government funding," close quotes. As a former arts minister, I love that attitude, just like I love the Craven Creek Music Festival, organised by Greg Lindsay, former director of the Centre for Independent Studies, near Gloucester in country New South Wales, typically held in the second half of the year. I went last year and loved it. Great music at events organised by great Australians, no government handouts involved. So Google them, Handel Opera at Millthorpe and Craven Creek Music Festival. Get yourself some tickets, you won't regret it. These are terrific events in wonderful parts of country Australia, organised by very distinguished Australians. I congratulate them both, and there's going to be some great music.
Member for Fraser.
Thank you. There was once a fable of a king who sought advice from his economic advisers. The original advice came in at 87 volumes of 600 pages each. Understandably, he asked for simpler advice, executing half of his economists at each iteration. The last surviving economist distilled all of the advice to just 8 words: there is no such thing as a free lunch. While as an economist I can understand the appeal of executing so many economic advisors, the real lesson from this story is that someone always pays. Peter Dutton's free lunch policy flies in the face of these wise 8 words. In this case, it's workers who will end up paying for their bosses' lunches. Not only is this policy misleading in using the word free, it is unfair in who bears the burden. In addition, it's a remarkable step away from responsible economic management. The government has delivered 2 surpluses while delivering targeted cost of living measures. Those opposite voted against those targeted, responsible, important measures, calling them sugar hits. Many households would have been more than $7,000 worse off if they had had their way. But now the opposition has cynically brought forward a measure that's uncosted, but that has been estimated could cost the bottom line over $10 billion. If responsible cost of living measures are sugar hits, free lunches for their CEOs will have very rich desserts. Free lunches for bosses, fantastic, great move, well done, Angus.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to remind you, you must always use correct titles when referring to members in this House. That's a reminder for everyone. Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to address a scandalous claim by WA Premier Roger Cook that I lied about the widespread fishing bans of his contentious South Coast Marine Park. On January 24, Mr Cook slandered me during his whistle-stop tour of Albany, where he is scrambling to save the state seat. Recently, I wrote to Environment Minister Rhys Whitby asking him to rule out a westward expansion of the marine park from Bremer Bay to Albany and Cape Leeuwin. He replied that he has no plans to extend the fishing bans. This is after 4 years of Labor attacking the fishing, farming and forestry industries on which Albany and other South Coast communities rely. Based on Labor's record, I take those weasel words with a generous grain of sea salt. In Albany, before the 2021 state election, former Premier Mark McGowan claimed 7 times in one press conference that abolishing regional representation in WA's upper house was not on his agenda. Yet one of his first acts on re-election was dumping regional representation. This is why my constituents do not trust Labor's plans or agendas, and why I'm calling on Premier Cook to give an ironclad guarantee that Labor's current fishing bans will not extend further. I stand with Shadow Environment Minister Neil Thompson, who will move a disallowance motion to reverse these bans when Parliament resumes after the March state election.
Member for Reid.
The Leader of the Opposition has had all summer to think up something to help families with cost of living, because he's opposed all the measures we've introduced, opposed $300 energy bill relief, opposed tax cuts for all Australians, opposed cheaper medicines. So what is his bright idea to help ordinary Australians? And colleagues, it's a doozy. His bright idea is to get workers to help pay for their boss's lunch. A policy as out of touch as it is reckless, costing the budget between $1.6 billion to $10 billion a year. Those opposite are famous for saying, if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. So what does the Leader of the Opposition value? It certainly isn't Medicare, because when he was Health Minister, he gutted Medicare and tried to introduce a GP tax. It certainly isn't workers, because let's remember those opposite had low wages as a deliberate design feature of their policies. Shame. So what does he value? Workers paying for bosses to take long lunches. The Leader of the Opposition was out of touch and reckless as Health Minister. He continues to be out of touch and reckless, and he should never lead this country.
Hear. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, like so many in this place, I wasn't born here, but I learnt some truths about our sacred stories. And there's no more important sacred story than the War Memorial up the road. And it was appropriate that both sides of politics were there last night. I also learnt an important truth about that place, that service is not defined by ancestry, but marked by duty, courage and sacrifice. We are a multicultural society, and it's important to note that there are pages of that story that include multicultural Australians, and many who weren't born here are on that memorial, giving up all their tomorrows for our today. So that's why I was so pleased to see us announce as a coalition that we will fund a memorial sculpture in Box Hill to acknowledge the pages of that story written by Chinese Australians, including Billy Singh in World War I, including Flying Officer George Fong in World War II, including Peter Leifman, a good friend of mine who served in Vietnam, and contemporary conflicts served by Grange Chung. The memorial sculpture will be in Box Hill, and while the Prime Minister is here and the Defence Minister are here, it's also important to note that service is not defined by politics either. Who you vote for was irrelevant to me as a platoon commander. It's irrelevant to the names on that memorial. And I plead with the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister, it would be wonderful if you matched that commitment and we celebrated it together.
Member for Swan.
Deputy Speaker, when Australia's lowest paid workers asked for a $1 pay rise, our Prime Minister said absolutely. When aged care workers asked for a pay rise, did we back them? Yes. Absolutely. When early childhood educators said that they wanted a pay rise, did we back them? Absolutely. Now wages are up and inflation is down and unemployment is low. Meanwhile, did the Liberals back an increase for Australian minimum wage workers? No. Did the Liberals back aged care workers? No. Did the Liberals back childcare workers? No. Do we have anything on the menu? Well, it took the Liberals all summer to come up with this policy nugget or potato gem. Tax-free lunches for bosses. This would be a $1.6 billion tax-paid feast. Gosh, it better taste good at that price. What'd be on the menu? Lobster, caviar, truffles. If every big boss took this up, it would cost taxpayers $10 billion. Not many childcare workers, aged care workers or minimum wage workers at those lunches. This is a Liberal policy for the big bosses at the top end of town. When the big bosses and the Liberals graze, the public purse pays. Aussies know there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 12 January 2025 of Robert Charles Grant Sercombe, a member of this House for the division of Maribyrnong from 1996 to 2007. As a mark of respect to the memory of Bob Sercombe, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I inform the House that the member for Kennedy has been prevented from joining us today by the floods in North Queensland. These devastating floods are record-breaking and are set to become the worst floods in the area since 1967. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the severity of the situation the people of North Queensland are facing, as well as the absence of our colleagues, the member for Kennedy. I know we wish them all safe harbour, and we thank those working tirelessly to keep communities safe. Earnestly, we all hope that conditions will ease. Give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I join with you, and I'm sure I speak for every member of this House when I say that we are thinking of all those Australians battling natural disasters. I note the member for Kennedy, the comments that you've made. I spoke with Bob late on Sunday night and again yesterday. I note that the member for Herbert is also appropriately absent from the chamber, and the member for Dawson as well, and that Senator Jenny McAllister, the Minister for Emergency Services, is on the ground there. I've spoken with Premier Crisafulli today, yesterday, and and indeed on Saturday, and discussed with him indeed last week what was heading that way. I do want to take the opportunity to offer our condolences to the families and friends of the woman who tragically lost her life in the floodwaters near Ingham on Sunday. I received a briefing at the national headquarters here in Canberra yesterday morning, and one of the things about this country is when you have a briefing and there's flooding and massive torrential rain in the north, but extraordinary heat waves in southern Australia, you do realise the extent of danger that we represent, and the fact that we could have more than one type of natural disaster at once really places strain. I do want to give a shout out to all those emergency services personnel who are working at this time, whether they be through our national NEMA or whether they be through the state authorities, the volunteers through the SES. But also, one of the things I discussed with the Premier was people door knocking, door to door, to make sure people are alerted and people were evacuated there in Townsville as well. Some places in northern Queensland have recorded 500 mils of rain in a 24-hour period. Rising floodwaters are inflicting devastation on homes and communities. Thousands have had to evacuate. And I want to assure the House that in this challenging time we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Queensland Government and with every Queenslander. Military helicopters have been deployed. We have now 3 helicopters at the disposal of the Commonwealth. One of those is in Queensland, one is in Victoria dealing with fires, and one is in South Australia dealing with fires. But in addition to that, there are 4 military helicopters that have been made available. 2 based from Townsville and 2 based in Oakey. And I thank the Defence Minister, as always, for the fact that the defence community come on board when it is needed. We have indicated that we, of course, will provide whatever assistance is requested, and already some of the emergency payments have kicked in as well. And one of the reasons why Minister McAllister is basing herself there is to see firsthand what is happening. Can I say as well, Mr Speaker, that heat waves, of course, can also be incredibly dangerous. And yesterday, tragically, a woman lost her life at Mount Augustus when her vehicle became bogged and she left her car to try and walk back to the tourist park, where the temperature was in the high 40s. This is just a tragedy, and our thoughts are with her loved ones at the time of grief. There are bushfires of concern burning in Victoria, Tasmania, southern Western Australia and South Australia. The beautiful Grampians, of course, has already been badly affected by fires over summer, and I rang the member for Wannon during that period as well and had a discussion with him before I visited with Minister McAllister in between Christmas and New Year. And I know that that the local member was very active in engaging with those communities at that time, where I visited the Horsham Incident Control Centre with the Premier Allen, but also we flew over the fire-affected areas and met with the volunteers. It says something, though, about the Australian spirit that at this point in time there are volunteers from Queensland. Even though there's an event in Queensland, there are volunteers helping out with firefighting in southern Australia at this time. And when I was at Horsham, I met people from Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia, as well as Tasmania, who are all volunteering there. I thank everyone for the bravery and kindness that you are showing, and this is a difficult time. We will remain vigilant. The Commonwealth will continue to offer whatever support is necessary, and I know that we do that on a bipartisan basis as a national government as well. And I'll continue to engage particularly with the Queensland Premier about what is required there, and we've already had some discussion about the need to build back better in a couple of cases rather than just repeat some of the mistakes of the past as well, and we'll engage constructively on all of those issues.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, thank the Prime Minister for his update. And his words of support, in particular for those in North Queensland who are in a very desperate situation yet again. Almost 1,200 mil of rain since Saturday is quite an astounding event, and not the first time people in North Queensland have faced this sort of an onslaught of the weather, and the tropics always provide heavy rainfalls, but for many families they've been displaced again. And to all of those who have been involved in the first responder response to this event, particularly, as the Prime Minister points out, the emergency service workers, wonderful volunteers in our community who would be devastated by the loss of the 63-year-old lady in Ingham when the dinghy flipped as they were trying to provide support to a community, and they would be truly in a state of complete flux because they go in to help people and they change people's lives, they save people, and they provide a safe haven, and for this outcome they will be devastated. So our thoughts and our prayers are with everybody in North Queensland. At the moment I've had a number of conversations with colleagues, obviously as the Prime Minister pointed out, member for Herbert, who has his sleeves rolled up again, has been out door knocking and providing support to his local community, as has Andrew Wilcox in Mackay, and Bob Catter obviously does a great job in his community as well. As the Prime Minister points out, we're a land of great contrasts, and over the break I was with the member for Wannon and the member for Mallee in the Grampians looking at the devastation there that families faced in those small businesses in those communities. We met with the firefighters and the Royal Fire Brigade and the work that they were doing. As a country, thank goodness we have these people who are prepared to sacrifice, in some cases, their own homes and livelihoods to keep their communities safe. And the work that is underway in North Queensland at the moment, not just the response to the initial devastation, but to the clean-up will be quite phenomenal. And we offer on a bipartisan basis to the Prime Minister whatever support is required to help those people through their darkest hour. I might just say, on a final note, in a very sort of Australian iconic scene, I had a photo sent through from friends in Townsville before who have sort of a small patch of grass left just at the backyard. The floodwaters have almost inundated the home, and on that grass stands about 60 kangaroos who have sought refuge from the rising floodwaters, and it shows the many aspects to the devastation of the environment, the community, and the lives of those people, and the disruption to them, and the schools that are closed, etc., etc. There's a lot of work ahead to help rebuild that part of the world, and we stand ready to provide that support to them.
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present a revised ministry list that includes the changes to the ministry made by the Governor-General on 20 January and new representative arrangements. I understand the document will be included in the votes and proceedings in Hansard.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. For the information of honourable members, I table a revised shadow ministry list reflecting changes announced on the 25th of January 25.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under this weak Albanese Labor government, interest rates have increased 12 times, energy bills have risen by $1,000, living standards have collapsed, 27,000 businesses have gone insolvent, and we're in a record-breaking household recession. Will the Prime Minister now apologise for promising Australians they would be better off and admit that they can't afford another 3 years of this weak Albanese Labor government?
Give the call. Order. Members on my right will cease interjection immediately. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, when we came to office, real incomes were going backwards, inflation was going up, rising, had a 6 in front of it, and indeed we had people's living standards going backwards. And we had deficits, a $78 billion deficit that we inherited in the March 2022 budget. But let's go through the figures of then and now that is raised by the Leader of the Opposition. Inflation in that March 2022 quarter was
Member for
2.1%. In the quarter that has just passed, headline was 0.2 and underlying was 0.5. Inflation was 2.4 on an annual basis, under the 2 to 3 range that the RBA aimed for, in the bottom half of that range. That was achieved without seeing the massive spike in unemployment that we have seen in comparable economies. Unemployment is 4%, up from 3.9 to 4 on the latest figures. So what we have seen also is that wages have increased 4 quarters in a row. So inflation up, wages down, unemployment low. That is what has been achieved through the hard work of Australians. We also have received during that period 2, not 1 but 2, budget surpluses, back-to-back surpluses. Now those opposite didn't worry about inflation. At a time where you had that inflation rising, interest rates had begun to rise, what was their response to the March 2022 budget? That produced a $78 billion predicted deficit and deficits each year all the way through. His debut.
Order. Order. Members on my right. The manager, has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The manager is entitled to raise a point of order and he shall do so now.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister was asked a question about his promise to make Australians better off. That cannot stray into opposition policy or the previous government by definition, because it's from the date of your promise to now and whether Australians are better off.
Order. The Treasurer and the Minister for Housing. Just because someone makes a point of order is not the cue to give a running commentary. The manager is entitled to raise a point of order and he's done so, and I'll hear from the Leader of the House on the point of order.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, I'm not sure if he actually said what the point of order was on, but if he was referring to direct relevance, you look at the terms of that question and the Prime Minister is clearly relevant to it.
I read the room that the member for Deakin was raising on a point of relevance. The question was also phrased around admitting families being better off now than they were. So if the Prime Minister is being directly relevant about figures and numbers, particularly about what he was asked about, he is being directly relevant, but he's got 30 seconds to make sure he remains directly relevant.
I'm asked to compare and contrast, and that's what I'm doing, Mr Speaker, and I'll make this point as well. If they had their way, there wouldn't be cheaper medicines. If they had their way, it wouldn't be cheaper childcare. If they had their way, there wouldn't have been any rebates on energy bills. If they had their way, there wouldn't be tax cuts for every taxpayer. And we now know that they've come up with a cost of living plan, but it's just not for workers. It's that workers should pay for some of their mates to have lunch.
Order. The Prime Minister's time has concluded. We'll hear from the member for Newcastle.
Thanks, Speaker. My questions to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management helping in the fight against inflation? And are there any approaches that would leave people worse off?
Great question.
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Newcastle for her wonderful work and for her question. Australians together made very welcome and encouraging progress in the fight against inflation, and we saw that in the numbers last week, which were better than expected and better than forecast. Headline inflation is 2.4% in the bottom of the half of the Reserve Bank's range. Underlying inflation came down as well. It's now in the low threes on both fronts. That is the lowest we've seen for some years. Now, there's more to do, Mr Speaker. We know that because people are still under pressure. But the progress that we have delivered has been substantial and it has been sustained. As the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, when we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising, real wages were falling, and there was a mountain of Liberal debt. And under this Prime Minister, inflation is down, wages are up, Unemployment is low. We've delivered 2 budget surpluses. We've got the debt down and we've rolled out cost of living relief at the same time. And that's what it means to manage the economy in a responsible and methodical way. Now, I'm asked about alternatives, Mr Speaker, but it's been almost 3 years now, and those opposite are yet to come up with any costed, coherent or credible policies on the economy. All we've got from them is lower wages for workers and longer lunches for bosses, with the taxpayers to foot the bill, Mr Speaker. He wants workers to pay for bosses' lunches, and he will smash the budget in the process. Now, this is the only kind of policy that could have been agreed at the tail end of a very long lunch, Mr Speaker. You can imagine them sitting around with the blue teeth and the soy sauce on the tie, coming up with the big ideas, Mr Speaker, and either they didn't know how much it cost when they announced the policy, or they didn't want Australians to know. They have refused to come clean on the costs of their long lunch policy or what they will cut to pay for that policy. And there's a pattern here. On Sunday, the Leader of the Opposition was asked about whether there'd be cuts in the budget. He said there would be, but he wouldn't tell the Australian people until after the election. Now, this is the very real risk posed by this Leader of the Opposition. If he had his way on tax cuts and wages and energy bills, Australians would already be thousands of dollars worse off, and they'd be worse off still if he wins. And that's what makes this decision that Australians will make this year a very important decision and a very stark choice. Between an opposition focused on cuts and conflict and culture wars who would make people worse off and take Australia backwards, or a Prime Minister and a Labor government helping with the cost of living, making progress on inflation, managing the economy responsibly and building Australia's future.
Call to the Shadow Treasurer.
My question is to the Treasurer. Treasurer, unlike small businesses, big businesses like Coles and Woolworths and Qantas can cater in-house in their corporate boardrooms and do so as a tax deduction. How much does this cost the budget?
No. Groundhog Day, we're going to reset. I'm dealing with it. I'm resetting the rules yet again. Members on my right, I think it's pretty clear my position after these years. Questions are going to be heard in silence. You mightn't like the content. I'm sure the opposition doesn't like some of the answers either. But we are going. The Leader of the Opposition is going to cease interjecting because so out of courtesy for the Shadow Treasurer, he'll begin his question again. And it's really simple for members on my right. If you interject, you won't hear the question. The Shadow Treasurer, order. The Shadow Treasurer has the call.
Treasurer, unlike small businesses, big businesses like Coles and Woolworths and Qantas can cater in-house in their corporate boardrooms and do so as a tax deduction. How much does this cost the budget?
Oh, I forgot about...
Order. The member for Hume, we've asked the question. Order. The member for Cooper will leave the chamber under 94A. We're not having interjections before someone begins their answer. Completely disrespectful. The Treasurer has the call.
Oh, Mr Speaker, I was sitting there hoping that they'd double down on this policy, and it turns out that they have, and I couldn't be happier about that, Mr Speaker, if I'm honest with you. Now, Mr Speaker, 2 points about the Shadow Treasurer's question. First of all, only the Liberal and National parties could see taxpayers and workers funding between $1.6 billion and $10 billion to shout their boss's lunch as an issue of fairness. Only those opposite could see that as an issue of social justice, Mr Speaker, and an issue of fairness. The second point I would make is this, Mr Speaker. The nerve of these characters, on a day when they've been sprung not releasing the cost of their own policy, jumping up and asking about the costing on a policy which has been long-standing, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, the reason that the Shadow Treasurer is losing his cool again, just like he did when the good inflation numbers came out, is
Order. Members on my right. The manager on the point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's on relevance. The Treasurer was asked for a number. Has he had it costed? If he doesn't, he should sit down.
Order. Leader of the House on the point of order.
Mr Speaker, the question went to the capacity of a business to claim on lunches. That's the concept that the question went to, and that's exactly what the Treasurer is referring to.
Yeah.
A question can't demand that it can only be answered in a particular way. A question simply has to be relevant to it.
The question was a tight question. It was about a number, and I appreciate the Shadow Treasurer would like an exact figure, would perhaps like a direct answer. Order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition yelling at me is not helping this situation. I can't make, under the standing orders, the Treasurer give the figure that you would like. What I can do is make sure he is being directly relevant, so that is not straying into opposition policy, that is not moving into alternative approaches, because he wasn't asked about those. But I'll order. So I'll hear from the manager.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And just for the avoidance of doubt, we don't necessarily demand a number, as you suggest, but what we do ask is that the Treasurer is directly relevant to whether he has had it costed.
Yeah. Order. The manager is entitled to state of, and the Leader is entitled to respond to it if he wishes. Okay, so we're all in agreement, which is good. Thank you, Manager. We're just going to have to make sure the Treasurer is directly relevant to the question he was asked about, which means he can comment about aspects of the question, and if he wishes to give the number, perhaps he shall do so. He has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The only party in this parliament proposing to change the arrangements for tax breaks for long lunches is the opposition. And that's why it is the costing before the parliament today. And the reason that we have highlighted, Mr Speaker, the costings that those opposite fail to provide is because when they don't come clean on the costs, it means they won't come clean on the cuts. That is the point I'm making, Mr Speaker. Now, we have chosen to support small businesses in a much more responsible way, and the way that we're...
The Treasurer will resume his seat, so the Leader of the Opposition will be... Order. The Minister will cease rejecting. The Leader of the Opposition on a further point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You gave a very definite direction to the Treasurer. It was a tight question. He was asking about the existing policy, what the cost to the budget is of that policy, which allows Qantas to have a boardroom lunch worth thousands of dollars and for that lunch to be deductible, a lunch that the Prime Minister or the Treasurer could attend or perhaps have in the past.
Resume your seat. The Leader of the Opposition is now abusing standing orders. It is not another opportunity under the standing orders to simply get up and make a statement. He knows that. Nice try, but he won't be doing that anymore during question time. Equally so, the Treasurer, if he's not going to be directly relevant, he cannot talk about opposition policy. He needs to refer to the question he was asked. Otherwise, I shall sit him down. So the Treasurer, in continuation, for 1 minute 25.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The reason that number is not in the budget is because we're not changing the arrangements. That's the point that I'm making. The only change that's being proposed is the change being proposed by those opposite. Now, Mr Speaker, we are supporting small businesses in a more responsible way, with help with energy bills that they opposed, with an instant asset tax write-off that they tried to hold up in the Senate, with help for cyber security and with competition policy and in other ways. Now, Mr Speaker, I know that they are terribly embarrassed today because they couldn't hand in their homework. They either didn't know or wouldn't say how much their policy costs. We've done their homework for them. The policy that they are trying to inflict on the Australian people would have workers shout lunches for their bosses and would smash a $10 billion hole up to in the budget as a consequence.
The call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What work is the Labor government doing to address the challenges of today while working to continue to build for the future? Are there any alternative approaches that would leave Australians worse off?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bendigo for both elements of her question. And we do begin 2025 with new reasons for optimism about the road ahead. Inflation is going down, wages are going up, and unemployment is low. The world has thrown a lot of challenges at us, and we know that it has been difficult with financial pressure on households, and we know that many households are still under financial pressure, which is why there is more to do. But what we've done is manage the economy responsibly while providing cost of living relief. Tax cuts, cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, energy bill relief, back-to-back budget surpluses. And these are the strong foundations that we've laid as we tackle those immediate challenges, but as we navigate these turbulent seas, we've always had our eye on the horizon as well. So we deliberately have designed a range of the measures so that they address cost of living pressures whilst creating the conditions for building Australia's future. Investing in free TAFE lowers costs for people, 600,000 of them, whilst giving them the skills that they need and employers the skilled workforce that they need going forward. Fully funding all of our schools that we aim to do. 6 out of 8 states signed up, making a difference as well. The childcare policy, including the 3 guarantee for childcare, is about building Australia's future. Wiping 20% of student debt, making sure that we strengthen Medicare through our 87 urgent care clinics after we promised 50 at the last election. Meanwhile, I'm asked about alternatives. Well, the Leader of the Opposition is out there talking about economic surgery. Now, on Insiders, just on Sunday, he confirmed that massive cuts are coming. But he won't tell Australians what they are until after the election. He wants you to vote for them, and then there'll be cuts coming after the election. He wants to put the whole country under the knife, but he won't tell you what he's cutting until after the operation. Well, we know that already on top of their opposition of all of our cost of living measures, the only policy that they have put forward, the only policy they've come up with, is for every taxpayer to fund a free lunch that those opposite have now doubled down on today. Doubled down on.
Order.
So we're
Member
thinking outside the box, they're thinking inside the lunchbox. That is their policy as they go forward. Now we will continue to provide cost of living relief while continuing to strengthen the economy. Those opposite.
The call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 1 in 3 big corporations in this country pays no tax, $0 tax. But meanwhile, people can't afford basics like going to the dentist. Why does a nurse from Coburg North pay more tax than a multinational corporation? Why won't you make big corporations pay tax to get dental into Medicare so that in this wealthy country of ours, everyone can get the health care they need?
Yeah. Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Melbourne for his question. That goes to tax policy, but also goes to health policy as well. And on tax policy, in spite of his general observation, the truth is that many big companies do pay considerable amounts of tax and revenue that is then used to fund health and education. But one of the things that we did around about this time last year, and the member for Melbourne will recall those opposite saying that they would oppose it, absolutely, and then they would roll it back before they said that we should call an election at this time last year, even though actually the Constitution doesn't allow that to happen, but we won't worry about that. They said we should call an election. They were so hostile to nurses and other workers benefiting. Now, what we did was we took the tax cuts that were primarily aimed at the top end and we redistributed those to people on low incomes, but targeted particularly middle Australia, because we understood that they were under financial pressure. So we delivered the change through this parliament, and those opposite don't talk about that anymore. They said they would reverse it. They said they would reverse it and reinstate those tax cuts for the high end, and we await a policy at some stage, apart from their free lunch policy, and we await the costings of them apart from their nuclear policy. But I'm asked also about healthcare, and we understand that provision of healthcare and universal healthcare is so important. That is why we tripled the bulk billing incentive. That is why we've opened 87 urgent care clinics. That is why we're concentrating on what our system is, which is primarily responsible for primary health care, because we understand that that's the way as well that you take pressure off emergency departments and enable people to get the health care that they need. And that stands in stark contrast to the record of the Leader of the Opposition, who of course wanted a GP tax every time people visited a doctor, wanted a tax every time people visit a hospital, ripped $50 billion out of the hospital system. We on this side of the House will always look to do more when it comes to healthcare. We will look at sensible ways of being able to move forward, because we understand how important that is. And it's one of the great divides in Australian politics. On the weekend we celebrated the 41st birthday of Medicare, proudly created by Labor, always strengthened by Labor.
Before I call the member for Hawke, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are musicians from the Australian National Academy of Music, who've been performing at Parliament House today, and also Christopher, Caitlin and Tia, who are here today representing the Employment Youth Advisory Group. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to cut student debt? What has been the response to these reforms? Are there approaches that would leave students worse off?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the hirsute member for Hawke for his question. Mr Speaker, if you want a good example of the difference between Labor and Liberal, then this is it. We're cutting HECS debt for 3 million Australians, and they want to cut the cost of lunch for bosses. That's it in a nutshell. We've already cut HECS debt by more than $3 billion for 3 million Australians. We passed those laws late last year, and over Christmas the ATO made this change, cutting the debt of 3 million Australians. But there's more to do, and there's more that we will do. If we win the next election, we will cut all student debts by a further 20%. That means that somebody with an average HECS debt today of 27 grand will see that debt cut by more than $5,000. And if they've got a HECS debt of 50 grand, then that'll be cut by $10,000. That's a lot of help for a lot of young people just out of uni, just getting started. And what do you think the Liberals think of all of this? They're opposed to that.
No.
Surprise, surprise. They say that's a terrible idea. They think it's a terrible idea that we should cut the debt of Aussie workers and Aussie students. Well, I'll tell you what I think a terrible idea is: making these same students and workers pay for their boss's lunch. And I'll give you 1.6 billion reasons why. Because that's how much it'll cost, $1.6 billion a year, at least.
Order. The Minister will resume his seat. The Minister for Industry will cease interjecting so I can hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. It cannot be directly relevant to the question about education and HECS for the Minister to be engaging in this diatribe about the opposition.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. When the final part of the question says, are there approaches that would leave students worse off, I'm not sure how this is anything other than relevant. He's referring specifically to approaches that would leave students worse off.
I'll just deal with this, it's fine. I did hear the minister refer to the figure regarding students and, I think, teachers paying for the policy, so that is being directly relevant, but he can't have the remainder of his answer simply about opposition policy, because he wasn't asked about opposition policy. He was asked for the whole question, so he's got to make it relevant. So as long as he's talking about the alternative approaches and making it relevant to his portfolio, he's being directly relevant. But I'll listen carefully to make sure he remains relevant.
Well, here's the point that makes this relevant, Mr Speaker. We want to cut student debt by 20%. They want students and Aussie workers to pay for their bosses' lunch, and that's how that would make them worse off, to the tune of $1.6 billion a year. That's a lot of steak tartare. You know, that is a lot of lobster. And I think a lot of Australians, when they find out about this, a lot of Aussie students, a lot of Aussie workers will be pretty angry about it. But their hard-earned money has got to pay for all of this.
Member for Petrie.
And I'd say that over the next few months, as people go to cafes and restaurants, as they see someone pull out a credit card, that they've got to think to themselves, if the Liberals win the next election, then that could be them and their tax dollars having to pay for all of that. The choice at the next election, Mr Speaker, is very clear. We'll cut your debt. They want you to pay for your boss's lunch. Under the Labor Party, we'll cut your student debt by 20% to help you get started, help build Australia's future. Under the Liberal Party, they'll leave all Australians worse off, left to pick up the boss's bill.
Called order. We'll hear from the member for Hume.
My question is to the Treasurer. Treasurer, a large company can cater for a lunch with food and alcohol in its boardroom worth thousands of dollars and can claim that cost as a tax deduction. What is the cost of this tax policy to the budget?
Order. The member for Spence is warned. Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Their policy for lower wages for workers and longer lunches for bosses is a matter of fairness, but not the way that they think it is. Not the way that they think it is. And if the member for Hume wants to be the Treasurer of this country, he really should know that the numbers that he is asking for are not itemised in the budget, and that's because they are part of the tax base, and we're not proposing to change it. The only party in here proposing to make it easier for bosses to claim long lunches paid for by workers and taxpayers is those opposite, Mr Speaker. They are the only ones proposing to change these arrangements. And, Mr Speaker, I can hear him chirping away. He hasn't been this unhappy since inflation came in at the lower end of the RBA target band.
The Treasurer will pause. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek your ruling in relation to relevance and whether the Treasurer is relevant to the tight question that he was asked. The fact is that for big businesses, they can in-house cater.
Resume your seat.
Yeah,
I understand the point. But it's not a time to give your comments about what you think he should be answering with. You've raised the point of order. You've discussed it on relevance. I understand that you're entitled to understanding orders. That no member can then just say, well, what I think it should be or what he should be doing. It doesn't work that way. On a point of order.
well, on the point of order, as I say, Mr Speaker, I'm asking for your ruling in relation to whether the Treasurer is relevant to this very tight question. It goes to a measure which is in the budget. It's government policy for these big businesses to have tax deductions for lunches. How much does it cost Australian workers and taxpayers? It's a reasonable question, and it should be answered.
Order. The member for Hume. Order. We're going to hear. So, I can see this is a point of concern. The Treasurer was asked, what is the figure, what is the cost? And the Leader of the Opposition is desperate to have that. Well, if you stop talking over me, I'll deal with your point of order. So the Treasurer has said, and I've listened carefully to his answer, it's not a costed figure because it's not in the budget, or that's his answer. So you've asked a question, what is the figure, what is the answer? He's answering that. And he's saying why it's not in the budget. So he is being directly relevant. So we're just going to make sure he's being directly relevant, and it is hard for me because I'd like him to give a figure. I'd like a yes-no answer. It made my job a lot easier. But that's not the standing orders. We've all got to operate together under the standing orders, to respect the standing orders. So I'm asking ministers to respect the standing orders, and I'm asking opposition members to respect the standing orders. The Treasurer, in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate that. I can understand why they don't want to talk about the costings of their own policy. From our point of view, we have not changed the policy. That's why there's not a costing of a new measure in the budget, and that's what makes the situation they're asking me about very different to the mess that the member for Hume has made of this costing. We tried to warn the opposition leader that if he put this bloke in charge of the costings, it would go bad, and it turns out it did.
The call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How are Medicare urgent care clinics making it easier for Australians to see a doctor after a decade of cuts and neglect? What proposals will make it harder to see a doctor and leave people worse off?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Lyons, not just for his question but for terrific service over the last 9 years in this place. He remembers that at the last election we promised 50 urgent care clinics across Australia, and we've delivered 87 of them, open 7 days a week, extended hours for walk-in patients, Mr Speaker. Already they've seen more than 1.1 million patients, 1 in 3 of them kids under 15, 1 in 3 of them seen over the weekend, but every single one of them fully bulk billed, Mr Speaker. And the member for Lyons and the Tasmanian Government, must be said, argued strongly for a clinic to be opened in Bridgewater, north of Hobart, Mr Speaker, and I was delighted to visit that clinic with the Minister for Agriculture and the terrific Rebecca White in early December in its first couple of weeks of operation. And already it is making a real difference to that community, Mr Speaker. One member of that community, Hayley, said online, she said, "I took my son here for an injury in December. He was seen by the nurse and treated by the doctor within an hour of arriving. Certainly better than waiting in the Royal Hobart for 8 hours, Mr Speaker." And that's the point. That's the point. Not just delivering high-quality urgent care in the community, but also relieving pressure off local emergency departments. But while this is making a real difference, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister and I have both said that we do need to do more to keep strengthening Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect. But we also know that all of this progress, like urgent care clinics, is under threat from the Leader of the Opposition, who has opposed all of our investments in Medicare. On Sunday, he quite openly said that if elected as Prime Minister, he would go about cutting services. He just would not fess up about which ones. Well, we know, Mr Speaker, that he'll go after Medicare, because that's exactly what he did when he last had the chance as Health Minister, when he famously said there were, in his opinion, too many free Medicare services. That must be why they describe free urgent care clinics as wasteful spending, Mr Speaker. Well, we can have no doubt. Under a Dutton-led government, the urgent care clinics will close, and hundreds of thousands of Australians like Hayley and her son and others will be forced back into waiting hours upon hours in crowded emergency departments. And for what, Mr Speaker? Not just because they've never really supported Medicare, but because this man favours long lunches on the taxpayer dime over free urgent care. This man has to find $600 billion for his nuclear power stations instead of investing in health. And that is why Australians are never going to trust this man with Medicare.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, by what percentage has the cost of food increased since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. And indeed it goes to cost of living and it goes to inflation. And what we know is that inflation is now at 2.4%, less than in the bottom half of what the Reserve Bank range of 2 to 3% their target range is. And we know that when we were elected, it had a 6 in front of it. And of course the price of all goods and services feed into those inflationary figures, Mr Speaker. We know as well that the underlying rate is down to 3.2. And we know as well that the response of those opposite has been to never be more upset than when inflation was going down. Never be more upset. They went out there.
The Prime Minister
will
resume his seat for a moment, and the Deputy Leader will raise a point of order.
My point of order is on relevance, Mr Speaker, and the Prime Minister appears to be in some parallel universe. These figures are readily available. It's a question about the increase in the percentage rate by percentage rate of the cost of food since Labor was elected.
Order. The Minister for the Environment, the Leader of the Opposition, is just going to cease their helpful remarks. The Prime Minister was asked once again during question time for a specific figure, for a number, for a fact, a figure. If the Prime Minister wishes to release that figure or perhaps wants to talk about the topic regarding the impact on that figure, which inflation would be a relevant impact, he can't talk about other things that aren't relative to the question. It was a very short question. There's not a lot of scope for the Prime Minister to go wide range here, but so far, with talking about inflation and talking about the impact that that's having on the question, I think anyone would agree is directly relevant. So just ask the Prime Minister to continue to make sure he's directly relevant.
We understand that inflation has an impact on households. That's why we have acted. That's why we've acted to make sure that inflation is brought down. That's why, in addition, we've taken action against supermarkets, including the mandated code of conduct that we have brought in. That is why, across the board, we are taking action on cost of living. That is what our government has been focused on. And the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, along with the rest of her team, has opposed all of the cost of living measures that we have put in place. And in addition to that, one of the things that has helped to bring prices down and bring inflation down is the fact that we turned a $78 billion Liberal deficit into a $22 billion Labor surplus, and backed that up with a second surplus. So whether it's cost of living relief, whether it be action against supermarkets...
The Prime Minister... Well, the Deputy Leader, I will, out of courtesy, give her the call.
Mr Speaker, I seek your ruling as to whether the Prime Minister is in order with his remarks, following your earlier directing him back to the question.
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, two things. One, members can rise on a point of order. This concept of rising on a ruling is not anywhere in the standing orders. Secondly, when we're talking about food prices, I don't know in what universe action on supermarkets is not directly relevant to that.
There's only one point of order allowed. If you're not happy with the way I've handled a situation, any member can take action then. But to simply come back in the future and go, can you further clarify a minute later what your decision was, well, that's not practical and that's not common sense. And no Speaker has had to deal with that before. So we're just going to make sure that the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. I was listening to, before he was interrupted, about supermarkets or impacts. So yes, I can appreciate it's a short question and you want a number and you want a figure. As long as he's being directly relevant, we've got to make sure that everyone follows the standing orders. The Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. So we have had a multifaceted approach to this. We have sought to bring inflation down through a range of measures by ensuring that our cost of living support is also having a downward impact on inflation. In addition to that, we've had stronger action against supermarkets to make sure that instead of having a voluntary code of conduct where they all just sit around and voluntarily, which is what we inherited from those opposite, we've introduced a mandated code of conduct. And the third, which they voted against, I'm reminded. So we'll continue to take action to help Australians. Those opposite will continue to, and I'm reminded that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition was very strong in opposing tax cuts for low and middle income earners and said...
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. So I can hear from the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations. What does recent evidence show about how the Albanese Labor government's wage increases are helping Australians with the cost of living? And what threatens these pay rises which would leave people worse off?
Call to the Leader of the House and the Minister representing the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Gilmore. Every worker in the electorate of Gilmore is earning more and keeping more of what they earn because the member for Gilmore is there. It's a year since the Prime Minister made clear that we wanted workers to earn more and keep more of what they earn. Those opposite are opposed to both ideas. But since that time, we have now had real wages growth for 4 quarters in a row. Wages are now going up, inflation is going down, and there are more jobs. The Leader of the Opposition confessed on the weekend that he'll make huge cuts but won't say what they'll be till after the election. We already knew about $350 billion in cuts, another $600 billion to pay for his nuclear scheme. But we now know as well as to where those cuts might come from. Now, he says he'll tell us after the election where the cuts might come from, but you can start to get a hint in terms of what they've voted against. And there's plenty they've voted against where you can see what are they likely to do next time, because last time he was in office, they had low wages growth as a deliberate design feature of their management of the Australian economy. And so every measure that we have put forward to get wages moving, they have opposed. The minimum wage has gone up nearly $150 a week in this term of government. Guess how long it took them to reach the same figure? Their entire term of government. Their entire wasted decade it took them to get to the level that we have had the increase in one term. You meet people working in supermarkets now being paid $11.56 more an hour. You meet meat workers and being paid the extra because there's bargaining laws that they opposed. You'll meet meat workers in Queensland. Pay rises that have been up to 42% because of same job, same pay, which they voted against, and if they get the chance, those wages will be cut. Coal miners in New South Wales, pay rises where they were being underpaid, now fixed because of same job, same pay, between $15,000 and $35,000 a year. Pay rises which they say they voted against and they say they would get rid of if they had the chance. Now, as I meet these workers around the country, they'll all say they want their pay rises. They'll all say they wanted their tax cut. I'm yet to meet one who says, "But can you please make sure I can pay for the boss's lunch?" It's not something that's being demanded. It's something none of them want that, but they know that this Leader of the Opposition would freeze wages. He would cut wages. He'd spend billions of dollars on long lunches for the boss, and they know that under him they'd be worse off.
Call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under this bad Labor government, Australians' living standards have collapsed by 8.7%. This is the biggest collapse on record and bigger than any other peer economy. Will the Prime Minister now apologise for promising Australians they would be better off and admit that Australians can't afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. I'm asked about the impact of policy on people's living standards. And I make this point, that if the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Treasurer had his way, Australian families would be $7,200 worse off than they are today. We inherited.
Order. The members on my left will just cease interjecting.
I'll explain it for the Shadow Treasurer. See, under you, when inflation's going up but wages are going down, people are worse off. Now inflation's going down and wages are going up. That's what lifts people up, and that is what we are achieving. We understand that we inherited a system where inflation had a 6 in front of it. We know that people were really struggling. Interest rates started to go up under them. And we know that global inflation has had an impact as well due to a range of measures, including the long tail of COVID. That is why we have taken action. That is why we produced a tax cut for every taxpayer. And without our tax cuts, 84% of taxpayers would have been worse off. Under their system that they maintained support for and they said they would go back to, 84% of taxpayers would have been worse off, and 2.9 million taxpayers wouldn't have seen a cent. Without our cheaper medicines that they opposed, Australians would have been $1 billion worse off, and the most vulnerable Australians are amongst them. Without our Medicare urgent care clinics, 1.1 million Australians wouldn't have got a free doctor's appointment. And we know why they opposed it, because the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, said that there were too many free health appointments. Medicare was bad because it was free, which is why he tried to introduce a GP tax, just as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has said that free TAFE is not valued because it's free, because you don't value it unless you pay for it. If it wasn't for us, 5.8 million extra bulk billed appointments wouldn't have happened. And importantly, to follow up on the former minister and his hard work on IR, 2.6 million award wage workers would be worse off. Would be worse off. They opposed, remember during the last campaign, that $1 an hour increase was going to destroy the entire economy. We said we absolutely would support it, as we have not once, not twice, but 3 times with consecutive minimum wage increases.
Call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief for early childhood education? Is there anything that could put this at risk and see families worse off?
Give a call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Spence for his question, because the member for Spence understands that investing in early childhood education helps workers and it helps families. We're building the foundations for a future where every single Australian child and every single Australian family can have access to good quality early education. Mr Speaker, we came into government in 2022 with a commitment to make early childhood education and care more affordable through our cheaper childcare reforms. We quickly turned that commitment into progress, with more than 1 million families benefiting from those reforms. For an Australian family earning $120,000 a year, accessing 30 hours of early learning a week, they've saved around $2,766 since September 2023. And, Mr Speaker, out-of-pocket expenses are still lower. They're lower today than what they were before our cheaper childcare reforms. That's real cost of living relief. But, of course, we know that there's more to do. And that's why we're continuing to put downward pressure on fees through our fee caps, 4.4% in the first year, 4.2% in the second year, as part of our worker retention payment. Our government has delivered a 15% pay rise for up to 200,000 early childhood education workers right across Australia, because we know that a strong and sustainable workforce is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, to a universal early learning system. That's why we've invested in it. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to say that in the short time since we've introduced that wage increase, more than 50% of services have now applied for that wage increase. And that's made a significant difference to the lives of so many early childhood workers, but also to the sector more broadly. New data just in shows that workforce vacancy rates in the early childhood sector have plummeted over the last 12 months by 22% since December 2023. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about risks, and the fact is that the Leader of the Opposition has confirmed that they will make huge cuts. but that Australians will be left in the dark as to what those cuts are until after the election. But there might be some clues into what they might be cutting in the fact that they opposed every single cost of living measure that we put forward. So we don't know what the risk is going to be, but we do know this. We do know that while this Albanese Labor government wants to see children accessing the transformational benefits of early learning, wants to see families accessing the essential services they need so that they can work or study, the Leader of the Opposition wants to see bosses getting free lunches on the taxpayer dollar.
The call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Between June 2022 and June 2024, the Australian population increased by 1.19 million, 4.4%. Over that time, Commonwealth-supported places for medicine have effectively stayed the same. With 1 in 3 GPs set to retire, the AMA has forecast a shortfall of 10,000 GPs in Australia. Will you urgently lift the number of Commonwealth-supported places to study medicine to help address the doctors' shortage in Australia?
Hear, hear. Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. As she would know, in budget 2 years ago we allocated an extra places for medical studies at university. That's something we did in consultation with the Minister for Health. That's something that's always under consideration by this government. As I've said in this chamber many times, I want more people to get a crack at going to university or go to TAFE. That's why we're making the changes that we are, whether it's making TAFE free, which the opposition are opposed to, or whether it's cutting the cost of university by cutting student debt by 20%. And in December, we released the mid-year economic update where we allocated additional funding to university to help more young people get a crack at going to university, including, and I know this is important to the member because she's contacted me on a number of occasions about young people being able to study far away from capital cities. The announcement we made yesterday around a university study hub at Kangaroo Island is a classic example of that. Extra funding to help children from poor backgrounds and from regional Australia to get the support they need, not just to start a university degree, but to finish it. Real demand-driven, needs-based funding to help more students not just start a degree, but finish it, so that we get the doctors that we need, the teachers that we need, the nurses that we need, the psychologists that we need, the social workers that we need, all of the skilled workforce that we need to build Australia's future.
Order. Call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. Minister, how does the Albanese Labor government's investments help aged care workers earn more and keep more of what they earn? But how does this compare, Minister, to other approaches which would leave people worse off?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Lingiari for her question and for her efforts to lift the standard of aged care in this country. Mr Speaker, before the last election, we promised more nurses who would be better paid in order to better care for those who need it most in this country. And we said, if elected, a Labor government would put our money where our mouth is. And we've done exactly that. $15 billion for increases to aged care workers' pay. And underneath the Albanese government, registered nurses are now taking home an additional $196 a week, or more than $10,000 a year. And personal care workers are now taking home an additional $141 a week, or $7,300 a year. And Rachel, who's a Northside home care worker who came to visit me at my mobile office in Zilmere, told me that that is having a transformative impact on workers like herself. And after 10 years, or almost 10 years, of low and stagnant wages, the car park of her workplace looked terrible. People had basically unroadworthy cars. No one could afford to fix them. But with pay raises like this, people have been able to get their cars fixed or even get more reliable cars. And that is a good thing. Mr Speaker, though, I was asked how the government's support for aged care workers compares with other approaches that would leave people worse off. And I can tell the member for Lingiari that the Coalition have never supported a pay rise for people like Rachel. And in 2019, when the now Prime Minister stood with aged care workers to back their pay rise, the Coalition railed that a $1 an hour increase would destroy the economy. And when we proposed to deliver Labor's tax cut for aged care workers, the Coalition's impulse was to call for a snap election over it. And when we decided to expand fee-free TAFE so that aged care workers could upskill without digging into their household budget, the Coalition called that wasteful spending. So if pay rises and tax cuts and affordable higher education all aren't the Coalition's priorities, Mr Speaker, I, and frankly the people I represent, have been wondering what is, and I've been keeping an ear out. So imagine my surprise when recently I heard the opposition make $1 billion promise using the exact same words. They would put their money where their mouth is. And Mr Speaker, we know where that money and where those mouths are going to end up. At a waterfront restaurant at about 11:59 a.m. on a Friday, a $10 billion plan for some sparkling mineral water and a medium rare steak and some heretofore unspecified entertainment. Mr Speaker, when we say we're putting our money where our mouth is, we mean we are delivering on a $15 billion pay rise promise for aged care workers to improve their lives and those they care for. When they say they're putting their money where their mouth is, they mean a $10 billion plan for you to shout the boss's lunch.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. On what date was the Prime Minister first advised of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. It goes to national security issues. And on national security, there are two priorities. The first priority is, of course, keeping the public safe. The second and related principle is that we engage with the Australian Federal Police and the National Intelligence Agencies. We don't go out there and brief about National Security Committee meetings. We don't discuss those details because it's an ongoing investigation.
Order.
And what you do when you have an ongoing investigation is that you take the advice of the Australian Federal Police and the ASIO Director-General. And that is precisely what I have done the whole way through. Now, the Leader of the Opposition is always made available briefings when they're requested. He has not requested a briefing at this time. He has had, he said on Sunday, that he'd had text messages with the ASIO Director-General. When asked by David Spears what was in those text messages, he quite rightly refused to say, because that's how you deal with these things. This isn't some game.
Order.
This isn't some game, and it should not be about politics. And quite frankly, it is astonishing. It is astonishing
Order. The Manager on a point of order.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. On relevance, we've asked for the date, not the detail, the date. And Premier Minns made the date clear, so I'm sure the Prime Minister's not accusing Premier Minns of having done anything improper.
The Prime Minister's being clear about the question he was asked, in particular giving reasons perhaps why he's not releasing that date. So he is being directly relevant, and it's up to him whether he chooses to release a date or he talks about the question and why that is the case. The Prime Minister has the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker. There are some people who in the past have understood why these issues are important, that we back up our national security agencies rather than seek to undermine them. And one of those was indeed quoted in February 2022 when the former government was in place. The Chair of Parliament's Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the Liberal Senator James Paterson, has rebuked the Defence Minister Peter Dutton for referencing classified information during last week's hyper-partisan brawling over national security. Of course, that was when the Leader of the Opposition was claiming both open source and other intelligence IC confirmed that Labor was somehow, according to him, Beijing's pick at the 2022 election. That, of course, was before he became pro-China just last week.
Call to the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How has the Albanese Labor government made training—
Order. Order. The same rules apply across the chamber. We're just going to ask the member for Aston to begin her question again, and she'll be heard in silence. The member for Aston has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How has the Albanese Labor government made training more affordable so Australians get the skills they need for the jobs they want? Are there any proposals for TAFE and skills for Australians that would leave them worse off?
Give a call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my friend, the member for Aston, for her question. A proud graduate of Box Hill TAFE and a proud supporter of free TAFE. She knows that the Albanese government has delivered free TAFE to almost 600,000 Australians, and that by removing financial barriers, free TAFE is helping Australians to gain skills they need and to build Australia's future. Now, the free TAFE Senate inquiry has now received dozens of submissions highlighting the positive impact of free TAFE. The Australian Nurses and Midwives Federation highlighted the case of Christy Armour, a proud Gamilaroi woman who's completed the Diploma of Nursing. And she says this: the fee-free funding has been amazing, and the money I've saved will go towards paying for my Bachelor of Nursing. Plus, studying for my diploma with TAFE Queensland means I'll knock a year off my bachelor studies. What a great story. And TAFE Directors Australia shared the story of Estelle Wiley, who's just completed a Certificate 3 in Individual Support at TAFE. And she says this: if it wasn't for fee-free TAFE, I wouldn't have been able to do the course in the first place, as I wasn't in a position to pay for training at the time. She goes on, it's pretty much set me up with a career. Again, a great story that members' officers should be listening to. And they should also think about how much students are saving. In Victoria, a student doing a diploma of nursing—
Just going to stop it with the unparliamentary remarks and mean comments. It's just unbecoming. Minister will be heard.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's think a bit more about Estelle and Christy and all of the people like them, 600,000 people who could be saving more than $17,700 doing a Diploma of Nursing in Victoria, or $5,200 doing a Cert 3 in Agriculture in Queensland. Real savings for people getting skills we need. Now, free TAFE is making a difference, and that is why we are going to make it permanent. But the Liberals call it wasteful spending. The Leader of the Opposition here says he's going to cut wasteful spending, and we know that he will cut free TAFE and make you worse off. The Shadow Assistant Minister for Education has let the cat out of the bag at the Senate inquiry when he asks, would the South Australian government continue to fund fee-free TAFE if the Commonwealth were to reduce its funding? And of course this is no wonder, because the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has said that, and I quote, it is a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. And it's not just free TAFE the Liberal Party don't value, it's public education writ large, it's Medicare, it's the NDIS, it's public hospitals. Australians will be worse off under the Liberal Party and the Leader of the Opposition, who will cut free TAFE but spend billions of dollars on long lunches for bosses. And that means there is a very clear choice at this election. The Liberals will cut free TAFE and make Australians worse off, whereas under the Albanese government, free TAFE is here to stay.
Call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister, you spoke earlier of the Queensland floods. We're seeing yet again the impacts and escalating risks of climate crisis. Over in the US, the Californian wildfires the damage will exceed $135 billion. Clearly, we cannot ensure our way out of the climate crisis. Action on preparation and resilience must occur now. Will the government commit to a roundtable to bring together construction, insurance, banking, local government, civil society to ensure better investment in climate resilience and adaptation?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Warringah for her question and for her genuine commitment to action on climate change. And the member should be pleased to know that we're doing precisely along the lines in which she asked in her question. We're developing both a national adaptation plan as well as national risk assessment as we speak. We know that the impact of climate change is meaning, whilst Australia has always had natural disasters, if you look over a period of time, they are more intense and they are more frequent, and that is occurring as we speak. We have made sure as well that we're addressing the issue of insurance availability. So we've established, for example, in one of the election commitments that we had was to establish a $200 million a year, every year, in disaster prevention and resilient projects through the Disaster Ready Fund. So that's doing things such as raising levies around Mackay. That's making sure that the cost of building bridges, for example, the discussion I spoke about earlier today, building back better so that you don't have the same bridges washed away every time there's a flood, like used to happen with the Iron-Sea River Bridge up in the Gulf country, where every time that occurred and then food and medical supplies had to be chopped into Normanton and Corumba into those communities. When I spoke to Bob Catter just this week, some of those communities in far north Queensland are cut off as we speak at the moment. So we do need to invest in those measures. We also need to invest in projects that help reduce the risk of damage to homes and businesses that will put that downward pressure on insurance premiums. When I was in Darwin on Christmas Day, one of the things that occurred with the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Cyclone Tracy, that tragedy, as Darwin was built back, it was built back to be more cyclone resilient, as opposed to what was there 50 years earlier, which just saw massive damage that could have been less had that not occurred. So we do need to invest. We also are working with insurance companies through, for example, the Hazards Insurance Partnership brings together the Australian government and the insurance sector, creating a forum so we can talk about how we can reduce those insurance premiums, because we know that it is having a real impact, and I thank the member for her ongoing interest in these very serious issues.
The call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government helping families to lower their energy bills, and what policies would make families worse off?
Order. Members on my left. Order. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for the question. And of course, the Albanese government is delivering $300 in bill relief to every single Australian household. Those opposite disparage it and they oppose it, but we know it makes a meaningful difference. But we know there's a lot more to do. And we know we need more energy in the system. And the House has heard me say before that over the decade of the coalition government, we saw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leave our grid, and that left us very exposed. And I can tell the House today, for the first time, Mr Speaker, in the first sitting day of 2025, I can tell the House that unlike the opposition, which saw 4 gigawatts leave the grid over their decade, over the last 3 years we have now seen 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy enter the grid, Mr Speaker. off under them, on under us. And that's in addition to 15 gigawatts of renewable energy as well, Mr Speaker. We know that we need more electricity for more reliability and for lower prices. Now, the member asked me what policies might see bills go up, and to be fair, the opposition's had some pretty big news as well, Mr Speaker. Just before Christmas, after a long wait, we finally saw their final nuclear policy. I wish I could tell the House it was worth the wait, but I'm afraid I have to tell the House it was an absolute Barry Crocker, Mr Speaker, of a costings document. First, in order to pretend that nuclear is cheaper, they had to assume a smaller economy. They actually said, we think the economy will be $4 trillion smaller by 2050. I mean, well done. Congratulations. I wish we'd thought of that. Less electricity costs less, Mr Speaker. That's their entire policy. If you produce 40% less electricity, maybe it's around 40% cheaper. I don't know how those geniuses came up with that, Mr Speaker. But then there are other problems. The Leader of the Opposition was out on his little interview on Sunday, which went so well, and he was asked about energy prices, and he said, well, the 44% reduction in the model delivering of an energy system, you would expect a 44% reduction or of that order being passed through in energy bill relief. So he says that's going to come off bills. Well, there's been some response to that. Dr Dylan McConnell said, and I quote in response, that's a complete misunderstanding of the coalition's own policy. He has no idea what he's talking about. Now, that's what the experts say, Mr Speaker. We know that their policy will cost $600 billion, which will have to be paid for. Paid for by bills. Paid for by cuts to services as well. $600 billion in cuts to pay for nuclear, $600 billion that Australians will pay for. That's why, Mr Speaker, the Australian people can say that they will very clearly be worse off under Dutton.
Order. The minister will refer to members by their correct title. The member for Fairfax has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and my question goes to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister provide a single example of an Australian family that has received a $275 cut to their power bill, as was promised before the last election nearly 100 times?
Order. Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Housing. The Minister for the Environment is warned. Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I note that all Australian households, including that of the honourable member, got $300 as a direct result of our government's policy.
Order. Prime Minister's concluded his answer. No. The member for Fairfax. Order. The member for Fairfax can simply not rise and start yelling across the chamber. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Why did the Albanese Labor government abolish the golden ticket visa? Is the minister aware of proposals that would undermine the integrity of our visa system?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Blair for his question. When the member for Blair refers to the golden ticket visa, it's the name that's often given to the significant investor visa. This is a visa that was abolished by this government, and abolished for very good reason, because it was not consistent with the integrity of the visa system that Australians would expect. I had thought that was a bipartisan position because of the serious national security reasons that were associated with its abolition. But over the weekend, over recent days, we've seen that once again the Leader of the Opposition didn't realise there was a boom mic overhead. And when asked about this visa, he said, not realising he was being heard, "I think we'll bring it back. Whether we do it before the election, we'll have to consider all of that." Now, there has been a response from the founder of the Magnitsky Act, Sir Bill Browder, And if those opposite want to in some way discredit someone of that esteem, I suggest they first go to the homepage of Senator Patterson. You'll find both Sir Bill Browder being praised in the Parliament, and you'll find his image on the homepage of Senator Patterson. But here's what he's had to say about this proposal, and these are all quotes. Reopening the door to organised crime. I quote again, "The types of people who have taken advantage of this in the past are often the ones you least want to have coming to your country." I quote again.
Order.
I quote again in language which I would not use, but to quote, "Australia is not such a poor country that it needs to prostitute itself to Chinese and Russian criminals." I quote again, "It's hard to imagine that it's good politics to be standing in front of the Australian people and saying we want to have potentially dodgy criminals buying their way into Australian residency and Australian passports." And one further quote, "It seems like the kind of thing that someone might be doing just for a narrow group of political contributions." When it comes to immigration policy, I suggest the Australian people don't look at what he says, but look at what he does. He opposed limiting the number of students coming in. He issued more visas than any other minister in history, and now he is wanting as policy cash for visas.
Order. Prime Minister has the call. The minister's concluded his answer. I'll call the manager on a point of order. Yeah, just Prime Minister can. We'll get to the Prime Minister, but I'll hear from the manager first.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Speaker. That was a very clear reflection on members on two occasions from the Leader of the House, and I ask that you direct him to withdraw them.
What did he say?
No order. No, we'll handle this. The Leader of the House was quoting articles. Are you talking about the remarks after the? I didn't hear what specific comment. I don't want you to repeat it.
Mr. Speaker, practice is very clear. Just by quoting somebody else's words does not mean that the Leader does not have to retract any reflection on a member, and the reflection was very clear in what he said.
What's the reflection?
Look, I think if there's the manager's entitled to raise a point of order, as any member has. My consistent policy is, if to assist the House to withdraw, but I'm unclear of what the reflection was. But order. But this is on the point of order.
The point of everything that was quoted was a description of a policy that has been proposed, and it is completely within standing orders for strong words to be used about a policy, particularly a policy that would be against national security advice.
Order. The Attorney General. Order. Yeah, we'll find a way through this. The manager on a point of order.
Now, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the Leader included a statement in the form of a quote that impugns members on this side of the House, particularly the Leader of the Opposition, and you cannot mask that under the quotes of an external party. That's very clear in practice, and I would just suggest that if the House resolves that that's not required to be withdrawn, that will be a precedent that the Opposition will assume is precedent.
Yeah. Well, this is I'm going to defer to the manager. I'm just going to get the Leader to withdraw, but I'm not sure what he's withdrawing because it's a quote. So,
to the point of order, if I may, just to assist. If I had read quotes that named the Leader of the Opposition and reflected on him, then no. If I had read quotes that named any member of this House and in that reflected directly on that person in that way, then you can't use a quote to hide behind that. I get that. Practice is quite clear. Every quotation that I have used is a reflection on the policy, a reflection on the policy that the Leader of the Opposition has advanced.
Yeah. Order. Order. Members on my right, we're going to hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, if it helps you, and again, we're not with the proof of Hansard, but there was a statement that was made, not a quote, a statement that was made by the Minister at the end of the quotations, which did impugn character, which was offensive, and I asked him to withdraw it.
Look, to assist the House and the Leader of the House.
The term cash for visas is how the significant investor visa works. You get the visa on the basis you are bringing millions of dollars. That's how it works.
Order. Just the Leader of the Opposition, when I'm making deliberations, doesn't need to give me his full view of everything. I've done it a couple of times today and I'm not happy about it. So I'm just going to get the Leader of the House to withdraw to help the House, to assist the House. But this will have an impact going forward when other quotes are used during question time.
To assist the House, I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Order. Order. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I wish to add to an answer. Mr Speaker, I was asked a question by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition about the food prices and the figures, the latest figures, year to year to the December quarter.
Order. Order. Members on my left. No. Order. No. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Opposition is completely disrespectful. The Prime Minister is entitled to add to the answer. We're all going to hear him in silence. Prime Minister has the call.
Year to year, food and non-alcohol beverages, the latest figures are the inflation rate is 3.0. In their last year in office, it was 5.9.
What's that? Order. Order. Before I call the member for Groom, I will hear the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, a personal explanation with respect to that abuse.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
I do, by the Prime Minister just now. That was an abusive process. The Deputy
Leader may proceed.
Mr Speaker, I submit that that was an abusive process by the Prime Minister. In seeking to add to an answer, he needs to refer to the question. He did not refer to the question, and his purported adding to an answer was not relevant to the question.
That's not a personal misrepresentation. That's just getting up and saying something in the chamber, and we can't have that. Question time is not a place where you don't like something. There's standing orders for a reason. So it's a point of order. It's not a personal explanation. Now, we'll go to the member for Groom who has sought the call.
Mr Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw your attention to multiple overdue questions in writing, questions 753, 754, 755 and 765. Speaker, can I ask that you write to the Minister for Infrastructure and seek their explanation as to why they chose not to answer my questions in writing within 60 days?
I shall write to the Minister as the Standing Order provides. Pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual report of the Parliamentary Budget Office for 2023 to 2024. I also present the Auditor General's audit reports number 15 to 21 for 2024 to 2025. Details of the reports will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the collapse in Australia's living standards under this government. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, we just saw a question time where, question after question, the government refused to answer questions that Australians want to know the answer to, already know the answer to. We heard the Treasurer refuse to answer the question as to what the cost is of the tax breaks when he goes to boardroom lunches at Qantas and Woolworths and Coles. He either didn't know the answer or he doesn't want to answer the question, deputies or Mr Speaker. But I've got to tell you, the most egregious failure of all in that question time, in terms of answering questions, was from the Prime Minister himself, because he could not answer the question as to how much the cost of food has gone up for Australian families since Labor came to power. He couldn't answer that question. And yet he is out there every single day telling Australians how good they have it under his Prime Ministership. They've never had it so good, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am very happy to give the answer to that question, because food, since Labor has come to power, has gone up by 12%. 12%. But it doesn't stop there, let me tell you. It doesn't stop there, because the cost of rent has gone up by 17%. 17%, Deputy Speaker. The cost of electricity, the underlying cost of electricity, up by 32%, Deputy Speaker. There's no price reduction coming to Australians from this side of politics over there, Deputy Speaker. 32%. Gas up 36%, Deputy Speaker. Insurance and financial services up 18%, health up 10%, education up 11%, and it keeps going. It's not over yet. In fact, on Wednesday, tomorrow, we will see the Employee Living Cost Index come out. This is the cost of the items, services and goods that working families have to pay, and since Labor came to power so far, they're up by almost 18%. Almost 18%. Deputy Speaker, and we'll find out on Wednesday where that's at. But the one thing I can absolutely guarantee this parliament is it's going up, and it's going to keep going up under this government. Because the truth is, Deputy Speaker, that under this government, Australians are going backwards faster than they ever have before. We heard during question time that the standard of living of Australians has fallen by 8.7% since Labor came to power. 8.7%. And the Prime Minister and Treasurer like to tell us that it's not that bad. It's not that bad. In some kind of parallel universe, it could be worse. Well, let's look at a few parallel universes, like other countries in the world, Deputy Speaker, because it turns out that there is no peer country in the world, there is no other OECD country where it has gone down, the standard of living has gone down as much as it has in Australia. And they're the relevant measures, Deputy Speaker, the worst in the world. The worst. Australia is not used to being the worst in the world. This is not something we revel in. We like to be the best in the world, but I tell you what, when those opposite are in power, we are absolutely the worst in the world. The other comparison, the other benchmark that I think is important when we look at our standard of living is, have we ever seen this before? And since the data on standard of living was first collected, it turns out, Deputy Speaker, we have never seen a collapse in Australians' living standards like we have seen under this Labor government. Under this Labor government. Now, Deputy Speaker, they are numbers. But what really counts is what we see on the ground. And every member of the opposition is out on a regular basis in their communities talking to people and seeing the pain of Australians under this government. I was in Queanbeyan just yesterday with our wonderful candidate for Eden Monaro, Joe van der Plat, and we were with Father Michael at St Benedict's Community Centre, And we were talking to Father Michael about what he is seeing on the ground in his community centre, where he provides meals for people in the region who are doing it tough, and he is seeing numbers that he has never seen before. On the weekend, he provides 60 families with meals, families who simply can't make ends meet anymore. And it's a tough time for someone, whether it's in Queanbeyan or any other part of Australia, when they have to go in to a place like this, a wonderful place like this, and say, I can't feed my family anymore. I can't feed my family anymore. And the stigma they feel, the frustration they feel, Australians feel, that they can't feed their families is truly, truly galling. And wherever I go around Australia, I try to visit similar sorts of community centres, and I'm seeing this wherever I go. And I know many on our side of this House, and I hope on the other side of the House, are making similar visits and seeing that pain wherever we go, as I saw at Benny's with Father Michael yesterday. Now, we're seeing similar pain in the business community, and it's small businesses we worry about most, because we are seeing record levels of insolvencies, 27,000 since Labor came to power, Deputy Speaker. And those opposite, they couldn't care less about small business. Most of them have never worked in a business. The Treasurer himself says that the 6 months he spent in the private sector was truly awful. He really disliked it. He couldn't get back to the public sector fast enough. But we are seeing this extreme pain in the business sector. And of those 27,000 failures, we know 4,000 were in the hospitality sector, but those opposite show no concern for that, no concern whatsoever for that. But we are seeing the pain that Labor's homegrown inflation is inflicting on those businesses. And to give you an example, 45-year-old Kuldeep Singh said, and I quote, he's running a cafe in his local region, "We're just surviving and it's very hard to make a profit." He said, "Interest rates aren't coming down, inflation is too high and people aren't spending much money. The cost of living is crazy. I don't think Labor is doing enough for small business, so I do hope they don't win the next election." Well, we're with you, Kuldeep. We're with you. We're with you on that. And we all see the pain that small business owners are under. But for families, as kids go back to school, it all becomes very real. When they have to buy the uniforms, they have to buy the pencils, they have to pay those bills that are necessary to get the kids back to school. And we see what a struggle it is for so many families. And nowhere is it more painful than for Australians with a mortgage. There's no relief for those Australians who have paid, let's face it, an extra $50,000 on average in their mortgage costs since Labor came to power. $50,000 extra over and above what they had expected to pay since Labor came to power. And that has to come from after-tax income. From after-tax income. Finding that kind of money is nigh on impossible for families, and that's why we're seeing them crack open the piggy bank. We're seeing savings falling to low levels. In fact, almost no net savings left in our economy right now. They're working extra hours. They're having to cut back on not just luxuries, but on essentials, Deputy Speaker, and that continues. Now, Deputy Speaker, we live in the best country in the world. And there's nothing that can't be fixed here in our economy by having a change in government, because there is a better way. We can get back on track. By getting back to basics, we can take our economy to a far better place than what we have seen in the last 2.5 years of this Labor government. And that means beating inflation by reining in wasteful spending that those opposite just can't help themselves with. 36,000 additional Canberra-based public servants, and we see today this Treasurer using the public service as a political weapon in the lead-up to an election. That's why he needed extra public servants, Deputy Speaker. We know why he needed extra public servants to play political games. Cheaper energy by ensuring we have a balanced mix, including gas, including nuclear, Deputy Speaker, the full range of fuel technologies. Affordable homes by investing in the infrastructure that's going to unlock new supply of housing in this country, in contrast to the absolute and abject failure of those opposite to even reach their own targets for housing supply, Deputy Speaker, and also making sure we get the balance right between housing supply and immigration. That balance is crucial, and that balance has been completely out of whack in the time that those opposite have been in power, Deputy Speaker. Australians are poorer than when Labor came to power. We cannot afford another 3 years of Labor.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities, Treasury and Employment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, they've been out to lunch for 3 years and now they want taxpayers to pay for bosses' lunches. A good economic policy should boost growth, it should boost fairness, it should put downward pressure on inflation, but this policy announced by the opposition does none of those things. Now, we should have gotten a bit of a hint of the Leader of the Opposition's economic capacity when he ran to roll Malcolm Turnbull back in 2018. It's been a little forgotten since then, but he had a big policy idea around then, and that was to smash a big hole into the GST. A policy so bad that it was described by Scott Morrison as an absolute budget blower and by Malcolm Turnbull as very expensive. It has been the Leader of the Opposition's economic chops have been summed up in Lech Blaine's quarterly essay, where he writes as follows: Dutton is the paperback version of Howard, the same message with less weight. Economics is not his emotional priority, beyond a tribal allegiance to tax loopholes for the rich, penalties for the poor and hostility to trade unions. This is why he spends most of the time fighting culture wars. His grievances are well practised and sincerely held, but the moment he moves off his preferred turf, Dutton becomes clumsy and unconvincing. Lech Blaine went on to interview former Prime Minister Turnbull, who said—
I'll just remind the Assistant Minister to use correct titles when referring to members in the House.
Who said of the Leader of the Opposition, quote, the Leader of the Opposition is not an original thinker. I cannot recall him ever having a positive idea in the times I was with him in government. Unless to be thought that it's just former Prime Ministers who have that view of the Leader of the Opposition, I would note the words also quoted in that quarterly essay by the member for Bass. Quote, when I go to Canberra and sit in the party room with Peter Dutton, Tony Passon and Alex Antic, I think, who are these people? She goes on to say the Liberal Party has become one nation light. Now, this policy, which is being proposed by the opposition, makes Tony Abbott's Knights and Dames look visionary. It makes Billy Snedden look strong. It makes Alexander Downer look like a policy wonk. Because what it does is to wind back one of the great tax reforms of the past couple of generations, the introduction of fringe benefits taxation, closing a tax loophole back in 1985. As the late, great economic commentator Tim Colbatch noted after the fringe benefits tax was introduced in 1985, activity at restaurants actually grew. He said, quote, a tax rort ended with no pain. And Tim Colbatch reminded us, he said, remember, those who pay for tax breaks are other taxpayers. And that is why the cost of this policy is so substantial. Now, we've waited a couple of weeks for the opposition to release the costings around their signature economic policy, taxpayer-funded long lunches for bosses, and we've waited in vain. And so, with some regret, the Treasurer has been forced to ask Treasury to cost the policy. Treasury has done so at a conservative basis. There's 4 million small businesses with turnover under $10 million. Of those 4 million, around 2.6 million are actively trading. And for their calculation, Treasury assumed not every business claims the maximum $20,000. Their costing starts off by assuming that actively trading businesses claim just 1/8 of the cap, $2,500 a year. That produces a cost of $1.6 billion. Not $1.6 billion over the forwards, $1.6 billion per year. But the cost could get higher still. If all those 4 million actively trading businesses accessed the maximum $20,000 and got the tax benefit of 25%, then the cost would balloon to $10 billion per year. Now, $10 billion is a significant sum bigger than any of us have had in our bank accounts. So let me give that in more precise terms. The maximum potential cost of the Coalition's policy of taxpayer-funded long lunches for bosses of $10 billion equates to $1,000 for each and every Australian household. So each and every Australian household would be on the hook to the tune of $1,000 to subsidise long lunches for bosses, to undo the fringe benefits tax reform of 1985. And that's why experts are having none of it. Saul Estlake said the policy would go on his list of the dumbest tax policy decisions of the last 30 years. Chris Richardson said, quote, creating loopholes for small businesses to have a bit of fun at the expense of taxpayers heads in the exact opposite direction of what the federal budget needs. Now, the fact is that occasionally we will have targeted tax breaks for small businesses, but those targeted tax breaks are aimed at boosting productivity. Think of the technology investment incentive or the skills and training incentives. Time-limited tax deductions which ensured that small businesses invested in things that made a difference for the Australian people. But this policy does none of that. It simply blows a hole in the budget somewhere between $1.6 and $10 billion a year, paid for by taxpayers. This is perhaps no surprise. After all, this is coming from a Leader of the Opposition, voted the worst health minister in Australian history by Australian doctors. Leader of the Opposition who poisoned relations with our Pacific Island neighbours by joking about rising sea levels. A leader of the Opposition who has consistently shown no interest in policy and turned to culture wars at every possibility. When his nuclear plan sees Australia trade out from renewables, where we're the leader in solar PV, towards the most expensive form of electricity, which wouldn't be delivered until 2040. No wonder the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull has described the policy as bonkers and has said that the claim that it would complement renewable energy was, quote, gaslighting, quite frankly. We have, from the Leader of the Opposition, a culture war being played and an attack yet again on the public service. His plan to cut 36,000 public service jobs wouldn't just affect great cities like Canberra, it would affect all of those who rely on public services. It could lead to delayed payments and waiting times for government services or Veterans Affairs. It could undermine tax avoidance crackdowns. It could affect biosecurity or affect disability services. Cuts to the 4,000 jobs in Defence, Home Affairs or the Australian Federal Police would pose a threat to national security. And let's not forget that under the former government, we had a shadow public service workforce of some 54,000 consultants and contractors. It is likely that the opposition's policy would lead to that situation being returned. We've already reduced wait times for veterans to have their claims processed. The Leader of the Opposition's policies would see those blow out again. Every election is a choice, and if those opposite had had their way, Australian households would be $7,200 worse off. What we have done since coming to office is deliver energy bill relief to every Australian household, a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer. We've ensured Australians get a fair deal at the checkout, and we've ensured that farmers get a fairer price for the great goods that they sell to our supermarkets, through a mandatory food and grocery code voted against by those opposite, who didn't want to see supermarkets face multi-million-dollar penalties. We've delivered cheaper medicines, again over the opposition of those opposite, allowing millions of Australians to buy 2 months' worth of medicines for the price of a single prescription. And over that period, the period that policy has been in force, we've seen the number of pharmacies in Australia increase, contrary to the fear campaigns of those opposite. We've got wages moving, including a third consecutive pay rise for 2.6 million minimum wage workers. We've delivered 2 back-to-back surpluses, something those opposite never managed. They printed the mugs, but they never delivered the surpluses. We've increased Commonwealth rent assistance by 40%, extended the single parenting payment and provided 30,000 families with access to free broadband. Labor has delivered on inflation and equity. The Coalition are a risk to household budgets and a risk to the Australian economy.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is at a turning point, and the ship of state is rudderless under a weak leadership of this Prime Minister, who is more focused on accusing the Leader of the Opposition of the very division that on his watch the Albanese Labor government has not only facilitated but allowed to fester. Worse still, the Prime Minister and Treasurer Chalmers' economic mismanagement, again on their watch, sees Australians' living standards collapsing. Families and pensioners are struggling to make ends meet, making sacrifices just to afford the weekly shop and cover their rent or mortgage. The Albanese Labor government's wasteful spending has driven up inflation and interest rates, resulting in mortgages, rents, power bills, groceries, insurance, health and education going up to a point most simply cannot afford. For instance, under the Albanese Labor government, a family with a typical mortgage has spent an additional $50,000 of interest since the Prime Minister came to power. Since Mr Albanese became Prime Minister, Australian living standards have fallen further than anywhere in the developed world, 8.7% on the latest data. The International Monetary Fund projects that this year Australia will have the second highest inflation of any developed country after the Slovak Republic. Respected economics firm Deloitte say Australian standard of living will not recover until at least 2030. Core inflation remains at 3.2%, outside the Reserve Bank's target band of 2 to 3%. Australians are experiencing the longest sustained period of inflation since the 1980s. We've been in a household recession for 21 long months. The Coalition will deliver lower inflation through a stronger economy and responsible economic management. We will stop wasteful spending, reduce taxes and cut red tape, easing cost of living pressures for families and businesses. Energy prices are a major driver of pressures on the cost of living and cost of doing business. And Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Energy Minister Chris Bowen promised Australians some 97 times that by 2025 household energy bills would be reduced by $275. Now, in early 2025, that pledge has officially been broken. A one-off relief over 4 quarters simply doesn't cut the mustard. Labor is also robbing regions to buy votes in the cities. In my first term as the member for Mallee, I secured over $2 billion in funding for Mallee. Over the same 3-year period, Labor has barely invested $1 for every 20 I secured. It gets worse, Deputy Speaker. My fellow regional Victorians suffer the double whammy of 2 on-the-nose Labor governments under Prime Minister Albanese and Premier Allen, who together use regional Australia as a doormat. Even when fires burned in my electorate, the Prime Minister and Premier did a quick flyover the Grampians. The Leader of the Opposition, on the other hand, visited fire-affected communities like Halls Gap with me on the ground. Mallee is not a dumping ground for bad policy. Labor is railroading regional communities with deeply unpopular energy projects, fast-tracking approvals while their shambolic locomotive gathers steam. Mallee's regional communities are tied to the railroad track, screaming for their city cousins and the media metropolitans Australians rely on to pay attention before it is too late. Thankfully, Witcher-proof raised Peter Credlin on Sky News is raising the alarm on the national stage. Labor's deeply unpopular energy plans have been exposed, costing $600 billion according to Frontier Economics, compared with $263 billion under the Coalition, 44% cheaper. Sunraysia, Mallee and regional Australia deserve a fair go from Canberra, and I expect a return to government with the Nationals. We will get a country back on track.
Member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is working hard to help Australians deal with the cost of living and maintain high living standards, and I'm doing everything in my capacity to ease the rising pressures of living on families and individuals in my electorate of Lingiari. In the 2022 federal election, I pledged about $1.5 billion in pre-election commitments for Lingiari. These commitments represented an unprecedented level of investment in improving the livability, resilience and economy of the many remote Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory, regional centres and particularly towns that make up Lingiari. I'm proud to announce that we are delivering on every single commitment. I continue to be a strong advocate and build on my proven track record of improving living standards and getting the best possible outcomes for people of Lingiari in better roads, safer communities, more housing, sporting and recreation facilities, more jobs, better health and education outcomes, and greater water security and strong environmental protections. Over the last 4 years, the Albanese Labor government invested over $7 billion in lifting the living standards and improving as I said before, the livability, social and economic well-being of the 73 remote Aboriginal communities in my electorate. We have a plan to continue the sustainability of remote Australia. Labor talks about, we will talk about and deliver jobs, more housing, quality education, increased health, better roads and an overall improvement in living standards in the bush. The Coalition is just focused on culture wars, where Labor has taken the opportunity to boost living standards in the bush, and we've seen the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians come to Alice Springs and say very clearly that she will use her new government efficiency role to cut programs for Aboriginal people. The Coalition is not a friend of remote Australia. The best safeguard to improve living standards is to have a safe and secure roof over your head. And I am proud to remind the House of Labor's ambitious investment of $4 billion with the Northern Territory Government announced earlier this year to increase housing stock in remote Aboriginal communities in my electorate. The unprecedented investment will build 270 houses every year for the next 10 years, including an extra $120 million over the next 3 years to improve housing maintenance and upgrade essential infrastructure in homeland communities. I heard the member for Mallee saying that the electorate of Mallee or her area is not the dumping ground for bad policy. Well, that needs to be the same for Lingiari and our bush communities, that the opposition shouldn't use Lingiari or our bush communities for their bad culture war policies, which is always part of their DNA, which they revert to when they've got nothing else. It's punching down on Aboriginal people and their communities. That's not what the Labor government, federal Labor government, is all about. We are about delivering jobs and working. The discussions I've had with the Minister for Indigenous Australians is the $707 million investment to create 3,000 new jobs in remote communities across Australia over the next 3 years is welcome, and I know that the Minister will be making an announcement soon in terms of that first tranche of calling on organisations or companies to apply to put those jobs in the communities. That will be announced soon, and certainly a lot of employers have been invited to apply for those funds under this program to create those local jobs with proper pay and conditions. Labor's investment in bush communities across my electorate will continue to have a positive impact, Deputy Speaker, on maintaining the living conditions and standards of constituents in my electorate. We are committed to the future pipeline of investments in building the future sustainability of remote Australia. I compare this with the Coalition's regressive agenda of cost-cutting and harmful policies aimed at eroding living standards, authority and control of Aboriginal people over their lives. And I ask the Coalition to stop these culture wars, particularly in relation to our remote communities.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the matter of public importance today, which is the collapse in Australia's living standards under this government. And I thank the member for Hume for bringing this very important matter before the House. Deputy Speaker, after 2 years and 9 months of this Albanese Labor government, the cost of living for Australians has collapsed by 8.7%. And when we talk about the cost of living, the standards having decreased so far, why is it that Australians now are clearly blaming the Prime Minister and this government for the hit that they've taken to this great decrease in their disposable income? The Albanese Labor government, Deputy Speaker, has absolutely failed to rein in inflation. No Australian, despite figures that were published last week, no Australian that I speak to, no one in my electorate when I've been out door knocking and doing mobile offices, nobody has said that, oh, suddenly, yes, they feel that groceries are less, they feel that food is less, and it's not. Food is up 12% under this government. Since 2022, since May 2022, food is up by 12%. Electricity is up by 32%. And we have to sit in this chamber, and even today during question time, the Minister for Energy stood there and said renewables are the cheapest form of energy. Well, Deputy Speaker, I can tell you that in my electorate of Hughes, they simply do not believe this. They do not believe it. Their insurances, for example, are up by 18%, gas 36%, electricity 32%. For those who own homes and are paying off a mortgage, under this government, in only 2 years and 9 months, 12 successive interest rate rises. That means that the average Australian paying the average mortgage has paid $50,000 in additional mortgage repayments, in additional interest rates. The only winner out of that, Deputy Speaker, has been the banks. And, Deputy Speaker, that doesn't even account for the greater increases that small business have had to pay on their business loans. Look at what they've had to pay on their overdrafts, for example. And we have seen the decimation of small business under this government, under this Prime Minister's stewardship. 27,000 small businesses have collapsed under this government, under this Prime Minister and under this Treasurer. And, Deputy Speaker, I particularly saw, like most members in this place, over Christmas, I first of all went out and did a lot of schools, local schools, and whether it was at Ingleburn, whether it was at Macquarie Fields, whether it was in Sutherland, Janelli, Engadine, Moorebank, Wattle Grove, parents there all said the same thing, that they were really struggling to work out how they were going to pay for Christmas. They were struggling to work out how they were going to afford to have the family get-togethers that we love over Christmas. Holidays had been cancelled because they just simply couldn't afford it. And particularly, Deputy Speaker, something that really upset me, I was door-knocking through an area, Bardia, which is part of the southwest Sydney, an area that that I've now inherited. I had, on 3 occasions, I had a woman open the door and I said, "How are you? How are you finding things?" I had 3 women burst into tears, Deputy Speaker, and say to me, "I don't know how I'm going to get the kids any Christmas presents." That's southwest Sydney. That should be Middle Australia. The Australia that I've grown up in, Deputy Speaker, we have never been at this state. When I've been out to our charity organisations, they say now that families with 2 incomes for the first time in their life are coming in and saying, "I have no groceries, I have no way of feeding my family this year." Living standards have collapsed under this government and it's a disgrace, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Speaker, and I think our communities expect us to do what we can to ease cost of living pressures when households feel them. And I really do earnestly believe that that is the expectation of the community. I wish too that those opposite demonstrated their care for people struggling with the cost of living, but we haven't seen any meaningful evidence of that. We hear these MPIs when we're here in Canberra, but what we don't see is meaningful action, because let's not forget that those opposite have voted against all meaningful cost of living relief measures that our government has implemented. And we know not only are they a danger to our living standards if, heaven forbid, they ever sat on the Treasury benches again, but we know what they did when they were last in government. We saw that their track record is appalling and had already seen the lowering of living standards in this country. We saw under those opposite living standards going backwards 1.6% in the quarter of the election. Living standards were 3.7% below their peak at the time of the election, and living standards fell 13 out of the 35 quarters the opposition were in office. We saw inflation increasing on their watch, and they outrageously had a deliberate strategy to suppress wages and to see wage stagnation as a key feature of their economic strategy. Let's not forget too that those opposite attempted to shame the now Prime Minister for seeking an increase in wages for Australia's lowest paid workers. So there's not much of a good track record from those opposite when it comes to living standards, and indeed when given the opportunity to help people who are doing it tough in our communities, those opposite have walked away from the opportunity to help. On this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge that people are under pressure, and we do know that they would be even under more pressure if those opposite had their way. Our government is working really hard to do what we can to ease pressures on households. We've overseen the creation of more than 1.1 million new jobs, out of which 4 out of every 5 have been in the private sector. We've seen nominal wages that are growing at almost double the average of what it did under those opposite. Headline inflation is almost a third of what we inherited, and underlying inflation is at a 3-year low. Real wages are growing again, now for 4 quarters in a row, and we're delivering cost of living relief, including, of course, a tax cut for every taxpayer and energy bill relief for every household. And when I've been out door knocking in my community, I know that these measures are making a difference in people's lives. Our economic plan is squarely focused on helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Our policies, we know, are making a difference, but we do acknowledge that people are doing it tough. We know that the good progress in the national numbers that we see don't always translate into how people are feeling and faring in the community. And that's why, for us, cost of living remains the government's #1 focus, and doing what we can to help households and put all of our efforts towards helping in meaningful ways, such as providing urgent care clinics, providing free TAFE, doing what we can to reduce university debt. We're not really that interested in providing free long lunches for bosses, unlike those opposite, because we think the priority should be helping those in our communities doing it tough. We know that the biggest risk to the progress we've made together in this government would be a coalition government. Their track record is appalling. We heard on the weekend that there will be cuts. That is as much as we are assured, but we don't know what those cuts will look like. It is not unreasonable to suggest that the Leader of the Opposition will once again come after Medicare. In my community, I'm really worried that that will mean the closure of an urgent care clinic that I hear positive feedback about all the time. I'm genuinely worried that that will happen. I'm really worried that those young people putting themselves through vocational education and training will be forced to pay extra for their courses. Australia cannot risk the Leader of the Opposition becoming Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I listened carefully to the contribution by the member for Chisholm. We are electorate neighbours, and I have inherited an area that used to be part of Chisholm in Box Hill. And we heard the same old trope that is wheeled out every election, a Mediscare campaign, which no doubt will be a feature of this campaign. And I'd like the member for Chisholm to think of an area I hope she visited when she was the member, which was Healthability in Box Hill. I recently visited Healthability, and they've had their funding cut by $500,000 under a Labor government. So this is what happens when you see a Labor government manage the economy as they have in Victoria. That is where the future of the national economy will go. So you can run the Mediscare campaign all you want. It's dishonest. It is wrong. And the only record that counts on health is the Labor government's record in Victoria, and it is about cutting essential services. Now, I was quite worried, Deputy Speaker, coming here again after a holidays, because when we do that, the Treasurer gets thought bubbles in his head that have real consequences for this country, and they're quite serious. We had him come back after one thought bubble where he wrote an essay saying he would reinvent capitalism. But what we have seen from this Treasurer 2 years after he wrote that famous thesis, that infamous thesis, is that he has not reinvented capitalism. He has repeated history's mistakes. We're not the first economy, the first capitalist economy, to experiment on what happens when you blow out government spending. We are not the first. We know where that ends. Yet this Treasurer has copied that in a way that has hurt Australians and affected frontline services. Right now, families are going back to school, and the question was put to the Prime Minister, how much has food gone up on your watch? And he refused to answer it. Let's go to specifics, Deputy Speaker. Some foods are essentials, some foods are luxuries. Let's go to the essentials. Milk. Milk is up 18% in this country. Bread is up 25% in this country. Eggs, a key protein source which should be cheap. It should be cheap compared to other expensive items like high-end steak. Eggs are up 36%. 36%. So when families come back with school starting and they still have debts from maybe a few trips they did away, maybe to an aquarium or to a park or a drive, these are the sort of bills they're facing, and they are entitled to ask, am I better off than I was 3 years ago? Is this what the Prime Minister promised me? And we know the answer to that. They are worse off, and we take no joy in that. None. These aren't just numbers on a page. These are people we see every day. They are our neighbours. They are the people we fight for, and they're hurting. And we heard from many other members that they're bursting into tears when they're door knocking. They're writing heartbreaking letters to us. Food banks have their queues through the door. This is Australia in 2025, and people are queuing for food. That's not the Australia we should be proud of. So we've seen the worst per capita recession on record, 7 quarters of negative GDP, 7 quarters. We've seen higher inflation, higher for longer, which has had higher interest rates. We've seen business confidence collapse. On the NAB survey, 75% of businesses think costs are going to continue to rise. 27,000 insolvencies, even more in Victoria. So again, I ask those members opposite and Australians around this nation, if you want to know what a second-term Albanese government looks like, look to Victoria. Look to Victoria, cut from the same cloth, where that state is on its knees. The highest debt, the biggest spending, the highest taxing, the poorest nation, crime and graffiti and rubbish out of control, businesses fleeing or shutting down. No wonder Victoria will feature heavily in this election. No wonder, because Australians will say, they will say, if this is what you have done to my state, what will you do to my nation? What will you do to my nation? And the answer, there's only two answers from this government: pump migration and pump spending. Because by doing those two things at record levels, you get to say, well, ta-da, we avoided a technical recession. Well, families have had a recession and they've had enough of this government, and they'll soon make that known to them. Thank you.
Member for Spence.
Speaker, once again, the member for Hume has buried his head in the sand alongside the Leader of the Opposition and his Liberal colleagues, completely ignoring the world around them so they can spend valuable time in the House bathing in their own reality to make themselves feel good. And here's a reality check. Australians are doing it tough, and families need help to keep up with the current cost of living. There's not a single person on this side of the House or in the other place that would disagree with this notion. And we are taking action to deliver that help by easing the pressures families are under. Because under Labor, inflation is now lower and continues to fall compared to where it was when this government was elected. Because under Labor, real wages are growing again after going backwards under those opposite. Because under Labor, we've had record jobs growth. We've lowered the Liberals' debt by $177 billion, and we have delivered back-to-back surpluses for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Let's contrast that to where we were before under the Liberals. Because despite what the member for Hume may tell you, under the Liberals, living standards fell by 3.7% during the 9 months leading up to the last election. Under the Liberals, real wages went backwards by 3.4% under their watch, which we now know was a deliberate policy to stagnate and suppress the incomes of everyday Aussies. And under the Liberals, inflation had a 6 in front of it when they left office. Now has a 2 in front of it under a Labor government. This is the reality. Whether the Liberals want to admit to Australians or not, there is plenty more to do on this front though. And this Labor government has never and will never shy away from this. Because despite the substantial progress I've mentioned, costs are still high. And that is taking a toll on living standards in this country. And again, Labor continues to take action to make lives easier for everyday Aussies through direct, meaningful policy. That includes a bigger, better and fairer tax cut for every Australian delivered in July last year, putting an average of $1,217 extra into the pockets of 67,000 taxpayers in my community, where that need for relief is extremely high. That is what raises living standards. And what did the Liberals do? They were so appalled at policy that helps families in communities like mine that they wanted an election to take that money from Australian households. Something else that raises living standards, a boost to housing supply in this country. And Labor is doing just that, passing Help to Buy, Build to Rent and embarking on the most ambitious housing program in Australia ever. And guess what the Liberals did? They fought tooth and nail to try and shoot this down. They would rather see less houses, less chance for Australians to find a home and higher rents, higher mortgages, because they don't care about living standards in this country. In fact, every time this Labor government has introduced relief to the household budget, every time members on this side of the House have fought for a better deal for everyday Aussies, whether that's making healthcare and medicines cheaper, whether that's making education and training more affordable, whether that's boosting wages, giving a fair day's pay for a fair day's work for Aussies, the Liberals have voted against it because they want to work against the living standards of everyone in this country. They want to continue the legacy of the previous Liberal government by getting our country going backwards again. Really? They are willing to deny Aussies cost of living relief to raise their living standards because it benefits the Liberal Party. We saw that in the past when the Liberals were in government. We're seeing that now under this opposition leader in present as he blocks every effort made to help an Australian household. And I'm afraid we're going to see this destructive behaviour going forward. You only have to look at the Liberals' $1.6 billion a year scheme to make everyday Aussies pay for the lunch of the Leader of the Opposition and his mates. So while some families in my community will have spaghetti on toast for tea tonight, the Opposition Leader wants that same family to pay for a boardroom banquet tomorrow. It's embarrassing that on the rare occasion the alternate Prime Minister of this country comes out with policy involving food on a table. It's only to put food on the table next to him. It's only to raise his standard of living, and I'm going to fight him because I want to raise your standard of living, and through the policies of this Labor government, that's exactly what we are doing.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was thinking after 2 months at home, some time with the family, time out with the community, in my community, I was hoping those opposite might have spent some time in their community. The Prime Minister might have got out, but no, we're back again in February and we've got the Prime Minister and the Treasurer telling the Australian people again how lucky they are and how they've never had it better. And then they've now got to get to unfounded spin and scare campaigns. I mean, suddenly we've got members opposite talking about lunches for the top end of town. We now know that apparently a small business with $10 million in revenue is considered the top end of town to the ALP and the government. Apparently that is the big rich people if you earn a revenue of $10 million. But that's not true. It's more spin from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, because the reality is they have no answers to the collapse in living standards that Australians are facing. 8.7% fall per capita since this government was elected. Yet the Prime Minister and the Treasurer are telling us, don't worry, we failed for 3 years, but trust us, we'll be better next time. We're really sorry we were no good, we couldn't deliver for you, but just trust us. But we know that they can't deliver and all they have is spin. It was interesting when the Prime Minister refused in question time to talk about how much food and grocery had gone up. That's because it had gone up 12% under his watch. But he talked about, oh, no, we're doing things. We've got the mandatory code of conduct. Now, let's park for a minute that the mandatory code isn't actually about supermarkets and prices for consumers, so it's not actually going to bring prices down. It's about how supermarkets treat suppliers, which is a really important issue. But it's not actually a cost of living measure. But let's park that for a second. The Prime Minister was willing to claim the mandatory code of conduct is one of their policies that has brought prices down, brought inflation down. Now, there is one big problem with that claim by the Prime Minister. The mandatory code doesn't come into effect until the 1st of April 2025. Last time I checked, we're in February of 2025. It is a classic example of the spin from this Prime Minister, the spin from this Treasurer, the spin of those opposite. They think if they throw a line out, it's going to make a difference, but it doesn't. You have to address the core problem at the cause and the symptoms, and they can't do that. They're not prepared to make the tough decisions. We had more spin from those opposite when the Minister for Home Affairs, who I would note seems to spend more time in question time talking about his former portfolio than his current portfolio, which could explain some of the challenges we face when it comes to national security, spends more time talking about his former portfolio, claimed how great it was that the minimum wage was going up, record levels, how lucky, we've done a great job. Again, completely parks two facts. Completely parks that the Fair Work Commission is independent. So really happy to take credit for the independent Fair Work Commission, but walks away from the independent RBA. The second problem with that is, of course, minimum wages are going up because the Fair Work Commission look at inflation. And under this government, inflation has been out of control. Prime Minister doesn't like to talk to it, but it got to 7.8% at its highest under his watch. 7.8% under this Prime Minister. It started to drop off because it's a reflective compounding impact, but Australians are still struggling. We have a Prime Minister that, when it was asked to apologise about his $275 reduction in power bills, couldn't do that, didn't apologise to the Australian people. We saw more spin about the $300 cut that he hasn't paid for, that the Australian taxpayer has paid for. So he's taken money from taxpayers, from all of us, given it back to us. Give me a pat on the shoulder. Even with that subsidy, power prices up over $1,000 under this government, but they won't stand there and apologise. The talk about cuts to health and Medicare and these phantom issues, well, let's look at the actual delivery of the Albanese government. Cut mental health sessions for Medicare. Medicare-funded mental health sessions, 20 under the former government, cut to 10 despite a report saying that it needed to stay. Don't look at what the government say, look at what they do. For 3 years they have failed to deliver for the Australian people.
I give the call to member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this matter of public importance, to point out some obvious mistruths by those opposite. Firstly, the notion that things were better when those opposite were last in office. When Labor came to office, inflation was high and rising, real wages were going backwards and the budget was weighed down by a mountain of debt and waste. Tackling inflation is a tough challenge. There's no quick fix, and those opposite know it. We know CPI indicators can fluctuate, but let me be clear. Without Labor's cost of living relief, inflation would be even higher. Whilst the opposition plays politics with a serious global inflation that has impacted Australians, we have got on with the task of providing targeted cost of living relief whilst delivering record jobs growth, bringing inflation down and reducing debt by $177 billion. When our government was elected, inflation had a 6 in front of it, but now inflation has a 2 in front of it, easing the pressure on household finances. Our efforts have been substantial across every area. This time last year, when I was campaigning for the by-election in Dunkley, we announced tax cuts for every taxpayer. And now every Australian taxpayer has a tax cut, making a real difference for 13.6 million Australians, ensuring that hard-working Australians are keeping more of the wages they earn. These tax cuts have been good for Middle Australia, good for women, good for helping with cost of living pressures, good for labour supply and good for the economy. There has been $300 in energy bill relief for every household and a $325 rebate for every small business. We have made medicines cheaper, making medicines more affordable for Australians. We froze the PBS co-payment for 5 years and expanded the PBS register to include more life-saving medications. Here in Dunkley, our policies have already saved residents over $2.2 million on prescription costs. For those who need support the most, pensioners and concession card holders, PBS medications now cost no more than $7.70, ensuring no one has to choose between health and the household budget. Our cheaper childcare policy delivering cost of living relief for more than 1 million Australian families by cutting out out-of-pocket costs. Since cheaper childcare came into place, average out-of-pocket costs dropped from $4.22 an hour in June to $3.66 in June 2024. And one of the areas I love to talk about the most, as my colleague from the Hunter knows very well, as a past TAFE student, It is excellent that TAFE is free. We have supported over 600,000 enrolments into free TAFE, enabling people to get access to the skills and training they need at no cost. And if re-elected, we will continue to provide ongoing cost relief by removing financial barriers to education and training, particularly for groups that typically experience economic disadvantage. I hear from my constituents in Dunkley about the strain on their household budgets in my electorate, at street stalls and on door knocks. They're feeling the pressure, but they've also understand that inflation is driven by serious global factors. An Australian household with 2 workers earning an average income would have been around $7,200 worse off under those opposite. If those opposite win the next election, they will take the country backwards and the people of Australia will become worse off. Living standards will go backwards. And we know this because, firstly, they have no policy offerings and they have stated they want to reduce spending, pushing wages down, pushing electricity prices up, cutting Medicare to pay for nuclear, and of course, their newest thought bubble, cutting cost of living to help pay for long lunches for bosses. We have listened and we have acted. Labor's cost of living measures are targeted to support those doing it tough, while carefully managing inflationary pressures, delivering real relief while keeping spending under control.
I thank the member for Dunkley. 2 divisions were called earlier for this sitting relating to a motion to suspend standing and sessional orders. Due to the intervening proceedings in relation to this motion, I am proposing not to proceed with the deferred divisions. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2024. This is a bill which sadly is necessary because of the repeated failures of the Albanese government to prevent the sadly predictable spread of anti-Semitism. Attacks on Jewish Australians are attacks on every Australian. To attack people because they profess the Jewish faith or have Jewish ancestry is to repudiate the Australian way of life. We are a country that prides ourselves on treating people equally, whatever their faith or background. It's a core national value, and the stain of anti-Semitism is a direct rejection of that value. The initial spark for the anti-Semitic attacks that we're now seeing across the country came, of course, with the October 7 terrorist attacks on Israel by the terrorist group Hamas. Now, make no mistake, the October 7 attacks are the single greatest loss of Jewish lives on any day since the Holocaust. October 7 was a day of murder, torture, kidnapping and brutal sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas against Jews in Israel. The cruelty was deliberate. The horrors do not bear repeating in this chamber, but there is no doubt they were designed with the purpose of maximising pain and sorrow amongst Jewish people. And it's both desperately sad and utterly predictable that on learning of those horrific attacks on Jewish people in their own homeland, malicious actors here in Australia would draw inspiration. Those bad actors here in Australia rejoiced in the day that was marked by the murder, torture, sexual assault and kidnapping of Israelis. In the words of one hate preacher, October 7 was a day of courage, a day of pride, a day of victory. It was obvious that they would see those attacks as giving licence to spread the same vile anti-Semitic hate here, to target Jewish Australians, to spread fear, to use our streets and university campuses to call for the destruction of the Jewish state and spread old anti-Semitic tropes, often hiding behind weak academic pretense that somehow what they were doing was anti-Israeli, not anti-Semitic, to target businesses, homes, cars and synagogues. The attempts to spread anti-Semitism in this country after October 7 were, as I said, desperately sad and utterly predictable. And this is where the government's failings first came to the fore. Now, in this country, Deputy Speaker, tone is set at the top. The tone for the national response is set by the Prime Minister. Now, the Prime Minister could and should have made clear through his actions from the very beginning that those who sought to spread anti-Semitic attacks here would feel the full force of the law. He could and should have been very clear from the very beginning about the scale of the horror inflicted by Hamas and that Australia would stand with its long-term friend and ally, Israel. He could and should have used our laws and our police forces to clamp down on those who sought to weaponise the Hamas attacks for their own purposes here at home. But what did we get instead? First, we saw inaction. For months and months and months, we had Labor ministers who couldn't acknowledge domestic anti-Semitism without also mentioning other forms of discrimination. Now, there are many forms of discrimination and all of them are unacceptable, but it was clear after October 7 that we were seeing a crisis in anti-Semitism in this nation. We as a country saw a 700% rise in anti-Semitic incidents in a period of months. And on that night of infamy at the Sydney Opera House, October 9, we had angry mobs standing outside the Opera House chanting hateful messages towards Jewish Australians. We had shops being vandalised, Jewish students being harassed, and roaming gangs in places like Caulfield hunting for Jews. At a time when we're responding to an unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism here in our country, when we're seeing armed guards outside Jewish schools, it is of course appropriate to focus on anti-Semitism. But the Prime Minister did not do that. We saw a rolling failure to take decisive action at home. Anti-Semitic displays were not prosecuted. Anti-Semitic protests were not stopped. Anti-Semitic sentiment was allowed to fester. We have criminal laws that are meant to deal with these things. They were not used. The AFP was not given clear direction or focus by a Prime Minister demanding results. Protests in our streets in which anti-Semitic displays abounded were permitted to drag on for months and months and months. Universities were permitted to be used as encampments that served as a hotbed of anti-Semitic action. Jewish students were harassed because of who they were. Our human rights institutions, federal government institutions, were not given focus or direction, not called to account when they abandoned the Jewish community. The Prime Minister's response was drowsy, weak and disinterested. We've also seen this government and this Prime Minister abandon Israel on the international stage. In the wake of October 7, the instinct of his government has been not to stand with Israel, which had just been the target of a horrific atrocity. Later, we saw a series of votes in the United Nations in which Australia reversed a long-standing bipartisan position on Israel, a bipartisan position that existed for more than 20 years. But we know what happened. For sordid, tawdry domestic political reasons, the government abandoned Israel for its perceived political gain. It said that it no longer supported the basic fundamental point that recognition of a Palestinian state can only come through negotiation between all the parties, which of course must include Israel. The Prime Minister and Foreign Minister betrayed our values because they were worried about a political fight with the Greens. They were more interested in the Labor vote in Brunswick than they were in doing the right thing in our votes in the United Nations. Let's not pretend for 1 minute that Labor's votes at the UN were about principle or about human rights. They were not. They were about trying to save a few seats by targeting a few 100,000 votes in inner-city electorates. And of course, Hamas's evil actions on October 7 were designed to move nations away from Israel. Now, that did not work in the United States under President Biden, but it did work in Australia under Anthony Albanese. And the consequences of this government's indifference to domestic anti-Semitism have been stark. I've already mentioned the months of protests in our capital cities, the occupation of our universities. We've seen Jewish Australians doxxed for nothing more than being part of a WhatsApp group. We've seen shops owned by Jewish Australians targeted. We've seen Jewish students and academics harassed. We've seen buildings graffitied with hateful anti-Semitic material, including the Southern Sydney Synagogue in Allawa, just outside of my electorate. We've seen cars torched. We've seen the attempted arson of the Newtown Synagogue in Sydney, the burning of a daycare centre in Maroubra, the terrorist firebombing of the Adass Synagogue in Melbourne, and now, extraordinarily, a caravan packed with explosives, apparently targeting Jewish addresses, and a Prime Minister who is in the dark, oblivious. This is an extraordinary failure by a weak Prime Minister, and it is marking our national character. Now, the laws that we discussed today are intended to help mitigate some of the government's failures. They strengthen the existing offences in Division 80 of the Criminal Code that should have been used to stop the spark of anti-Semitism before it became a wildfire. The existing offences in Division 80 of the Criminal Code make it an offence to urge violence against individuals on the basis of their race, religion, and so on. They make it an offence to urge violence against groups because of their race or religion, among other things. They make it an offence to advocate terrorism or genocide. For months, we've been calling for the existing laws to be used. We in the Coalition have been saying that the existing offences should be tested and that those preaching anti-Semitism should be put before a court. Why didn't that happen? Why weren't those who call for anti-Semitic violence put before a court almost a year ago, as the Coalition suggested? Was it an unwillingness on the part of this government to run test cases, or did they hope that this insidious evil problem would simply go away? For months, we've been saying that if the existing thresholds are for some reason so high that we cannot even run a test case, let's review them. And why didn't that happen back then? Was it drowsy disinterest from the Prime Minister once more? Regardless, the changes made by these laws, as introduced, are welcome. As soon as they were put before this chamber, it became clear that there were some simple, straightforward steps the government was proposing to take. Because these laws lower the threshold for criminality criminality for those who urge violence against individuals or groups, instead of intending that the violence occur, police now only need to prove that the person was reckless as to whether the violence would occur. This is a welcome change. These laws, as currently drafted, remove the good faith defence for those urging violence. This too is a welcome move. After all, you can't urge someone to engage in acts of violence in good faith. The new provisions expand the offences that relate to the urging of violence so that they cover a broader range of personal characteristics on the basis of which a personal group is targeted. That is uncontroversial. And these laws introduce new offences for threatening force or violence, closely related to but distinct from urging violence. It is also uncontroversial. This bill was introduced in the last sitting week in September 2024. Given the urgency, the Coalition wrote to the government before Parliament resumed in October, offering to pass the bill as written. The government did not take up that offer. So instead we engaged constructively in the committee process and in the community, working to a timetable of the government's choosing. We examined the bill carefully, and when the committee reported back after the end of the 2024 sitting year, as the government requested, we recommended that the bill be passed. But we also said that in the process, it should be made stronger. It should cover attacks against places of worship. We plan to move those amendments, and I hope the government supports them. They're simple, straightforward amendments which will make the two new offences, which will add two new offences to the criminal code. Firstly, urging force, violence or damage against places of worship. And secondly, threatening force, violence or damage, urging force, violence or damage against places of worship. And secondly, threatening force, violence or damage against places of worship. These two new offences follow the model set by Labor's own drafting as closely as possible, but are specifically designed to deal with those who urge or threaten attacks on places of worship. The need for those provisions is blatantly clear, in light of the Adus synagogue terrorist attack and, apparently, the targets of the Sydney caravan plot. Unfortunately, however, this bill is not enough. The bitter truth is that we are now reaping the harvest of an awful summer of anti-Semitism. The government must do more. It must focus on operational issues. It's one thing to pass a law. It is another to enforce it. The government must set conditions for our police forces to find, arrest and actually commence prosecutions in the courts against those who have organised attacks on Jewish communities. But we must go further. This government needs to send a clear message by changing the law to impose mandatory minimum jail time for terrorism offences and for the display of terrorist symbols like the Hezbollah and Hamas flags. There should be no doubt in the mind of any paid thug or anti-Semite that if they hope to plan or participate in a terrorist attack, they will spend years in jail, where they belong. There should be no doubt that Australia will not tolerate glorification of listed terrorist organisations that hate Australia and everything it stands for. Those who wave the flags of these organisations, glorifying them for the general public and legitimising their anti-Semitic hatred, do not belong on our streets. These measures are strong, but they're necessary. Because now that the failures of this Prime Minister have let the anti-Semitism genie out of the bottle, it falls to all of us to get it back in. Thank the House.
The question is, I call the Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. All those against? I think the ayes have it. I have received a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriations Bill No. 3, 2024-25, and I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present Appropriation Bill No. 3 of 2024-25 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Today, the government introduces the 2024-25 Additional Estimates Appropriations Bill. These bills are Appropriation Bill number 3 of 2024-25, Appropriation Bill number 4 of 2024-25 and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2 of 2024-25. These bills underpin the government's expenditure decisions made since the 2024-25 budget that relate to the 2024-25 financial year, including decisions made in the 2024-25 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, hereafter my EFA. The Appropriation Bill number 3 seeks approval for appropriations from consolidated revenue of $7 billion. This will ensure that there's sufficient appropriation to cover estimate variations relating to existing programs, for instance, changes in costs for demand-driven programs. The bill would also provide funding for the 2024-25 financial year costs of measures that have been announced since the last budget. The bill provides funding to support the following significant items. I'm very pleased to say the Department of Education will receive $2.9 billion, with a majority of funding to support a wage increase for early childhood education and care sector workers through a worker retention payment, something the government's very proud of. The government, and I note the Minister who is with me at the table now, who's done a lot of work in respect of that particular initiative. The wage increase is 10% on top of the current national award rate in the first year from December 2024 and rises to 15% in the second year from December 2025. As the program is demand-driven, the appropriation for 2025-26 and 2026-27 is being provided upfront to ensure funding is available to make payments to participants as needed. Now, the Department of Health and Aged Care will also receive close to $1 billion to implement various programs to further strengthen Medicare, to support Australia's health and aged workforce and to continue to ensure access to medicines, and also to strengthen Australia's mental health and suicide prevention systems. I'm sure these are programs that all members of this House would support. Funding will also support Australia's ongoing preventive health programs and vaping reforms and support sports in Australian communities. Funding includes $489 million to support older Australians by providing assistance to private providers, states and territories for aged care assessments under the single assessment system, and extending the aged care outbreak management supplement. The department will also receive over $200 million to support continuous access to medicines. Now, the Department of Social Services will receive over $594 million, with the majority of the funding to the National Disability Insurance Agency to provide reasonable and necessary supports for National Disability Insurance Scheme participants. The Department of Home Affairs will receive approximately $362 million to implement various programs to ensure Australia's security, prosperity and unity by safeguarding national security interests and maintaining Australia's cohesive multicultural society. The funding will also enable the department to continue to maintain the integrity of the migration system, sustain visa processing capability, provide settlement services to refugees and migrants, and to protect the Australian border. Finally, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources will receive over $263 million, primarily for activities relating to the decommissioning of the Northern Endeavour floating oil production and offtake facilities. Deputy Speaker, full details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the portfolio additional estimate statements, and on this basis I commend the bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I will put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriation Bill No. 4, 2024-2025. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present Appropriation Bill No. 4 of 2024-25 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The bill seeks approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of $5.1 billion for the 2024-25 financial year. These appropriations will support the following significant items. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water will receive over $3.6 billion, including $2 billion to support investments in renewable energy, energy efficiency and low emissions technologies, and close to $1.2 billion for rewiring the nation to invest in transmission and distribution projects critical to Australia's energy transition. The department will also receive $530 million to fast-track household energy upgrades that improve energy efficiency and save energy. The Department of Defence will receive over $484 million. This primarily reflects a reclassification of the department's existing resources to capital to support the delivery of capabilities prioritised within the 2024 National Defence Strategy and the 2024 Defence Integrated Investment Program. The Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts will receive over $374 million, including funding for the NBN Code to upgrade an additional 622,000 fibre-to-the-node connections and financing to support the continuous regional Express REX administration process. I repeat, the Regional Express administration process to 30 June 2025. Now, full details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the portfolio additional estimate statements. And on this basis, I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I call the Shadow Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that a resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending... Sorry, thank you, Clerk. I forgot to put the question. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye? Aye. All against? Carried. Thank you. One more. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2024-25. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I present Appropriation Bill Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2024-25 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 provides additional appropriations for the operation of the parliamentary departments, specifically the Department of the House of Representatives for the remainder of 2024-25. Considerably more modest than the previous two bills, but nonetheless no less important, Deputy Speaker. The bill seeks the approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of $132,000 for the Department of the House of Representatives to prepare and to deliver a National Youth Parliament program in August 2026, a program that I know the Minister for Youth, who's with me at the table today, is very, very supportive of. The program would allow students representing each Australian electorate to travel to Canberra and to learn about being a Member of Parliament. Full details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the additional portfolio estimate statements. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that a resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I will put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. This is the second bill to come before this Parliament in the wake of the horrific attack on a Services Australia employee who is just doing her job. No Australian should be attacked at work. And so when former Victoria Police Chief Graham Ashton made recommendations following a review of security arrangements at Services Australia, and indeed in all Commonwealth agencies, we took them very seriously. That is why we backed the amendments to the Criminal Code, which expanded the criminal offences for assaulting a Commonwealth frontline worker. And it is why we are supporting this bill today, which implements a recommendation from the Ashton Review. In essence, what this bill does is create a scheme for Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders. These orders are similar to the apprehended and personal violence order schemes that are commonplace in states and territories. These orders will apply in Commonwealth workplaces or to protect Commonwealth workers. This means the orders can apply to a workplace, such as electorate office or Services Australia Centre. It also means that the orders can cover Commonwealth workers so that they are protected in the car park, on the way home and at other times out of normal working hours. The term Commonwealth worker is very broad and includes contractors, security guards, volunteers and persons employed under the Members of Parliament Staff Act. This means the bill would apply to protect Services Australia employees, electorate office staff, Australian Federal Police, among others. The scheme allows a court to direct a person not to attend a particular Commonwealth workplace, to go near an affected workplace or comply with other conditions as appropriate. Only a court can make such an order, and it must be cancelled if the grounds for the order cease to exist. Broadly, a court is able to make such an order if satisfied that a person has engaged in personal violence or made threats of personal violence, and there is a real risk the person will engage in further violence if the order is not made. The scheme does not require a worker to apply for an order themselves. Applications are made by the relevant agency through an authorised person. This addresses a known gap in the law whereby, under current arrangements, Commonwealth workers who needed to apply for a protection order may need to do so in their own name. Like other schemes, a person does not commit an offence simply because an order is made against them. However, contravening an order is punishable by up to 2 years jail or 120 penalty units, which is currently just under $40,000, or both. These penalties are appropriate. We understand from the government that the burden on the state and territory court system is expected to be minimal. The Attorney-General's Department has noted that although the existing financial impact of violence and aggression towards Commonwealth workers has not been quantified, some impact on service delivery and resourcing is evident. They go on to note as follows: costs associated with administering the bill may be offset, at least in part, by a reduction in more serious workplace-related violent offending and the cost for law enforcement agencies and courts of dealing with that more serious offending. The core focus, however, is on the safety of the Australian men and women whose work benefits the Australian public. The Coalition will of course adopt its normal practice of subjecting the bill to ordinary scrutiny to ensure there are no unintended consequences. It is a practice we cannot afford to depart from lightly. Far too often, under this Attorney-General, we have discovered errors or mistakes which have real adverse consequences for Australia. So, we will subject this bill to appropriate scrutiny. But we understand the intent of the legislation, and subject to the results of that inquiry, we will cautiously support it. I thank the House.
I will now put the question. Okay, Minister.
I move that this debate be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned to a later hour of this day. All of that opinion say aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I now move the amendments circulated in my name, which you've got a copy of, I think, so all good. Yep. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill 2024. This bill, I believe, is another attack, particularly on small businesses, from the Albanese government. This is an anti-business government, and the bill highlights how the government is failing small businesses across Australia who are struggling. We saw today, in question time, how little the front bench of the government knows about small business when we were talking about tax-deductible meetings over lunch. They just don't understand it. They don't get it. These businesses are facing record insolvencies under the Albanese government. Can you believe that in less than one term, 27,000 businesses have gone bust in Australia under the Albanese government?
How many?
27,000 businesses. Yeah, you've heard it right if you're listening. The December 2024 quarter was the worst quarter for business insolvencies on record, with 3,852 businesses going to the wall. The private sector in Australia is in decline, and the majority of jobs created by the Albanese government are being funded by public spending. Rather than taking this issue seriously or taking this issue on or having any sort of plan and picking small businesses up with the support that they desperately need, the Albanese government is pushing them down with brazen cash grabs in this bill. They're taxing them more with cash grabs. We have seen the government double down on their attack on small businesses today. As I said before, with their bizarre response to the Coalition's food and entertainment tax deductibility on money that businesses spend. It's their money. We're talking small businesses spending their own money with meetings with staff. They might have a good month, achieve budget, and they have a staff meeting over lunch. The business spends the money, not the government. All they're doing is getting a tax deduction if you've got a turnover of a business under 10 million, lots of little businesses. And the government want to attack that as well. And that's because none of them have run a business. None of them have. I'd love to hear about the business that those opposite have run. But this morning the Treasurer was quoting figures that are absolutely high and incorrect. This policy has a modest cost but a big impact for those small businesses who can have the confidence to reward their staff or clients with a coffee or a meal without attracting further tax liabilities. Deputy Speaker, the government has made it clear they don't support meaningful tax relief for Australia's small business. The Treasurer has never run a business, and now he seems set on ensuring no other Australian wants to run one either. Back to this bill, these are not serious reforms. This is a government running out of ideas and reverting to its usual form to tax more. If you look at Schedule 1 of the bill, it relates to the luxury car tax that was brought in by the Labor government, the former Treasurer Wayne Swan, back in 2007. And what it will do is it will alter the luxury car tax by restricting the definition of a fuel-efficient vehicle. So right now, every car that's over $80,567 has a luxury car tax on it. But if it's an electric vehicle, or if it's a vehicle that uses 7 litres per 100, some sort of high hybrid vehicle, 7 litres per 100, the luxury car tax kicks in at $91,387. So what does this government want to do? That's the way it's been. It's raising $1.5 billion or something a year. They want to change the definition of a fuel-efficient car and make it that, oh no, 7 litres per 100 is not good enough. We're going to bring it down to 3.5 litres per 100. That's their plan. When we've seen 27,000 small businesses gone broke so far. So these amendments will reduce consumer choice and apply the luxury car tax to more vehicles. And why? Because they're spending some $350 billion extra over the forward estimates. Compared to the last budget that Josh Frydenberg delivered in the Morrison government, they're spending everything that Josh budgeted, plus another $350 billion, so they're grabbing taxes where they can. The new definition for fuel efficiency will effectively limit the threshold to just EVs. It compounds Labor's existing ute and family car tax policy via new fuel efficiency standards. And although the government eventually watered down that proposal, it is now imposing a new tax by dramatically limiting what is considered fuel efficient for the luxury car tax. It is a tax grab. The luxury car tax already, as I said before, brings in over $1 billion a year in the 23-24 financial year. But not content with that, they want more to spend, to fund for dud policies like free TAFE that has a 13% completion rate. I went to TAFE, mate. 13% completion rate, that's not how to spend taxpayers' money. You know that university students pay HECS, but I know if you go to TAFE you can't contribute anything. That policy is a dud policy. And when I'm dead and buried, in 100 years from now, Labor will still be going on about free TAFE. They recycle these dud policies over and over again. Well, I've been involved with politics for some time, and Labor have been saving TAFE for 20 years. You know what else they've been saving for 20 years? Medicare. I saw the member for Lilly at a campaign launch the other day on social media, save Medicare, give me a break. Bob Billing's never been lower than what it is under the Albanese government. We should be saving Medicare from you lot, the Albanese government, not a future coalition government. The coalition supports a fuel-efficient and low-emissions transport sector in Australia, but it must be based on the principles of choice, maximise the choice of vehicles available to Australians. That's what we should be doing. Originally, when Labor brought in this new tax 15 or so years ago, the luxury car tax, it was there because, oh, well, we had Australian cars, we've got to save the industry. But now we don't have Australian cars. Why? Mainly because unions keep pushing up the price of wages, and the Minister for Energy over here, what's he done to energy prices for business? In less than 3 years, he's doubled the price of energy for every business in Australia. I challenge a member opposite of the Labor Party to go out and talk to a business in their electorate and find me a business that hasn't had their energy double. Most businesses have had a 100% increase in their energy prices in less than 3 years. That's the legacy. That's what you're approaching in the next 12 weeks, the next election with. That's what you'll have to defend, the doubling of energy prices on small businesses and tens of thousands of businesses closing and now additional tax. And not only that, consumer electricity has gone up. The other thing is no disadvantage. That's what the coalition supports. The poor, the vulnerable and region Australians should not be worse off, but they are under this government. Affordability, the overall financial affordability of cars currently available should not be diminished. And it's a low emissions policy, not just EVs. Hybrids, hydrogen and biofuels all have a role to play. Hybrids are exceptional. I mean, if you look at the Comcars that they run down here, those Camrys, they've got remarkable fuel efficiency. They wouldn't be classed, they would be hit with this new tax under this bill. I mean, you can run, I don't know where your electorate is, but it's a couple of thousand kilometres from here?
No, it's only 250 kilometres.
Oh, righto, you're a poor example. Maybe I can't use the Deputy Speaker because...
Either, mate.
All right, I'll leave that one alone. Sorry about that, Deputy Speaker. But small businesses and other taxpayers are under financial distress because of this government. And recent research from CommBank found that more than half of Australian small and medium-sized businesses are feeling the stress of navigating the cost of living crisis, with 57% of business owners reporting feeling stress due to financial pressures. Now, this is the harsh reality facing businesses under the Albanese government. And the policy intent of these existing interest charges is to neutralise the loan benefit that a taxpayer gets due to the late payment of tax. Now, the point of it is to put a taxpayer who is late paying tax in the same position as a taxpayer who has paid tax on time. But making these interest charges non-deductible goes beyond neutralising this loan benefit. It effectively now is an immediate penalty, regardless of the debt levels of culpability of the late taxpayer. The interest charges are already calculated using an uplift to the 90-day bank bill rate. This uplift is 7% plus for the GIC, and this is to discourage the use of tax debts as a source of finance. Denying deductibility to small businesses, every small business across Australia, goes well beyond discouraging. It's punitive. It is a penalty. And a revised tax assessment can occur for many reasons. These reasons can vary from honest mistake to uncertainty about a complex tax issue. On this point, the Corporate Tax Association has raised concerns that the proposed amendments may result in unintended behavioural consequences around how taxpayers and the ATO constructively engage to resolve long-running disputes. The association notes that Australian tax laws are complex and that in most instances a taxpayer would self-assess a position to comply with the law, and this would often include receiving advice from their accountants. Don't get me started on accountants, what the Assistant Treasurer has done to them in this last term. The current arrangements, which allow for deductibility, take into account the uncertainty of the tax environment and that filed positions can be reviewed well after a tax return is lodged. The Tax Institute has said that the availability of a deduction for the GIC and SIC has been integral to the tax system for an extended period, and this is a significant change for taxpayers to navigate. The Council of Small Business Organisations Australia has raised concerns that small businesses are already struggling with cash flow issues, higher energy bills, higher insurance bills, higher wages bills, less income because all Australians have got higher rents and higher mortgages, will be disproportionately affected, and that for these small businesses already struggling to make ends meet. They say this proposal will result in more complexity and a higher chance that the ATO's tax debt holdings may increase because businesses will continue to struggle to pay the higher cost of their outstanding liabilities. This comes as a recent study from MYOB found that 1/3 of small business owners cannot pay themselves due to cash flow challenges, and 1/4 have resorted to using their personal savings to keep businesses running. The government proposal will also require small businesses to consider and invest funds into a more sophisticated cash flow management strategy, and will require them to spend more money on accountants and on advisors to assist with their financial and tax planning. This will cost business more, small businesses more, family businesses more, medium businesses more, and it compounds their struggles further, often resulting in higher prices, which adds to inflation, and higher costs for all the people that we represent. The accounting professional bodies have been particularly critical of this measure. Chartered Accountants ANZ, the Institute of Public Accountants, the National Tax and Accountants Association and the Self-Managed Super Fund Association made a joint submission calling for Schedule 2 to be removed from the bill entirely. Their submission found that it is unlikely that increasing the cost of SIC will impact an entity's ability to correctly self-assess their tax liability, and the current cost of the GIC means that many taxpayers already have a strong incentive to pay tax on time. That making this non-deductible will inappropriately increase compliant costs of honest taxpayers. That there are already a wide range of targeted measures that the Australian Taxation Office can undertake to improve the collection of tax debt, and the latest annual report indicates that such measures are beginning to make an impact. CPA Australia made a similar submission, urging the government to reconsider this proposal. CPA Australia say denying these deductions will create undue financial hardship for small businesses and individuals, making the existing challenges in the current economic environment worse. This is an indiscriminate measure that fails to address situations where taxpayers have historically done the right thing, or through no fault of their own, accrue these charges due to legitimate tax disputes or administrative delays. In their explanatory memorandum, the government points to the ability for a taxpayer to apply for remission of an interest charge, i.e. to ask for it to be waived. But stakeholders report that the measure comes at a time of long delays in the ATO service delivery and inconsistent outcomes on remission requests. Disputing decisions is already time-consuming and costly, and this will become costlier with the risk of non-deductibility if a remission request is denied. These delays from the ATO will now cost taxpayers even more. The government's decision to introduce this measure, despite widespread criticism, shows that the business community should have no confidence that the Albanese government can consult and no confidence that the Albanese government listens. If the government was serious about achieving the policy objectives here, it would have at least listened to the sensitive alternate policies put forward by stakeholders. These include introducing more targeted measures that focus on high debt accounts rather than penalising all small and family businesses, including those which are generally compliant. Reducing the percentage rates for the GIC and the SIC if deductions are to be denied. Currently 7%, 3% uplifts. Maintaining deductibility of the GIC for a reasonable period to provide time to secure financing, and retaining deductibility for the SIC as its adjustment-related charge, not a late payment penalty. Creating a transitional rule to prevent retrospective application. Currently, an amended assessment for the 2022 tax year could accrue SIC and become non-deductible. Aligning tax treatment for interest on tax overpayments, make these non-assessable. This government is clearly blinded by the revenue that this measure brings in, and it is a brazen cash grab. If this measure ultimately passes, I can assure the small and family business communities that the Coalition would urgently review its impact on small businesses when in government and given that opportunity. Extending the period to retain a BAS refund, Schedule 3. This is something that the opposition does support. Of this bill extends the period with which the Tax Commissioner must notify a taxpayer of a decision to retain a refund from a BAS. It will extend from 14 to 30 days, this period, to allow the ATO more time to verify information. The purpose of extending this period is to combat fraud and reduce the number of fraudulent refunds issued by giving the ATO more time to assess and verify potentially fraudulent BASs. This is particularly important after proliferation in recent years of high-value, large-scale GST fraud promoted through social media. The ATO's Operation Protego has estimated 57,000 individual participants in a major GST fraud, costing at least $2 billion, which ran from April 2022 to June 2023. Now, I do note the measure could raise concerns about delays to BAS refunds paid by the ATO and its impact on small business cash flow. However, this measure does address this issue in part by providing that interest is payable to an entity where there is a delay in a refund past 14 days and where there is ultimately no reduction in the refund. This will introduce the impact on compliant taxpayers affected by a longer mandatory notification period. In addition, the ATO should be judicious with its use of the extended period and should also continue to develop its risk models and work with banks, law enforcement agencies and other organisations to share information and detect fraud. Now, the government's proposed Schedule 4 of this bill continues Labor's attempt to decimate the instant asset tax write-off and deprive 26,500 medium-sized business of access to accelerated depreciation. The Treasurer today, when talking about small business in question time, kept saying, oh, we're already doing generous things for small business. A $20,000 instant asset tax write-off is not generous. It's pathetic, quite frankly. When they came into government, the instant asset tax write-off was unlimited. Unlimited. So what that could mean is that a business wanting to invest in manufacturing, a manufacturing business, could buy, they might have a new machine that was worth $300,000. They could buy that machine and write it off against profits that financial year. Right. This mob, the Albanese government, think they're generous giving small business $20,000. I mean, give me a break. And it goes again to show that no one on that front bench really has run a small business with staff for an extended period of time. That's what it shows. Not only that, a lot of them don't even have workers anymore amongst their ranks. So basically they come from a limited scope when it comes to developing policy, which is to the detriment of Australian manufacturers. I mean, this policy that they've got around, what is it called, Manufacturing Australia or Future Made in Australia, it's not even now, it's the Future Made in Australia. Constituents are awake up to this stuff. I have never seen a Labor Party go into an election with so many flawed policies, right? They've already seen, on my estimates, a 16% drop in manufacturing since they've came to office. And I know that because the Minister Husic, gets up in question time and rabbits on, we've got 950,000 manufacturing jobs. Recently, they said, we've got 860,000 manufacturing jobs. During COVID, we had 1 million manufacturing jobs under the former coalition government. So just do the maths. 1 million manufacturing jobs in COVID under the former coalition government. And now, the member for Solomon and others here, they've delivered 860,000 manufacturing jobs. So when the people in Darwin go to vote, they need to know that they've seen a 14% reduction in manufacturing under the Albanese government. And now they want to con Australians with some sort of Future Made in Australia bill. Like what they did with the Bruce Highway on infrastructure, which also impacts people. The Prime Minister came up into Queensland and announced, we're going to fix the Bruce. And then his Finance Minister says, that won't start for 4 years. That's beyond the not this election, that's beyond the 2028 election. I mean, do they really think Australians are stupid? That's pretty soon. This is their lineup. Free TAFE, Future Made in Australia. Meanwhile, we've got a 13% completion rate. We can't get any tradies because they've completely abandoned the private HEC sector, the vet sector, I should say. Vocational education and training, if it's a private sector business, they don't want to know about it. They don't want to know anything about it because they only want to support their union donors, and TAFE has public sector employees where they're more likely to be unionised. Mate, if I did that, I'd end up in jail. How the Labor Party get away with this for decades is beyond me. And I'm telling you, Australians are awake up to it because their mortgages are up, their rents are up, their electricity are up, their manufacturing jobs have dropped by 14%. It's a disgrace. And the Treasurer in the MPI today is absolutely right. We've never seen Australian standard of living fall by this much in one term ever. ever. So you can keep your $20,000 instant asset tax write-off because it's pretty well worthless. Whilst we'll support it because it's better than nothing, but you shouldn't be proud of it. You should not be proud of it because under your watch we've had tens of thousands of small businesses close and now you want to give them a $20,000 instant asset write-off. You won't be able to buy any car for 20 grand, let alone one of the electric ones you want, that has a tax-free threshold of over 90 grand. So, it just goes to show how out of touch the Albanese Labor government, their ministers and backbench are. That is the reality. Deputy Speaker, we will move an amendment to increase the instant asset tax write-off and to make it permanent, not just for 12 months. So it gets worse. They're offering 20 grand and they want to do it for a year. Like, not 4 years or, they want to do free TAFE forever, but they can't even give small businesses a $20,000 instant tax write-off forever. They give them 1 year. 1 year, that's it. All they want to do it. Well, the Coalition, we're friends of small business. You know why? Because they employ people. They employ people and they're hurting under you mob. So, Deputy Speaker, we will support the instant asset tax write-off, we'll support the BAS refund, but I can tell you this government is not doing Australians any favours, and Australians listening know how much they're hurting. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, there's over 2.5 million small businesses across the country. Millions of small and family businesses are impacted by Labor's bad decisions, including the 100% increase in electricity that we've seen with many small businesses. Labor has consistently been slow to provide certainty on the instant asset tax write-off, and it leaves small businesses in limbo and scrambling at the end of the financial year to go, what can I maybe get, rather than planning. And faced with uncertainty when they invest in their businesses. In contrast, the Liberal National Party, the federal opposition, our position would simplify depreciation for millions of small businesses by cutting red tape, boosting investment in productive assets, lowering business costs and prices. Unlike the government's piecemeal approach, we would deliver substantive reform for the 98% of Australian businesses who would benefit from the instant asset write-off being permanent. The Coalition is committed to lower, simpler and fairer taxes for Australia's 2.5 million small businesses that employ millions of Australians. Labor has opposed cutting the small business tax rate, opposed our instant asset tax write-off plan in the past, and has clawed back business tax incentives since coming into power. Australia's private sector growth has tanked under this government. Small businesses need a lifeline to drive investment and boost productivity. The Coalition is serious to support my amendment. This is a government rushing to lock in a few more cash grabs through higher taxes before an election is called. This is an anti-business government which is doing the bare minimum for small businesses before time runs out when an election is called. Under Albanese Labor government, the majority of jobs created are being funded by public spending that is not sustainable and risks higher inflation. We've already seen an increase in homelessness, rents up by 20% almost, and mortgages in some cases 30,000 increase in interest repayments and mortgages. That's $600 a week. That's a lot of money. In this bill, the government is giving with one hand to small and family business and taking with the other. Labor inherited an economy with low unemployment, strong growth and recovering government finances, and they've wasted it. They've absolutely wasted it. Labor has lost control of inflation, lost control of the economy, and it has lost sight of small businesses and families struggling under its cost of living crisis. I was on the Central Coast just last week on Friday with Lucy Wicks, and there was a small business down there, and you know what they said? They said, I'm begging you to do all that is possible to win and form government at the next election. My livelihood depends on it. Businesses are doing it tough and things are very stressful for me as a small business owner. Costs have skyrocketed, margins are thinner, account customers are not paying, most are on 120 days. They've got staff shortages, and plus the ATO are beep, I won't use the word, ruthless and have no empathy. That's what is a business in Robertson on the central coast of New South Wales has said. And they said, Australia needs you, Australia needs Peter Dutton.
Order. Is the amendment seconded? I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Members, the motion is second and I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Petrie has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent Standing Order 133 from recommencing in operation.
And I'll put the question again. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I'll call the minister again.
Cool. Thank you. Speaker, earlier this day, the Leader of the House suspended the standing order relating to deferred divisions to allow us to consider the member for Wentworth's motion about anti-Semitism. This motion I am now removing will reinstate that standing order so that the usual rule of having no divisions after 6:30 p.m. will apply this evening.
And I'll put the question. It's been put. So, okay, I'll be fine. I thank the minister. All right, and I call the honourable member for Cornwall.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report on the inquiry into Australia's efforts to advocate for the worldwide abolition of the death penalty, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Riverina?
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina, and I call the honourable member for Cornwall.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and as Chair of the Human Rights Subcommittee, I present this committee's report into Australia's efforts to advocate for the worldwide abolition of the death penalty. Deputy Speaker, there's no place in this world for the death penalty. Whilst many countries retain capital punishment, it exists in stark contradiction to our deeply held human rights beliefs and obligations, a position, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say enjoys long-standing bipartisanship support in this country. As such, this committee is firmly of the view that Australia has an important role to play in advocating for the worldwide abolition of the death penalty. This role is particularly vital within our own region. This inquiry, Deputy Speaker, was referred to the committee by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Senator Penny Wong, in June 2024. The committee received 13 submissions and held 2 public hearings in Canberra. During the course of the inquiry, we clearly heard that Australia's strategies for advocating for the abolition of the death penalty need to be re-evaluated and revamped if they are to continue to have an impact in today's complex geopolitical environment. The committee also heard that sustained, nuanced and targeted advocacy by Australia and other abolitionist countries is essential to ensuring steady progress towards abolition. As such, the committee considers it vital that the Australian government strengthens existing partnerships and builds new coalitions to push for change in our region. This report makes 7 recommendations to this end. These recommendations range from the need for continued advocacy to a recognition of the need to support the critical work undertaken by civil society organisations in this space. This report also recommends a strategy of incremental change in which Australia presses for the abolition of the death penalty for less serious crimes and for the removal of the death penalty as a mandatory sentence for particular crimes. In addition to these changes, it is clear that Australia and other abolitionist countries must remain vigilant against any backsliding or complacency on the issue of the death penalty. Progress on this issue is of paramount importance but should not be taken for granted. On behalf of the committee, I extend my thanks to the many stakeholders and submitters who contributed their time and experience to the inquiry. I also thank all committee members for their collegiate approach and to the Secretariat for their support throughout this inquiry, and I commend this report to the House.
Order. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the member for Corbell.
I move that the House take note of the report, and I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'll now call the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Committee on Public Accounts and Audit, I present the following reports. Report 507, Defence 2022-23 and Major Projects Report, and Report 508, Annual Report 2023-24. And lastly, of the House to make a short statement in connection to these reports.
The member for Riverina is leave granted.
Leave's always granted, the member for Barton.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina and I call the honourable member for Barton.
Now in its 16th year, the Major Projects Report continues to be an important tool for defence accountability and transparency. In adopting its annual MPR inquiries, the committee establishes expansive terms of reference that allow it to consider any matters contained in the associated with the MPR. This year, the committee paid attention to growing secrecy and the need to maintain transparency. The lessons learned process, Australian industry capability plans, the implementation of defence risk management systems, contingency statements, and the use of terminology. The committee also examined the scope creep, off-the-shelf options in defence procurement, the accuracy of the Battlefield Command System project, data summary sheet, and the future of the MPR itself. The committee made 4 recommendations which will result in important corrections and introduce evolutions to the MPR process. This will improve transparency and accountability for what are large amounts of public expenditure. Broadly, these recommendations deal with the reinstatement of lessons learned, reporting on improved governance and assurance processes, assessments of the full project cost of each project, and more clearly identifying scope, schedule and budget changes. On Report 508, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit is required under the Public Accounts and Audit Committee Act to report annually to Parliament on the work it has undertaken. The committee's work includes reviews of the Australian National Audit Office, reports and audit priorities of the Parliament, and making recommendations to the Government on budget estimates of the ANO and the Parliamentary Budget Office. In 23-24, the committee met 24 times, including 9 public hearings. The committee also commenced 4 inquiries and presented 7 reports that contained a total of 46 recommendations for government. The committee inquiries in 23-24 included annual performance statements, probity and ethics, and defence in major projects. In conclusion, can I say the committee also undertakes a range of other non-inquiry activities pursuant to its legislative responsibilities, including the confirmation of significant statutory appointments. In 23-24, the committee considered the confirmed the appointment of both the independent auditor of the ANAO and the Auditor General. I would like to acknowledge the work of the previous chair, the Honourable Julian Hill MP, for his dedicated and skilled leadership of the committee over 23-24 period, and for his shepherding of the early stages of 22-23 MPR inquiry. I thank my fellow members of the committee for the spirit in which they approach the committee's work and their dedication to its scrutiny and function. I particularly acknowledge Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC, for her collegiate approach to the Deputy Chair and the Secretariat for its professionalism in supporting the work of the committee, and I commend both reports to the House.
Member for Barton, do you want to move that the House take note?
That the House take note of each report.
Thank the Honourable Member for Barton. The debates are adjourned and the resumption of each debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And now I call the Honourable Member for Barton.
Thank you very much. I move that the orders of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I thank the Honourable Member for Barton, and I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
House to present executive minutes on reports of the Joint Committee of the Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted, Member for Riverina?
Leave is granted.
I present executive minute on reports 475, 480, 495, 498, 502, 503, 504 and 506, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
I thank the Honourable Member for Barton. I now call the Honourable Member for...
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth, I present the committee's intern report on the inquiry into the understanding and utilisation of benefits under free trade agreements.
I thank the Honourable Member for Adelaide. I now call the Honourable Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Financial Abuse, an Insidious Form of Domestic Violence, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted, Member for Riverina?
Yes, leave is granted.
I thank the Honourable Member for Riverina, and I call the Honourable Member for Swan.
Thank you. I'm grateful to speak on this report today, and it is the report of the hard-working Joint Standing Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, and this was the Financial Services Regulatory Framework in relation to financial abuse. And thank you to the Deputy Chair, the Member for Mitchell, for giving me the opportunity to present this report, and also the Chair of the committee, Senator O'Neill, who chaired an incredible committee inquiry. During the 2022 election campaign, my team and I visited 49,000 homes, and there was one conversation that stayed with me. It was a father who was living with his adult daughter and explained how his daughter was leaving a coercive relationship, and it was a coercive relationship to the point where the daughter did not have financial means to buy sanitary products. And that's like a level of coercion that I had not heard about before. Also, early in my term, I met Shanine, a proud Torres Strait Islander woman who was living in my electorate, and she courageously spoke about her abuse. She had been financially exploited, and she ended up, from her domestic violence relationship, in a 9-month coma, drowning in debt. And it turned out that her ex had racked up tens of thousands of dollars of debt. These stories inspired me to look at the way that we look at our systems. And I met with Shanine, and she encouraged me with her positive outlook and determination to help others. And I wanted to raise their voices at a national level, which I did. And then there's Julie Adams from WA. She lost her daughter, Molly, to domestic violence-related suicide. Her alleged perpetrators received Molly's superannuation. Julie's advocacy has been courageous. She is an inspiration, and this inquiry has revealed the devastating impact of financial abuse. The statistics are shocking. $1.7 billion in unpaid child support is just one example. We uncovered issues that we had not anticipated, and this is the power of democracy. Parliamentary inquiries shine a light on issues that impact everyday Australians. Financial abuse is one of them. The report is titled Financial Abuse, an Insidious Form of Domestic Violence, and it is.
and we just uncovered exactly how insidious it is. Senator Deborah O'Neill, the committee chair, called it a quiet but raging epidemic, and I think she's absolutely right. We have seen how systems and financial products are weaponised to inflict harm that stops victims, survivors from moving forward. Superannuation, credit and debit card products, mortgage arrangements, all can be turned into tools of abuse. It does not discriminate, it crosses boundaries, age, wealth, culture, gender. The impact is devastating, and this is outrageous, and we must make sure that it stops, and we all have a role to play. As an engineer, I believe in designing systems that work for people. Systems should protect them, not harm them. Safety by design is a key. Some financial institutions are embracing this, but it must be universal and across all financial services and across government. We must build protections in our systems that prevent harm before it happens. The committee recommendations tackle these issues head-on, and I thank Senator O'Neill for her leadership. I thank the Deputy Chair and all the committee members for their commitment. To the witnesses who bravely gave evidence, thank you. Your courage was inspiring. Our committee is not often brought to tears, but you brought us to tears on multiple occasions. Your stories made it real and tangible and showed the true extent of the problem. It is no longer invisible. Your voices have been heard. The national conversation has been a game changer. Now we have a game plan. There are 61 recommendations, and I'm deeply proud of this work. This is how we create change, and I look forward to progressing this work in the House and our community.
I thank the honourable member for Swan, and I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Belgium and Norway from the 1st to the 6th of December 2024 and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted, member for Riverina?
Is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Riverina, and I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging my colleagues who were part of this delegation to Belgium and Norway. It was a pleasure to travel with Senators Helen Polly and Tammy Tyrrell, the member for Capricornia, the Honourable Michelle Laundrie, and the member for Leichhardt, the Honourable Warren Inch. I thank them all for their keen engagement during our time in Europe. It was a privilege to lead the delegation. Australia maintains a biennial commitment to visit the European Parliament in Belgium. On this occasion, we were privileged to attend the 43rd Australian EU Interparliamentary Committee meeting at the European Parliament and to continue to strengthen Australians' connections with the European Union. We also travelled to Norway to strengthen Australia's connections there. Delegations such as this are vital in building on those existing relationships and strengthening our shared commitments to a secure, peaceful and prosperous world. The 43rd Australian EU Interparliamentary Committee meeting was an opportunity for all members to discuss a range of current issues relating to Australia and EU cooperation, including the Free Trade Agreement negotiations, economic relations, climate change and its impact in Europe, Australia and Pacific nations, and opportunities relating to renewable energy and critical minerals. The members discussed critical political and security developments, including the 2024 elections in the European Parliament, the Russian war against the Ukraine, the conflict in the Middle East, and the situation in the Korean Peninsula and across the Taiwanese Strait. The chair of the delegation for the relations with Australia and New Zealand, Mr Sean Kelly, MEP, thanks to Australia for its solidarity in supporting and protecting Ukraine. The delegation also had the opportunity to meet with senior representatives of NATO, of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, senior representatives of the Belgian train sector, and we visited the Belgian Parliament. But a particular highlight for the delegation in Belgium was our attendance at the last post ceremony in Ypres. We were privileged to be accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Carney Elias, Australia's Defence Attaché to Belgium and the Netherlands, to meet with Belgian volunteers who've been holding the last post ceremony at the Menin Gate each day since 1928. This was a moving tribute to fallen soldiers who fought in Belgium and a strong reminder of Australia's close bonds with Belgium today. It was a humbling experience to be asked to read the ode and lay a wreath on behalf of Australia and the delegation. The delegation then travelled on to Norway. During our visit, we were pleased to visit Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace, Norwegian cybersecurity agencies, and the National Authority for the Investigation and Prosecution of Economic and Environmental Crimes. We were also privileged to visit the Norwegian Parliament and meet with the Norwegian Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence, as well as the head of the Norwegian Asian delegation. Particular highlight for the delegation in Norway was our visit to Bastøy Prison. Bastøy Prison is an open, unwalled, low-security prison for adult males sentenced prisoners. It is located on a small island close to the mainland. It is for prisoners who have completed part of their sentences or are nearing the end of longer sentences. The delegation enjoyed a tour of the facility, visited the island's small supermarket, at which inmates could purchase their own food to cook their own meals, using an allowance provided to them. The facility is available to inmates, including a small house where inmates may request visits from family, are impressive and about providing pathways back into society. We received a detailed overview of the prison and Norway's criminal law system more generally from the staff. Norway has one of the lowest recidivism rates in the world and has a restorative justice system that is often referenced as a model for other countries. It was very instructive to see how this system works in action. During our travels in Belgium and Norway, the delegation was ably supported by Australian officials, led by Her Excellency Carolyn Miller, Australian Ambassador to the EU, NATO, Belgium and Luxembourg, and Her Excellency Karen Ayalia, Australian Ambassador to Denmark, Norway and Iceland. I know I speak for the entire delegation when I offer our sincere thanks to the people of Belgium and Norway for their hospitality and to the Australian officials for their excellent supports during a very busy visit. I'd also like to thank Charlotte Fletcher from the Senate, who supported the delegation on our trip, and the International Parliamentary Relations Office, especially Shannon Carpinian and Luke Hennessy, for logistical and informational support. I encourage all members of the House to consider the report and I commend it to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Werriwa and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Free TAFE Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, legislation that makes free TAFE permanent. And it's on semester 1 of TAFE in New South Wales, where new TAFE students are starting or returning students are coming back. What this legislation will do, Deputy Speaker, is cement 100,000 free TAFE courses every year to give Australians skills and qualifications in aged care, early childhood education, construction, and much, much more. When we came to government, Labor introduced free TAFE, given the clear need to rapidly grow our skilled workforce and meet challenges facing our economy. And this is a new opportunity that Australians have embraced across the country. We have seen a record uptake with nearly 600,000 enrolments in less than 2 years, demonstrating the genuine desire of Australians to upskill or reskill, to train and retrain. Free TAFE has opened up new opportunities and pathways for people in my community on the central coast of New South Wales who wouldn't have been able to study or train. Locals have spoken to me at my mobile offices and when I'm out and about in the community about what a difference free TAFE is making to them, to their families and friends, and to our community. People like Talisha from Blue Haven, who said, and I quote, "As a mum of 4, I want to get back to work, but I couldn't afford to pay for the course. Free TAFE has made it possible for me to study a Cert 4 in project management and better myself to return to work." And Laurie-Anne from Ungara, who said, and I quote, "Without free TAFE, I would never have signed up to complete the Certificate 4 in training and assessment. I found myself wondering what I could do next. and now find myself on a journey I could never have imagined. These real stories of people like Talisha and Lorianne are what this legislation is about. It's about opening up the doors to opportunity, of creating new opportunities, pathways to skills and training and reliable jobs. That's what Labor governments do. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate, 1/3 of people hold a TAFE qualification, which is significantly higher than the national average. For people in my community, TAFE has long been a trusted, reliable pathway to gain the skills that they need for a steady job and a good career. My late father, Grant, he was a licensed builder, a civil structural engineer, and something that he was most proud of was being a TAFE teacher. He dedicated much of his working life to TAFE, to his students, to giving them the skills and opportunities that they needed. And he believed that all Australians, especially those in the outer suburbs and the regions, deserved quality skills and affordable training. TAFE offers flexibility for parents, for young people, for working people, for carers seeking to start a career, to change career, to upskill, to retrain, to gain qualifications, with 4 out of 5 enrolments being part-time, offering that flexibility that so many people need to be able to gain the skills they need, the qualifications they need. Of the 500,000 enrolments since we created free TAFE, almost half of them have been in New South Wales. Over 50,000 enrolments have been in the care sector. My colleague, Assistant Minister Jed Carney, has really championed the care economy. And through these free TAFE courses, we've seen a big uptake in people being able to gain the skills they need to work in our care economy. And more than 17,000 in technology and digital sector, 13,000 in early childhood education, upskilling our workforce, providing skills that are really needed in communities like mine, and providing essential services that people need, like aged care, like early childhood education. Deputy Speaker, free TAFE is saving students, is saving each participant thousands of dollars. Money that stays in their bank balance, money that means that they can afford to be able to study, to train, removing cost barriers which have prevented too many people from studying, particularly in my community. I spoke to a woman who was about my age, and she was at the TAFE campus at Arimba, and she was now studying, she wanted to be a travel agent. Her kids are grown, and now through these free opportunities, it meant that she could back herself. She said, if there was a cost involved, I don't know that I could, kind of take that sort of risk in exploring a new career or trying over. But the confidence that it gave her, because she had that financial support to do it, meant that she can now have that career that she always wanted. And she's supporting the local economy and jobs in our community. On the central coast of New South Wales, we have 3 TAFE campuses, one in Gosford, in Robertson, one in Arimba, and a third one in Wyong in my electorate. And my brother Eddie, he's a plumber and a gas fitter, and when he finished school, he was able to go to Wyong TAFE to be able to gain his plumbing certification. He's had a really good career as a local business owner, and he's now completing his MBA. And I think these are the kind of pathways that are available to people, particularly in the outer suburbs and regions, that we are going to really open up and make those opportunities available to so many people in our community. And I want to also acknowledge the work of my state colleague, my good friend David Harris, the member for Wyong and Minister for the Central Coast. David has been able to secure some additional funding for an expansion of Wyong TAFE campus, because the New South Wales Government believes in the value of TAFE. In fact, today, the New South Wales Minister Government Minister for Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education has launched the new TAFE New South Wales Charter, reaffirming its commitment to equipping the state with the skilled workforce it urgently needs. And I know that this commitment from New South Wales will make such a difference, because we saw under the former Liberal government in New South Wales just such a neglect of vocational education, such a neglect of regional campuses, and I'm so pleased this is a complete turnaround. The New South Wales government, the Minns Labor government, investing strongly in TAFE. And I remember my father, as a former TAFE teacher, railing against the then, I think it was Greiner government, Minister Carney, when they, in the early 90s, were introducing paid fees for TAFE in New South Wales. And it's something that the Liberals have always done. They did in New South Wales in the late 80s or early 90s. They've done it at different times. And this is something that, as members of the Labor Party, that we're really proud of, that Labor will always support TAFE. And it really concerned me when we heard the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party late last year, and she said, and I quote, "If you don't pay for something, you don't value it." If you don't pay for something, you don't value it. That's what they believe, that if you don't pay for something, that you don't value it. I invite the Deputy Leader of the opposition to come to Batto Bay and tell the sole parent raising 2 school-aged children, working full-time and upskilling through a part-time free TAFE course, that they don't value that opportunity, that they don't realise the opportunity that it will create for them, for their children, and the contribution that they can make to our local economy. Or to come to Gorican and to tell the school leaver who's just moved out of home and is trying to make ends meet while undertaking a free TAFE course that he doesn't value it? Of course he does. A young person in the outer suburbs and the regions absolutely knows the values of having skills and having qualifications and being able to have a quality job and a good career, and one that's close to home. Deputy Speaker, free TAFE matters. It's because for people in communities like mine on the central coast of New South Wales, without free TAFE, they just miss out. They wouldn't have a crack. They wouldn't have that shot at an education that our Education Minister has really worked so hard to create for them, that our Minister for TAFE and Skills has done as well. People would miss out. And this is something that, coming into the election this year, this is something that is at risk. The opposition don't value TAFE. They never have. And I'm really concerned for people in my community who, won't have those opportunities in the future. And we saw that, as I mentioned earlier, with the gutting of TAFE in New South Wales under the former Liberal government, and with the lack of investment of the former coalition government at a federal level. Our Labor government established free TAFE. And this legislation makes it permanent. With 100,000 places each year. I will always fight for people in my community. I will always stand up for their opportunities, and I will always support free TAFE, and I commend the bill.
I thank the Honourable Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Free TAFE Bill 2024. As a former TAFE student and teacher, speaking on this topic is very important to me and one that I care about deeply. TAFE changed my life for the better, giving me the skills I needed to pursue the jobs and career I wanted. I entered TAFE in my mid-20s following a number of years working as a secretary. I'd been working in the disability sector as a volunteer, working with young people. I wanted to pursue a career in youth work and community development. Chisholm TAFE gave me the opportunity to study and learn about youth work and community development in greater detail. TAFE gave me the opportunity to develop skills and confidence to study as a young woman, and this was before it was even free. And this has led to an incredible career that has led me to here. Not to show my age, but it was also just before the Liberals in Victoria gutted our TAFEs during the 90s. Those opposite, when in government, cut $3 billion of funding from the vet system and TAFE. And no wonder we have a skills shortage that has fed a crisis in housing and other sectors such as the child care education sector and aged care sector. The Albanese Labor government values TAFE deeply. And like the opposition, we are committed to investing in the skills Australia needs to drive economic growth and provide secure and well-paid work for Australia. We need TAFE to help build Australia's future, a future made in Australia. Free TAFE has been a huge success. There can be no doubt. In the first 21 months of Free TAFE, there have been over 600,000 enrolments. And with this bill, Free TAFE is here to stay. This legislation will establish Free TAFE as an enduring feature of the National Vocational Education and Training System, funding 100,000 free TAFE places a year from 2027. This legislation will provide ongoing certainty to students, employers, industry, as well as states and territories, understanding that the Commonwealth Government is committed to investing in skills and TAFE. Importantly, Free TAFE is supporting Australians that experience barriers to education, with 35,000 people with disabilities and over 30,000 First Nations Australians taking up the opportunity to study at TAFE. Through my past work heading up the MEGT Foundation and the Women's Spirit Project, I have mentored and coached women to build their courage and confidence and steer them to set career goals. Their first step on this journey has been returning to education, and TAFE has been the pathway that women from MEGT and the Women's Spirit Project, those recovering from trauma and disadvantage, turn to every time. Because it helps them build their skills and capacity. It supports them to build their confidence and kickstart their career without struggling financially. We need a coordinated response to the skills shortages that this country is facing. This bill ensures that Free TAFE addresses workforce shortages in industries of local and national priority, helping skill up workers. Australia needs for a strong economic future and a secure and sovereign future. As everyone knows, we have a housing crisis in this country as a result of the opposition not taking action on this issue during the 10 years they were in government. The Albanese Labor government has a Minister for Housing and has injected $32 billion into building housing supply across the nation, the greatest investment in housing by any federal government. Central to meeting the housing crisis is having enough tradies and apprentices to build the homes that we need. Thanks to the work of the Minister for Education, we recently announced that apprentices in the construction industry, those training to be builders, electricians and plumbers, will receive a $10,000 incentive to support them to complete their apprenticeship. An innovative investment aimed at making a difference for individuals, industry and our future made in Australia. Late last year, I had the dedicated and passionate Minister for Skills and Training in my electorate, and we visited Chisholm TAFE. We spoke to many different students studying everything from nursing to mental health, youth work and community services. They all spoke of how Free TAFE has quite literally changed their lives by removing the financial barrier to reskilling. In my beautiful electorate of Dunkley, over 2,000 apprentices are currently working towards a nationally accredited qualification because of Free TAFE. I regularly speak to people from Dunkley, either on the doors or on the phones, wanting to reskill or upskill, a young person who is unsure of their future. I hear about their concerns about what to do now they have finished VCE. I share a little of my journey with TAFE and I talk to them about looking at TAFE courses because TAFE is a legitimate and important pathway for young people, for women and men wanting to reskill and upskill. It's motivating to see how many residents are benefiting from the fantastic opportunities that this Labor government has provided. I know at least 5 people from my family and friendship group benefiting from Free TAFE. They are studying nursing, childcare, electrical, IT courses, the list goes on. And I love catching up and hearing their enthusiasm as they talk to me about completing a subject or their course. They have a real sense of purpose that they are working towards a career, and they can afford to. Contrary to what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has stated, the Liberals spin free TAFE is not undervalued just because it's free. It is in fact valued because it is an investment in people and their ability to have a career in the field they choose. And it's also an investment in the future prosperity of Australia, a future made in Australia. I hear it a lot in my local community that free TAFE is literally changing lives. And that's because for many in my community who may not be well off financially or may not have done as well as they would have liked in school, they get the opportunity to chase their dreams with no financial barrier. Workforce shortages in critical areas shouldn't just be acknowledged, they should be acted upon. The government has a duty to act to fill the shortages, and that's exactly what free TAFE acts to do. This government has acted in the best interest of the country, industry, and most importantly, people wanting a career. We are working to train people in construction so we can build more homes, to train more people in nursing and childcare professions so we have nurses we need in hospitals, aged care workers and childcare educators to educate and care for our children. There is a huge risk if the Leader of the Opposition gets his hands on TAFE. Opposition has refused to back our additional free TAFE and vet places for construction, our new energy apprenticeships and the financial supports and incentives to prioritise apprentices and employers. Last time they were in government, we saw their efforts to dismantle our TAFE and vet system. They cut $3 billion of funding from the vet system and TAFE last time they were in government. We cannot risk those opposite limiting access to vocational education and cutting off pathways for workers in essential and critical industries. We would have further cuts to vocational education if they were in government, blocking many Australians from reaching their full potential and not having access to the qualifications they need. This would only further exacerbate the critical skill shortages in Australia, meaning projects in housing, infrastructure and energy would be further delayed. This is not in the economic interest of our nation, nor in our national interest. The Liberals don't respect our public TAFEs. They don't understand or value the importance of strong TAFEs in our local communities. They have shown they'll go for cheap and fast-track training over a well-supported and trusted vet sector with TAFE at the heart. There is a clear choice at this election. The opposition, the Liberal National Party, will cut free TAFE funding and all Australians will pay more for TAFE. This government is opening doors for people with TAFE so they can get well-paid, secure work and build their future. Under the Albanese government, free TAFE is here to stay, to help build Australia's future, a future made in Australia.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Dunkley. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable Assistant Minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be speaking on this free TAFE bill today, and I'm especially pleased to be speaking on it today of all days because in New South Wales, in my state, we see the start of Semester 1 2025, which is today. So it is a day to be celebrating TAFE and all that it provides, and also to be speaking on this really important bill in terms of how committed our government is, the Albanese Labor government, to providing fee-free TAFE and the difference that it's making in the lives of so many Australians. Now, Deputy Speaker, this bill, the Fee-Free TAFE Bill 2024, provides the ongoing financial support to states and territories for the delivery of fee-free TAFE places. It ensures that's in place and supports the delivery of at least 100,000 places across Australia each year from 2027. And what it really does is reaffirms our government's commitment to putting TAFE right at the heart of vocational education and training, and we understand how important that is. And this also removes those financial barriers to education and training, particularly for those people experiencing economic disadvantage. And very especially, it supports education and training in areas of high workforce demand with emerging skill needs that really are a national priority. And can I add, Deputy Speaker, that across the nation this is a game changer, but especially in regional and rural areas like mine, my electorate of Richmond on the New South Wales North Coast, having such a policy in place has made such a difference. There are approximately 5,000 people who have had access to fee-free TAFE since this was brought in, and I've met many of those students and they've talked about how it has been life-changing. They couldn't afford to go to TAFE without this in place. They are getting the necessary skills to work in much-needed sectors. And often in regional and rural areas there are impediments to gaining access to further training, and that's exactly why we have this in place, so people can get that access. And of course in my region too we have a series of outstanding TAFE facilities, indeed as they are right across the country, and I visited all of those, many of those. We've particularly got ones at Kingscliff, Byron, Ballina and Moolumbar, and they're very new ones, particularly in Byron Bay, and it's great having that there and speaking to a lot of those students and hearing what a difference it makes in their lives. Shows how important it is to have a Labor government in place delivering all of these important changes. And we have always been committed, Labor's always committed to investing in the skills that our nation needs to drive economic growth. It's vitally important. And we're also committed to making sure no one is left behind and holding nobody back as our economy transitions. And indeed, fee-free TAFE has changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians, providing that cost of living relief and a pathway to well-paid and secured employment. And in fact, in the first 18 months of fee-free TAFE, there have been nearly, as we heard the Minister say today, nearly 600,000 enrolments. That huge number across the nation, and this bill does establish that ongoing relief by removing those financial barriers to education and training, and it really does also ensure that free TAFE continues to deliver a coordinated response to those pipeline of skilled workers that our nation needs now and into the future. Now, we have a responsibility to help people here and now when it comes to training, and we do owe our duty to the next generation to build an economy. And that really does start with education for all. Every Australian, no matter where they live, their background is or their financial situation, they should be able to access education. And we believe in equal opportunity. By making TAFE free, we're removing that financial barrier. And the fact is our whole nation benefits in terms of the economic growth and as well as the individual's capacity to get that secure employment. And the cost of inaction, of course, is so much higher. Failing to invest in skilling up our people will leave so many industries and so many businesses stranded and so many people left out of fulfilling their full potential as well. And we are, across so many levels, committed to delivering on skills development. The fact is, TAFE is at the heart of VET, or vocational education and training, and you can't have a strong VET sector without strong public TAFE at its heart. And TAFEs are very valued and trusted public institutions and have a long history of delivering training in the public interest and working to meet so many goals that our nation needs. And this is some of the TAFEs in my community, and of course they're in every community across the country, and every Australian deserves to access them. And in fact, a Labor government will never ever consider fee-free TAFE wasteful spending, as we heard from the Deputy Opposition Leader. And it really says it all about the Liberals and Nationals' approach to public education, or indeed any great services, in this case public education. They don't understand it, don't value it, don't care about it, don't invest in it. We certainly do. We understand its worth. And of course, our government, by making all these strong commitments, is reversing a lot of the damage that we saw from the previous Liberal National government, the damage over a decade. We are rebuilding TAFEs for communities across the nation. We did make that landmark $30 billion 5-year national skills agreement, And we're also taking other actions, going after dodgy providers so that quality providers can in fact do all of their work properly. And of course, as we've pointed out many times in this House, the risk of the opposition leader and the Liberals and Nationals getting into government is that people will be worse off. And in one of those ways they'll be worse off will of course be the inevitable cuts we will see yet again to TAFE. Whenever they are in government, one of the first things they do is just absolutely slash all that funding for TAFEs and vet training as well. We know that'll happen again. We know they've got $350 billion claiming, they'll be making cuts across the board, whether it's Medicare, age pensions, TAFE training. It will be catastrophic for our nation. And of course, the opposition leader told us the other day in an interview that they're not going to announce any of these cuts till after the election, but Australians know that they would be so much worse off and cannot risk a Liberal national government. And we have at every turn when they have been in government fought their harsh cuts to TAFE, and when we have been in government we have invested record amounts to make sure that people can absolutely access all of these important services. And as I say, meeting particularly younger people every day who are at TAFE and training, or older people going back to reskill, it is life-changing for them. And indeed, I would like to note as well, again, as I said, today was the start of Semester 1 2025, and in my electorate of Richmond on the New South Wales North Coast, we're very pleased to have the New South Wales Minister for Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education, Steve Wan, was up there. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there this time. Minister Wan has been up to the North Coast many times, and I visited a number of TAFEs with him, and I know he and the Minns State Labor Government are equally committed to ensuring that provisions are made for our TAFEs. And in fact, Minister Wan was there today announcing the introduction of the new TAFE New South Wales Charter, which is a great idea. It lets the people of New South Wales know what they should expect from TAFE as the provider at the heart of vocational training, and the Charter reflects TAFE New South Wales as an important public asset, a community space, industry partner and leader of educational quality and innovation within the broader vet sector. And so I congratulate the New South Wales Government on making that announcement and making it in my electorate today as well, which I was very pleased about, and thank the Minister for coming to make that announcement there. And in fact, he made it at the TAFE in Kingscliff, which is an outstanding institution. In fact, there's $33 million of government investment in upgrading that particular facility. They also have one of the TAFE call centres there, so it is a huge institution providing a whole range of really good services, and that investment at $33 million includes a new learning space for health services students, which is equally important as well. So, Deputy Speaker, there are a whole range of initiatives that our government has when it comes to training and when it comes to supporting younger Australians as well, particularly when we look at HECS and those higher education contributions. We saw here last year in this House, we passed legislation to wipe $3 billion of student debt for 3 million Australians. And again, I know locally so many people have had those cuts to their HECS debts, and it's made a huge difference. And of course, that's all part of a broader measure of many of our cost of living relief measures. We know people are doing it tough, and we know many people with these HECS debts are, of course, doing it tough. So many people received that good news that legislation that we passed last year fixed the way that indexation was being calculated on student debt, and so many people were able to have that cut from their debt as well. And of course, we did announce late last year as well that a re-elected Albanese government would in fact be wiping 20% of student loans, and also at the same time announcing that we'd be making fee-free TAFE permanent. Having that 20% of those student loans, of those HECS debts, is a huge benefit to so many students right across the nation, again, particularly those in regional and rural areas. And again, we are committed to doing that if we are re-elected. And again, I present the alternative with the Liberals and Nationals, who didn't support any of that. They don't support any of our cost of living measures, and on top of all that, we'll be cutting many important training initiatives as well. So we have announced a whole range of measures, including also the $10,000 for those apprentices. So right across the board in terms of training, we're investing a lot, we're assisting those students with those HECS debts as well, because we really value education, and that's why we have this in place, and it's why we made those commitments leading up to the election as well. And of course they are all part of a broader suite of measures that we have worked on and delivered when it comes to cost of living relief. We understand that people are doing it tough. It is hard, and that's why we've had all these in place. And I will point out that every single one of those measures was opposed by the Liberals and Nationals. And they have to go and explain to people in their community why they oppose like a tax cut for every taxpayer. In my region, that's 71,000 people who've benefited from that. It's vitally important. And we also had the $300 energy bill relief. So important for people to have that energy bill relief, and of course opposed by those opposite. And we also have cheaper childcare and cheaper medicines that are helping people every day, and fee-free TAFE, of course, as I've said, which is absolutely vital. So all of those particular measures means that we're helping Australians right now. We understand they're doing it tough. And as we also have the situation too where we've seen, of course, the increase in wages, and we, of course, committed and delivered particularly that increase in wages for our aged care and our childcare workers who are so valued. And again, all opposed by those opposite. All of those cost of living measures opposed. And again, that's the risk that we often say to people, that that's the risk the Liberals and Nationals pose to the fact that people will be a lot worse off if they were to ever be in government again, in terms of just looking at their record and opposing vital cost of living relief, whereas we on the Labor side are absolutely committed to making sure that's in place. And in this instance and in this bill, of course, it all revolves around the fee-free TAFE and the difference that it makes. And again, the take-up rate of that is absolutely phenomenal. As I say, 5,000 people in my electorate is absolutely huge. There would not be anyone who isn't aware or touched by this, whether it be the student or their families or their friends. People often talk about how it has transformed someone's life, being able to access that fee-free TAFE. And again, that is one of our very core election commitments in terms of making sure that people can access that. We have to make sure that also the HECS debts, having that 20% cut to them is really important as well. And we're very proud to yet again be investing in education, investing in training and investing in skills. And as much as that is life-changing for individuals and their families and communities in terms of our nation's economic prosperity, we desperately need to have all these workers. So it is a win-win all round. So it's only Labor governments that continue to invest in the building, the training and skills for workers now and into the future, whilst also ensuring that our economy has an incredibly skilled workforce to meet the demands of now and into the future. And it is only Labor that consistently delivers increases in training and education right across the board. And Deputy Speaker, I very proudly commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you. And I rise today to speak on the Free TAFE Bill 2024, which is an incredibly important piece of reform. It will embed free TAFE as a fixture of our national vocational education system. And I know it's important because my husband, my brother, my sister, my dad and my mum all went to TAFE. You could say that that probably makes me the odd one out. But it also means that I know firsthand the huge role that TAFE institutes play in unlocking opportunities, equipping people with skills that they need to get ahead. And thanks to TAFE, my husband's a fully licensed plumber and gas fitter, which has allowed us to run our own small business on the South Coast. Thanks to TAFE, my brother is a qualified chef, having worked in New South Wales, Queensland and the UK, a career that he loved before moving into food wholesaling. And thanks to TAFE, my mum was able to retrain in her 50s to become an aged care diversional therapy worker, a job that she says was the best she ever had. And this is just my family. But there are so many stories just like this right across Australia. Free TAFE, which has already supported over 568,000 enrolments in the past 2 years, has had a huge impact on our communities, particularly across our regions, which represent 1 in 3 of those places. This bill will support the continual delivery of 100,000 fee-free TAFE places across Australia each year, removing barriers for more people to gain skills in their own backyard. I'm incredibly proud to be able to stand here today to support this, because it's one of the many ways that the Albanese Labor government is helping people to build their future. Free TAFE will give Australians the confidence to pursue their dreams, to upskill without the extra pressure that paying courses can sometimes bring. It will mean we have more nurses in our hospitals, more aged care workers looking after our loved ones, more tourism and hospitality professionals, sectors which are critical to strong local economies. And will also support building the pipeline of skilled workers Australia needs to remain competitive on the global stage, ensuring that we continue to grow our local industries and to strengthen our national economy. This bill ensures that free TAFE places target industries experiencing current and projected workforce shortfalls. Jobs in construction, the care economy, manufacturing, and industries undergoing a net zero transition. And this is important because when we came to government 2.5 years ago, we were faced with the biggest skill shortage Australia has seen in more than 50 years. A direct result of the former coalition government ripping $3 billion from TAFE and training, something that the leader of the opposition would have no hesitation in doing again if given half the chance. Because, let's face it, those opposite have form on this. They turned their back on aged care, they barely put a cent towards housing, and they promised hundreds of projects without budgeting for them and without investing in the workforce needed to get those projects done. And by way of standing in the way of free TAFE, again those opposite are still at odds with what our communities want. It was not long ago that the Deputy Leader of the Liberals said, if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Tell this to the apprentice chef that said, I'm going to school to get a better job so we can have a better life. Mm-hmm. Or to the Sparky that said, I like pulling things apart and putting them back together, so I'm going to go and do that for the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. Or the student nurse that said, it gives a lot of young people and older people an opportunity. To the nurses that have saved over $17,000, the electricians that have saved over $12,000, and the carpenters that have saved nearly $3,000. Those numbers speak for themselves, but all we've seen from those opposite is non-stop nonsense on this. This is a cost of living relief that's making a real difference for 568,000 people across the country, something that those opposite voted against. And when it comes to workers, all we've heard from the opposition is, well, nothing, because they've confused signature dish with signature policy. Taxpayers having to foot the bill for long lunches is all they've got. We on this side of the chamber know how important the VET system is for Australians and for Australia's future. We know that this bill will work because free TAFE has already changed the lives of hundreds and thousands of Australians, including over 127,000 people across the regions. This includes in my own electorate of Eden-Monaro, where we've got TAFE campuses in Bega, Cooma, Goulburn, Jindabyne, Queanbeyan, Tumut and Yass. Not to mention the Canberra Institute of Technology and Maria TAFE, which are used by many of my constituents as well. Free TAFE has supported people to build skills in their own backyard so that they can continue to work locally. And we have so many industries across the mighty Eden-Monaro that require TAFE qualifications, from agriculture and tourism to Snowy 2.0 and many of our small businesses. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting Queanbeyan TAFE with a member for Monaro, who is the New South Wales Minister for Skills, Training and Education. And we were speaking with bricklaying apprentices. They told me that there was nothing worse than being cooped up in an office building all day. It wasn't their style. They wanted to develop hands-on skills, give back to their community in really practical ways, which is exactly what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with wanting to go to uni, but it's not for everyone, which is why being able to access a range of vocational courses in our regions is so important. And with over 110,000 free TAFE courses already completed to date, this program has made that possible. A really positive completion rate, getting more workers into our communities where we need them most. It's one of the many ways since coming to government that we've made our education system fairer and more accessible for every Australian, regardless of your postcode. We've wiped $3 billion in student debt and will cut a further 20% from all student loans if re-elected. And we'll also lift repayment thresholds, keeping more money in people's hip pocket, providing important cost of living relief. We've signed a landmark $30 billion 5-year national skills agreement with all states and territories. And this puts TAFE at the centre of skills and training. We're building a national network of TAFE centres of excellence. We're uncapping satellite broadband to help regional and remote students better access education. We're supporting teaching, nursing and social work students with the cost of mandatory prac placements with $319.50 per week to help out. We're investing $66.9 million to double the number of university study hubs across the country, including 20 across regional communities. And just the other week, the Prime Minister announced that from 1 July, apprentices working in the housing construction sector will receive $10,000 in incentive payments on top of their wages over the lifetime of their training. Under those opposite, courses are cut, costs go up and completion rates go down. They put barriers in place, making uni or TAFE qualification unattainable. And we need this to change. And I know it too because firsthand, we've had over 10 apprentices in our local business. And unfortunately, over the lifetime of the former coalition government, they cut completion incentives for apprentices. And we've seen the number of apprentice completions go down because of it. The Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future, and that starts with investing in people. We're supporting people to train at home so they can continue to work locally, because you shouldn't have to pack your bags to build a career, and that is something that I think everyone should get behind in this chamber. I commend the bill.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I absolutely, completely agree with the sentiment of the last speaker that we shouldn't have to travel to get education. Before I go into the reasons why we're not supporting the free/not free TAFE bill, I'd like to tell you about a business, Fairclough and Reynolds in Coffs Harbour. Started 40 years ago by Peter Fairclough and Dave Reynolds. And they are a family-owned business specialising in refrigeration, air conditioning and catering along the northeast of New South Wales. They employ about 300 people. In 2023, they committed to training 50 apprentices. And every year they put on at least 15 to 20 apprentices. And about just after COVID, they came and saw me about the problems that they were having with New South Wales TAFE, or TAFE New South Wales. And because they had a relationship, and because they're such a good family-owned country, regional and rural business, they continued to try and work through the problems with TAFE New South Wales because they couldn't get their trainees or their apprentices into the courses in Coffs Harbour. So what they did, they built a purpose-built room onto their factory to train their apprentices and brought in a TAFE teacher. Now, they spent a lot of money doing that. This year they've been told, unless they can have 15 apprentices, and remember, we're going through a cost of living crisis at the moment. The cost of material has gone through the roof, but they're doing the right thing and trying to keep their apprentices on. Well, they've been told by TAFE New South Wales that unless they can have a minimum a minimum of 15 apprentices, then they will have to cover the cost, the business will have to cover the cost of the TAFE training. That is not free TAFE. That is costing a business who gives so much back to the community of Coffs Harbour an ultimatum that if you don't pay for it, you don't get it. So therefore, all these young apprentices or would-be apprentices won't get their apprenticeship. What's the solution? I'll tell you, Deputy Speaker, the solution from TAFE New South Wales was for those young apprentices to travel the 153 kilometres to Port Macquarie a couple of times a week, or if there's no availability there, you can go up the road 85 kilometres up to Grafton, but that's full. And finally, if you want an apprenticeship, you can travel the 385 kilometres down to Newcastle. That is not free TAFE. It puts barriers in front of these young men and women to actually get a trade. Now, I wrote to the State Minister and expressed my concern, the Honourable Stephen Wan, on the 4th of December. And to his credit, he wrote back to me on the 19th of December, suggesting a certain course which unfortunately involves a lot of travel and no solution. I just said I wrote to that minister. I also wrote to the Honourable Jason Clare MP on the 4th of December. Today is the 4th of February. Do you think I've had a response, Deputy Speaker? Nope. Haven't had a response. 2 months. That's how much this minister cares about young apprentices or potential young apprentices in the region. Maybe the free, not free TAFE bill only relates to metropolitan areas. But the fact is, despite the disregard for local, regional and rural businesses such as Fairclough and Reynolds, this bill is atrocious. This bill has not been costed, and if it goes ahead in perpetuity, will cost the taxpayer $500 million ongoing. That's not free TAFE. Sure, some TAFE students, not all TAFE students, some TAFE students might get free TAFE, but the taxpayer doesn't get free TAFE. And then, according to the minister in his speech, not all courses will be covered. The little asterisk down the bottom where it says, well, actually it's not all free TAFE, it's just some courses, not all courses. So it's inequitable. It's not fair to some students over other students. And Deputy Speaker, the fact is, I'll just refer to my notes. Despite spending $1.5 billion on free TAFE, we have over 80,000 fewer apprenticeships and trainees today than when Labor took office, and we have a graduation rate of about 13%. Australians need to ask themselves, who do they trust on training? Labor or the Master Builders Australia and the Housing Industry Association? Because they don't agree with the bill. Don't take it from me. I'm an ex-copper, ex-defence lawyer, hack politician, but the experts out there, the real experts out there, are saying that this is a bad bill. There are 34,685 fewer women apprentices and trainees in training, and have nearly halving of all starts for women in skills previously. From June 2022 to June 2023, skill shortages increased by 12.5%, and the latest data indicates 33% of all occupations are in shortage, which is higher than under the coalition. No wonder we have a housing shortage. And I note that the Prime Minister came out recently. He said, I'm going to give apprenticeship tradies $10,000 to continue or to start their trade. Little asterisk, go down to the bottom of the page. If they don't live at home. I have a 17-year-old son who's in Year 12 at a technical college. When he heard that, Deputy Speaker, he said, I don't know any apprentices who don't live at home because they can't afford it. And that is a great interjection from behind or comment. It is all spin. All spin, no substance. What we need to be doing, like we did under the coalition, is incentivising the employers. We had a policy where we paid 50% in the first year. Do you know why? And it's no disrespect to our young tradies. Because you're absolutely useless in your first year. You're not allowed to do anything under workplace and safety. You can't go and run a line as an apprentice electrician unless your boss is standing next to you. The best you can do is drive down to Bunnings and get black and white checkered paint or a left-handed screwdriver. And that's why we subsidise 50% in the first year, because in the second year you could do things, and that dropped down to 10%. And in the third year, that dropped down to 5%. It was real. It incentivised employers to bring apprentices on. And now, in the years that Labor has taken over, you have seen apprenticeships plummet, go through the floor. Why? Because of policy like this, because of bills with no substance, and because tradies are afraid. They're afraid to take on new apprentices because it's going to cost them money. They're afraid because of the economic environment right now where people are watching their money, if they have it, or they don't have money, and therefore the tradies aren't getting as much work. We need to bring common sense back into policy like this, common sense policy like we had under the coalition. This is a mess, and it's no wonder why the industry bodies are saying we can't support this. It is a mess. If the industry bodies don't support this, then we don't support it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a real shame to hear things going on the Hansard record that are not true, as the previous speaker just did. I want to make it really clear, Deputy Speaker, that our new initiative, which is the Key Apprentices program, will deliver $10,000 in instalment payments to trainees in housing, construction or clean energy, including bricklayers, electricians, plumbers, carpenters and joiners. In addition, that means as well as we will also increase the allowance paid to apprentices living away from home. So it is very disappointing to hear those opposite claiming things that are untrue when they have left this system crumbling. Everything that we are doing around apprentices, apprenticeships, supporting both them and their employers is to try and get that pipeline back happening. And that's what this bill, the Free TAFE Bill 2024, does. It increases that pipeline by saying to young people, we're not going to hit you with a huge debt on the work that you're doing. We're not going to hit your employer. You are going to have access to free TAFE courses. I saw this in action, Deputy Speaker, just late last year when the Minister for Skills and Training, Andrew Giles, joined me in Richmond at Richmond TAFE. And Richmond TAFE offers a whole range of fee-free courses. And we took a look at many of them: animal studies, companion animals, agribusiness, arboriculture, Certificate 3 in horticulture, Certificate 3 in landscape construction. That's just some of those fee-free courses that are available in my electorate of Macquarie. These ones specifically at the Richmond campus. And these are really important for my region, which is a semi-agricultural right through to, really dedicated rural communities, urban communities, lots of horticultural and construction workers where, we really want to incentivise these kids. I want to see the students at Bede, Paulding and Richmond High and Colo High and Windsor High and Hawkesbury High really reach out and say, I'm going to do a trade, and we're making it easy for them. I was really grateful to have the opportunity to talk to some of the head teachers at the Richmond TAFE and talk to them about the benefits that they're seeing from the existing fee-free courses. Kate McDonald, who's the head teacher of animal care and has been there for nearly a decade, along with Steve Rickson, who's one of the head teachers, and also Leo, who was actually put on the roster. He's been at TAFE for decades, and he was there over Christmas to look after the animals that we did get to see. And I spoke with students like Fiona and Bridget and Caitlin and Amanda. Amanda is the very proud owner, along with her family, of the Bowen Mountain-based limestone cottage goat breeding business. And I first met her because she was selling the produce that they make at one of our local markets. But there she was when I turned up at TAFE. She just thought, I'm going to learn more about it. I'm going to take up one of these TAFE courses. They are animal lovers and really having a crack at the whole hobby, mini farm, urban farming journey. I also talked to people like Caitlin. Now, Caitlin is a 21-year-old from Leonay, down right in the foothills of the Blue Mountains, and she was studying Certificate 3 in nursery operations. She's actually one of those people who adores growing things, just loves her plants. And she probably loves them more than she does some people. And you can understand that when you've got green fingers, and I know I get a lot out of being in my garden in the moments that I get. And you could just see the opportunity that was being created for Caitlin and her fellow students. And so I really want to pay tribute to the work that Richmond TAFE is doing. It isn't every day that I get to hang out with cows and talk to students about the fertiliser and how much they love having green thumbs. But this is the stuff that goes on in our TAFE every single day, the beautiful displays that they do. These are courses that can change people's lives, and that's not me saying that. That's what the students tell me about how it transforms their future. And it is one of the most beautiful things to do. And for those opposite who haven't been to a TAFE, who haven't taken advantage of the incredible educators who are in their community, I'd really encourage you to go and speak to them face to face about what Free TAFE is doing and why this bill is so important to ensure that that is carried forward for the next generation of students. By removing the financial barriers, free TAFE is a cost of living relief measure. It's actually making it affordable for people to be able to pursue their dreams, and it's saving Australians thousands of dollars. You know, whether it is nursing, where you're talking about a large fee that would otherwise be levied, it could be up to $17,000 or $18,000, depending on what they're doing. Whether it's early childhood education, and I've certainly been to many early childhood education centres and talked to the young people who are doing their courses now for free. Throughout the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, there are people who are their lives are just a bit easier because they're not incurring a debt or having to pay out. And that can be a saving of up to $5,000, or and these vary from state to state, given how TAFE operates. But another example in New South Wales is for those students who are doing a Cert 3 in a school-based education support, they can save nearly $2,000. All of these things make a tangible difference. That's what we're doing. We are making a practical difference in people's lives. And what's more, we're setting them up for an incredible future. When you look at the demographics, the data that shows who has taken up these courses of free TAFE, here's just a cross-section, a bit of a snapshot of who has done that. So between January 2023 and September last year, here's some numbers. 354,000 women. 354,000 women, and we don't know how many of them would not have had the capacity to go to TAFE without this option. There were 197,000 regional and remote students. There were nearly 192,000 people aged 24 and under. There were 140,000 almost job seekers, and 124,600 people who speak a language other than English at home. There were 44,400 people with a disability who took the opportunity to upgrade their skills through TAFE, and there were 34,000 First Nations people. Every one of those students has something now that they didn't have before this was made available to them, and it's vital that it stays part of the offering going forward. The recent research from Jobs and Skills Australia found that students who complete a vocational education and training course are more likely to be employed and earn more in the year following their graduation than someone who doesn't. The report found that graduates have a median income increase of about $11,800 in the year following the completion of their courses. The same report found that 84% of VET graduates are employed after completing their qualification, and that's a 15% increase than before enrolment. So again, the data tells us that this works and shows how important it is. Our commitment to investing in the skills we need is because we want to drive economic growth. These are the skills that we were short of when those opposite left office. There'd been no investment, no commitment to it at a federal and often at a state level. And what this bill does is ensures that free TAFE continues to deliver a really coordinated response to workforce shortages in the industries that are of a local priority, like in my area, and those that are of a national priority, so that we're building that pipeline of skilled workers that we need now and we need into the future. It is disappointing that those opposites simply don't share the values that we have about TAFE. You can hear every time one of the opposition speaks that they have no interest in supporting this, that they describe this free TAFE as wasteful spending. They say investing in people who want to be better skilled is wasteful. Now, no wonder they were such a mess in government if that's their definition of wasteful. They've got their priorities completely wrong. When talking about the free TAFE bill, in this place, right here, the Deputy Opposition Leader said, and I quote, "It is a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it." Well, what a way to maintain the status quo, to exclude people from the opportunity to improve their lives and to have aspirations. That is exactly why they are failing our young people by not supporting free TAFE. And it isn't just young people who take this opportunity. It is people who may have dealt with all sorts of things in their lives and now have a little window of opportunity, and yet those opposite want to slam that window shut. It's not just free TAFE that the Liberal Party don't value, and we know that. Look, we'll just add it to the list. Things like public education, Medicare, the NDIS and public hospitals. And all of that we know is what they call wasteful spending, and that's all the stuff that they want to cut to fund their long lunches and their nuclear extravaganza. So, it is really disappointing that they can't come and find common ground with us on supporting people who want to do better for themselves, who want to study hard and work hard and be rewarded for that. The Liberals have essentially all but confirmed that they plan to cut funding for free TAFE, with the Liberal Shadow Assistant Minister for Education at the Free TAFE Senate inquiry asking the South Australian Minister for Education, Training and Skills, would the South Australian Government continue to fund free TAFE if the Commonwealth was to reduce its funding? You only ask that sort of hypothetical if that's what you're thinking of doing. Labor has a completely different view. We want to open doors for people through TAFE, for people across Australia who are looking to gain well-paid and secure work. We want to deliver the training that Australians want and the skills that they need to get ahead, but also the skills that we as a nation need. We're providing cost of living support for more Australians to access high quality, affordable training through our TAFE system so that they get secure jobs, and then we want to see them keep more of what they earn. We're delivering the skills and training needed to grow our economy, building the homes we need, creating a future made in Australia, and ensuring all Australians can get quality care when they need it. With high-quality skills and training, we're the ones building a better Australia. 9 in 10 new jobs over the next 10 years will need post-school study, and half of those jobs will need vocational education and training. So a reliable and trusted vocational educational training sector is critical for our economy, and that's what we're building. It means people can help create and share in our national prosperity. And Deputy Speaker, I see that firsthand, whether it's my Katoomba TAFE, my Wentworth Falls TAFE, the Richmond TAFE. There are dedicated teachers and educators there. There are enthusiastic students who are leaping at the opportunity. We want to make sure that those opportunities are kept in the future, and for those areas where we have critical skills shortages, where we know we will have skills shortages in the future unless we move people in, that is where free TAFE comes in, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate on Free TAFE Bill 2024. As a product of TAFE, this bill is very close to my heart, and it is a bill that will make a massive real-world difference to the lives of countless people in my electorate, because the Hunter has been built upon and built by hard-working, skilled workforce, and to this day most of our young people build their lives using skills they learnt at TAFE. TAFE is one of the pillars that literally helps to build this country, and that's why it should be one of the highest priorities for any government. If TAFE is strong, our country is strong. As one of the only people in this place who have a trade, who left school at the age of 15, went to TAFE, gain skills in an area that I enjoyed and build a career and a life with those skills, I feel I'm in a better position than most others to talk about how important TAFE is. And that's why I'm proud that this government is committed to building up TAFE, instead of tearing TAFE and skills in this country to the ground like those opposite have done before us. And make no mistake, if they form government after the election this year, the only attention they'll give to TAFE is by tearing it down. You can put your last dollar on that. Maybe it's just something about the idea of not sitting in a comfortable chair in an air-conditioned office that doesn't sit right with them. Or maybe it's just that they don't respect Australians who like to get their hands dirty for a living. But let me tell them one thing, Deputy Speaker. It is these hard-working, skilled Australians who our country relies on. It is these Australians who go through our TAFE system, who work in our mines producing the coal, iron ore and other critical minerals that lead to budget surpluses. It is these Australians who fix our cars when they break down, who build our houses that our growing nation needs so desperately, and those who keep our lights on at night. And it is these Australians who look after our little ones in childcare so parents can go back to work. People should be encouraged to do these important jobs. If this is a path that someone wants to go down, it should be accessible and affordable. There should be no barriers such as limited availability or excessive fees holding them back from obtaining qualifications they need to pursue the job of their dreams. And I know it may come to a shock to those opposite who haven't really got their hands dirty since playing in the playground in primary school, but sometimes school isn't for everyone. Sometimes a person thrives when working with the hands and not by sitting in a classroom. And while sometimes your attitude towards TAFE makes it appear as though you look down on these people, I'd like to see you out there doing the job that they do. We already know that the former member for Cook certainly can't weld. So let's see if the Leader of the Opposition can do any better. I want to thank the hard-working TAFE teachers and staff. They give our young people the skills they need for today's jobs, and that's what makes our country strong. TAFE sets you up for a life and opens doors for your future. By making TAFE fee-free, we're giving people a door that they are able to open. This is the reality that our fee-free TAFE has already provided for over 508,000 Australians who currently enrolled in one of these fee-free courses. That's 508,000 Australians on their way to a secure job. This means that you could be an early childhood educator, a chippy, a leco, a fitter, a cyber expert, and so much more. And you can do it without paying any course fees, without hitting you in the back pocket, without having to sacrifice some other part of your life to get the skills you need to move forward. Right now, there are almost 35,000 fee-free TAFE students studying construction, which is helping to tackle the acute skills shortage we found when we came to government. There are over 35,000 fee-free TAFE students studying early childhood education, which means there will be more childcare workers with the skills that they need in the sector that our economy needs. There are over 131,000 fee-free TAFE students studying nursing, aged care and personal care. There is an historic number of people enrolling in nursing, aged care and disability support, with a huge 7.8 increase in enrolments, a massive increase of workers qualified in the sector, which is only going to demand more and more workers as our nation ages. We came into government saying that we would rebuild TAFE, and clearly, going by these numbers, we have delivered. But this bill is about making sure that this isn't just a one-off sugar hit for our sector. It is about making sure that we future-proof TAFE so that people will always be able to have the opportunity accessible to them. With this bill, fee-free TAFE will become a permanent part of our national vocational education and training system. This bill does three important things. Firstly, it commits the Commonwealth to make a grant of financial assistance to the states and territories for the delivery of free TAFE places, with states and territories required to enter a free TAFE agreement with the Commonwealth which sets out terms and conditions of financial assistance. This means that the states and the Commonwealth will work together to make sure that TAFE is strong and our country has enough qualified people in sectors that need workers. The bill sets out key matters that are to be dealt with in the free TAFE agreement, including the number of free TAFE places, the areas of study, the groups prioritised for access, reporting requirements and financial agreements. And finally, the bill will require the Skills and Workforce Ministerial Council to be consulted on any proposed changes to the Act. As our country grows and demand for skills increase, a strong TAFE is more important than ever. That's what we have started to build, and now it's time to protect and maintain the rate of progress that we are making. And this bill ensures that free TAFE positions will be targeted to industries experience current and projected workforce shortages. We'll be focused on areas to achieve national ambitions for the future made in Australia, construction and housing supply, and the care and support economy, defence, digital and tech, manufacturing, and to restore our sovereign capability. All areas that must help to thrive in order for a future Australia that will also be thriving. Speaker, there are a few key differences which really set us apart from the coalition. Our commitment to VET, to TAFE and to skills more broadly is certainly one of them. There is only one party who truly cares about TAFE, and that's us. The record shows this. And the opposition's policy announcements show that this will not change after the next election. On this side of Parliament, we aren't giving the bosses a taxpayer-funded handout to go for lunch or to watch the footy. We're going to do things like making sure apprentices are being looked after by giving them a little bit extra in their pocket to help them get by each week. I was an apprentice, and more recently I've managed apprentices when I was managing a local engineering business. I know better than anyone that while getting a trade is worth it in the long run, getting through your apprenticeship on lower wages can really be tough. It's really, really hard. And sometimes this can steer people away from apprenticeships. They may start them and then really struggle in it whilst they're going through that apprenticeship, so we're here to help. And this was reflected in the strategic review of the Australian Apprenticeship Incentive System. This is why we are responding with a housing construction apprenticeship program, which includes a $10,000 initiative payment that I'm sure will help encourage people to take up an apprenticeship and make life just that little bit easier while they're completing their apprenticeship. Getting an apprenticeship will be easier than ever with our 500,000 fee-free TAFE places. At the end of the day, we want more Australian workers to make more things here. And this can only be done if we have more people going through TAFE, more people completing apprenticeships and more tradies. And when we have more tradies, we will have the workforce to deliver our Homes for Australia plan, an ambitious target to deliver 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years. This is exactly what the $10,000 incentive payment will help encourage, with apprentices who work in the housing construction industry to receive $2,000 at 6 months into their apprenticeship, and then at the 12-month mark, the 2-year mark, the 3-year mark, and then on completion of their apprenticeship, they'll receive $2,000 at every one of those marks along the way. This payment is only one of the whole stack of changes we want to make to better look after our apprentices. We have raised the allowance paid to apprentices living away from home, the first time since 2003 that this has happened. A lot of things have changed and a lot have gone up in price since 2003, but apparently not this allowance. So it's now about time we've made up for this and to date to better help apprentices living away from home in 2025. The first year apprentice will be getting $120 a week for living away from home. That's nearly a $43 increase. Second year will go up to $90 per week, which is a $51.41 increase. And third year apprentices will receive $45 per week, which is an extra $20 a week. We're also increasing the Disability Australian Apprenticeship Wage Support payment to support more employees taking apprentices with a disability. For the first time, the payment has been increased since 1998. The massive difference that will make the lives of our apprentices cannot be underestimated what this will do for them. This will make a huge difference. And now we know that some, and by some I mean those opposite, think the TAFE is a waste of money. We heard that come straight out of the mouth of the Deputy Opposition Leader, and she's really not keen on it. She thinks that if people get something for free, they don't value it and don't welcome it. But every dollar we spend on our people brings big rewards, more work, new ideas and a stronger economy. Investing in the skills today means a better, tougher economy tomorrow. Speaker, as we look into the future, industries are evolving and new sectors are emerging. Free TAFE will ensure that our workforce is not only prepared for today's challenges, but is also agile enough to meet the demands of tomorrow's economy. My advice is to anyone that is thinking about entering the trades or early childhood educator, nursing, aged care, personal care workers, disability services, go and do it. Honestly, tradies are cool. We've built Australia. We made Australia what it is. We need more engineers too, but tradies make this place work. Go to TAFE, get an apprenticeship and get on with building the life, the future, the career you've always wanted. There is no better time than right now because this government, the Labor government, is committed to making sure that you have the support you need to not only get into TAFE, but thrive during your apprenticeship as well. The opportunities that will come to you, the doors that will open are endless. You never know where life's going to take you. I could tell you, I didn't think I was going to be here when I was an apprentice on the tools, getting dirty every day in this place, actually talking up what it means to be an apprentice. So to anyone out there that's even thinking about doing it, just jump the leap and do it. It's an amazing career being an apprentice. Sure, you go through some tough and hard times, but we are here to help you. Only the Albanese Labor government will help you do this. The opposition, the coalition over there, they want to rip this away. They think this is wasteful spending. And we'll make sure this is not wasteful spending because we want you and your mates and all your friends that are involved in trades and services that we need to help rebuild Australia to give us what we need into the future. So thank you to all the tradies that are out there now. Thank you to the early childhood educators, the nurses, the NDIS workers, anyone who works in those support areas. Thank you for all you do for our communities, for our country. Without people like you, we wouldn't be able to stand in a place like this. So thank you. Go get a trade and really enjoy your life. Cheers.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we know that free TAFE is delivering the skills and training we need to grow the Australian economy. Free TAFE is training the carpenters, the electricians, the plumbers, the tilers to build the homes we so desperately need. Free TAFE is training healthcare workers, social workers, aged care workers and early childhood carers, ensuring all Australians can get quality care when they need it. It's not the first time I've stood here singing the praises of TAFE, and it certainly won't be the last. As a former TAFE teacher of more than 10 years, the wife of a carpenter and the mum of 2 apprentice chippies, I know how gaining a TAFE qualification can change lives for the better. I've seen firsthand, both as a teacher and as a mum, how TAFE has opened doorways for young people and people of all ages in regional areas like my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. TAFE is awesome. I love it. I will shout to the rooftops so everyone knows just how great it is. And free TAFE, well, that's just the icing on the cake. By removing financial barriers to education and training, Labor's free TAFE bill will ensure people can gain skills and pursue the careers of their dreams, particularly young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Free TAFE is putting people in regional areas like Gilmore on a pathway to well-paid and secure employment. Free TAFE means no one is left behind. Whether our kids or grandkids want to become a tradie, a child carer, a nurse, a computer programmer, or even a cyber security expert, TAFE provides that opportunity. Free TAFE means more people of all ages can train, upskill or retrain to fill the gaps in our workforce. By making free TAFE permanent, we can deliver a coordinated response to workforce shortages in priority industries like construction and ensure a pipeline of skilled workers that Australia needs now and into the future. We need to provide more housing right across Australia. We need to make homes more affordable to rent and buy, and to do that, we need skilled tradies to build more homes. We need skilled people to build homes, apartment complexes, manufacturing plants, hospitals and community centres. We need skilled people to build and install solar panels, to make buses and roads. We want to make more things here in Australia, and to do that, we need to train more people. Where can our young people learn these skills? TAFE. Where can they study for free? TAFE. How do we start building a future made in Australia? Yep, TAFE is the answer. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is committed to investing in the skills Australia needs to drive economic growth. Our free TAFE bill offers greater certainty to students, employers and industry, and commits the Commonwealth to ongoing support to states and territories for free TAFE. In regional areas like Gilmore, so many kids want to finish school.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week I announced my new company tax policy to provide relief for our small business community. A company tax cut for small business in the form of tax-free threshold of $20,000. Personal income tax reforms were completed last year. I voted to make those cuts fairer so that in the cost of living crisis, all income earners received the much-needed benefit of more dollars in their pocket. This is the next critical step in the tax reform process. On the northern beaches of Sydney, as in regions across Australia, small businesses are not only the backbone of the local economy, they are central to our community. Small business owners are our friends, our neighbours. Sometimes they are the people we see every week or even every day. Our tradies, florists, cafe owners, audiologists and butchers. But last year, 49% of small businesses did not break even. The cost of doing business has hit them hard, with the rise in rents, interest rates, insurance, wages and energy costs. Combine that with the downturn in consumer spending, and many businesses are doing it tough. Sadly, a recent CommBank study reported that 52% of business owners have experienced negative impacts on their mental health due to these economic pressures. COSBOA, the Council of Small Business Organisations of Australia, has for many years strongly called for the tax burden on small business to be eased. The Coalition's recent policy announcement, which incentivises some bosses to take long lunches, is simply not going to cut it. I want to make it easier for small businesses to grow, to innovate, to invest in efficiencies and to thrive. Innovative businesses enhance productivity, thriving businesses grow jobs and our standard of living. COSBOA found that the major barrier to innovation for small business is access to finance. This is the core issue that my small business company tax cut seeks to address. We've dedicated a lot of time to this. As I mentioned earlier, my plan revolves around the introduction of a tax-free threshold of $20,000. Below the threshold, no tax is paid. This could equate to a tax saving for a small business of up to $5,000. And I strongly believe that it is the small business owners themselves that are best placed to decide how to reinvest the savings into their businesses, whether it be energy efficiencies, job creation, innovation, renovations or new equipment. They know best. So why develop a tax policy for small business? Well, firstly, there's a serious policy void in this space. The Coalition's long lunch incentives are not serious reform. They are merely a temporary pre-election sugar hit. My team and I have been out door-knocking local small businesses for many, many months because I know it has been an incredibly hard few years for business. We have many empty shop fronts in our shopping strips. We've dedicated a lot of time to this because, firstly, I wanted to ensure that businesses are aware of all the supports available to them from all the different levels of government. And secondly, I wanted to hear from them. And I have heard firsthand over and over, and business owners are telling me it has been tough. I also conducted a local business survey in which an overwhelming 86% of local businesses identified escalating costs of doing business as their primary concern. This finding was a resounding call to action and is the critical aspect that I seek to address with the policy that I announced earlier this week. I propose that from July 2025, small businesses with an annual turnover of under $10 million will benefit from a tax-free threshold of $20,000. This plan will not only support the nearly 33,000 small businesses on the Northern Beaches, which generate over 116,000 jobs, but nationwide it stands to benefit 2.58 million businesses. This measure for the Northern Beaches arrives at a critical juncture. Our local businesses in Mackellar are currently bracing for a nearly 40% rate hike by the Northern Beaches Council. Such a move would exert undue pressure on households and local enterprises across the region.
Expired. Give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it's been a great summer in Central Victoria and in the Bendigo electorate, and we've had a number of great announcements, funding announcements for awesome projects through January, and I just wanted to take a moment to share those with the House. So in early January, so straight after the New Year's break, the Minister for Industry and Capability, the Honourable Pat Connery, came to Bendigo to announce a further $100 million contracts for Bendigo Talus to build more Bushmasters. This is on top of the $160 million announced in 2023 and the $45 million announced in 2024, a combined investment of over $300 million, which helps secure jobs at the site. Speaker, something I didn't share at the time was that prior to us coming to government, so on the eve of the last federal election, Talus met with me to say the site was at risk of closure. They had no work locked in for the future, making their entire workforce redundant, hundreds of workers and families without a job. Our government has invested in these contracts, saved the site and secured the long-term sustainability for these vital defence jobs, producing a product that our Army needs and the rest of the world needs, the iconic Bushmaster that is not only accredited to saving Australians' lives, but it's doing its bit in the Ukraine and over 10 other countries. This is the kind of smart investment that our government is doing, working with industry, working with business to deliver what we need. I'm proud to stand here today to say that the site has a future, and it's thanks to this government. But that's not the only announcement that we made in January in my electorate. We also announced funding for Morong, a growth suburb of Bendigo, through the Housing Support Program. The City of Greater Bendigo made an application through the Housing Support Program for funding to upgrade sewerage works. Now, I understand that sewerage may not be the most sexy project that you can announce, but it's critical. It's the most practical way that our government could support a city with growth pressures. So thanks to Labor and through this fund, $11.3 million from the government's Housing Support Program will go to the City of Greater Bendigo to upgrade the sewerage infrastructure in the region. That will allow an extra 2,400-ish homes to be built, in the community. Included in that is at least 300 social and community houses within that. This is a practical way that our government is helping to achieve the goal of 1.2 million homes in the next 5 years. We're giving the money to local government who've gone through a competitive tender process. The top projects are awarded the funding to help get the houses on the ground sooner. It's not being passed on to developers. It's not then being passed on to the first home buyers or the home buyers. This kind of fund is making it different when it comes to the housing in our community. One of the other projects that we announced funding for was the most recent round of the RPPP, the Regional Precincts and Partnerships Fund. And I'm so pleased that a small shire in my electorate, Mount Alexander Shire, will receive just over $12 million from our government to transform public space in the heart of its CBD area. The project connects the CBD centre to the railway precinct. It will include local Indigenous art into the streetscape, a very iconic gold heritage era, gold rush era streetscape, but it will also improve accessibility and help solve some of the challenges that we have with access in the area. Mechanics Lane is one of the areas that will receive a lot of attention. It is already the heart of Castlemaine, but it is a bit dangerous. So this will help support the transformation of this community space. It's already the home of our festivals. It's where we have our community house. It's where the library is, the Fee Theatre, as well as a number of other important community buildings. These are just 3 of the funding announcements that our government has made to my electorate in January alone. When you have a competitive, transparent grants process, regional centres do well. The City of Greater Bendigo, Mount Alexander have not missed out. Bendigo Tallis have not missed out. This is the kind of smart investment our government is doing in the regions.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's more than a week ago since Australia Day passed, but this is a great opportunity to talk about how important Australia Day is to the electorate of Ford and recognising what a wonderful country we live in, but in that recognition acknowledging that the reason we live in a wonderful country is because of the tremendous contribution that members of our local communities make both at a local and a state level. And we should be very proud of that and the opportunity to share with the House some of those successes in the electorate of Ford today. One of the things that brings the community together like no other is an awards ceremony. And not only were some of Ford's best and brightest heralded at the Logan City Council's Australia Day Awards, but one individual from Charlotte Park received one of the nation's foremost honours, the National 2025 Young Australian of the Year. Dr Katrina Ruck, a resident of Ford, has long advocated for First Nations knowledge and shared her passion for science with others. Dr Ruck's findings are giving back to remote communities, and based on her research, Katrina has set up a profit-for-purpose business which is set to alter the consumer goods sector by harnessing the power of green chemistry while inspiring others to step into STEM. Her method of converting mining byproducts to zeolite LTA, which can remove contaminants from water that cause hardness, will be commercialised. Her postdoctoral research examines how to break down dangerous forever chemicals into benign ones. Altogether, Katrina's work is possible footing for reducing global contamination. Her work has been recognised with several awards, and she is already well known in her field for her efforts, and I commend her for all of her remarkable achievements to date. Closer to home, 180 constituents from 41 countries became new Australian citizens. Logan City Council held their annual event at the Beanley Event Centre, welcoming new citizens to Australia. To be an Australian citizen is a tremendous honour and privilege, and I think it's important that we consistently remind ourselves of this. On top of welcoming in the new citizens, 2 awards were presented on the day. the Citizen of the Year and the Young Citizen of the Year. Abdul Khan from Woodridge was named Citizen of the Year, and whilst Mr Khan resides in the neighbouring electorate of Rankin, his community impact does not recognise electorate boundaries. Abdul established the Logan Roos Football Club in 2016 to support refugees and migrants as they transition to a new life here in Australia. The Young Citizen of the Year was awarded to Lily Ryder. Lily, who graduated from Waterford's Canterbury College last year, was instrumental in igniting a passion among her fellow students and teachers to assist Orange Sky Australia. That passion shone a light on homelessness and raised almost $5,000 for the organisation's work back in 2021. And over the past 4 years, the students led by Lily have raised a further $103,000 for Orange Sky, as well as another $12,000 with the support of her family and friends. People like Lily and Abdul go about their work quietly behind the scenes, not seeking plaudits or plaques, but to benefit the people across the Ford electorate and the surrounding areas to make their lives better each and every day. I'd also like to take this opportunity, Mr Speaker, to mention the other nominees. Though they might not have received an award, it does nothing to diminish the incredible impact each and every one of them has on our region. I wish to commend Maria Brereton, Derby Sante, Jean Davis, Kenneth McKay, Melissa Ryman, Stephanie Blooms, Claire Taylor, Imran Fazal Khan, John Enever, Linda Jane Tiley, Zachariah Min and Sharul Rubb. Can I take this moment to congratulate Eagleby's Professor Megan Davies also on her appointment as a Companion of the Order of Australia, and Wonga Wallen's Jan Morland was presented the Medal of the Order of Australia for her service to equestrian sports, and Dr Keith Graham from Charlotte Park was presented a Public Service Medal, together with Logan Holmes Senior Sergeant Jessica Panowitz for an Australian Police Medal. Congratulations to all involved.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to recognise some extraordinary people who live in the Hunter, who are rightly recognised for their incredible contributions to our community and our nation on Australia Day. Gerard McMillan from Singleton was awarded an OAM in the General Division for his service to the community and to business. Gerard has been involved with the Singleton Diggers and has been General Manager from 1979 until 2020 and has been an Honorary Life member since 2020. He has also been part of the RSL and Services Clubs Association as a past State President, Life member, Clubs Manager Association Australia, Licensed Clubs Association of Australia, now Clubs Australia, Registered Clubs Association of New South Wales. He was the District Governor of Rotary International District 9670 and was an internal auditor, a member of the Governance Committee and a member of the Australia Day Committee for Singleton Council. Gerard has had strong involvement in the community and church, serving as the President of the Singleton Tourism Association, National President of the Australian Catholic Cursillo Movement, a member of the Finance Committee for Singleton Catholic Parish, Synod representative with the Catholic Diocese of Maitland and Newcastle, and Treasurer at Mercy Rest Home. Just a few things on his plate he's got. Dr Gregory George Gambrell was awarded an AM in the General Division for his significant services to science and to public health and nutrition. He was a member of the Health Star Rating System Technical Advisory Group from 2014 to 2016 and was in the Algorithm Development Lead. He has been a speaker at numerous Health Star Rating symposias and consultations, including Food Legal in 2017. He made a big contribution towards food regulation, Australia and New Zealand, being on the steering committee, member of the Front of Pack Labelling, and an industry member on the Technical Design Working Group. From 1981, Gregory is involved in Sanitarium Health and Wellbeing Company Australia in roles ranging from process analyst, food science to group and corporate technical manager. Gregory has also been involved in fundraising efforts for the Black Dog Institute. Congratulations to Jeffrey Shirok from Forditch, who was made a member of the Order of Australia, AM, in the General Division for his significant services to the mining industry and to the community. Jeff is a board member and chair of the Broke-Forditch Private Irrigation District and has been a member of the Australian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy since 1968 and previously served as the president. He has also been involved heavily with the Hunter Valley branch, initiating the Hunter Student Chapter and being made an honorary fellow in 2017. Jeff was a councillor on Singleton Council from 2004 until 2008, chair of the Redbank Power Station Community Consultative Committee from 2004 to 2008, as well as the chair of the Broke-Forditch Alliance Community, a member of the Rotary Club of Singleton, New South Wales Rural Service in Broke, a volunteer at the Singleton Visitor Information Centre, deputy chair of Broke-Forditch Tourism Association, chair of Tourism Singleton, board at Hunter Regional Tourism Organisation, member of the Broke Landcare Group and member of the Broke Water Supply Committee. He was a ministerial appointed member of the Upper Hunter Air Quality Advisory Committee in the New South Wales Environment Protection Agency, Commissioner and member of the Mining and Petroleum Gateway Panel with the Independent Planning Commission, founder and inaugural co-chair of the Research Committee with Australian Coal Industries Research Program, chair of the editorial board of the Australian Coal Journal and chair of the OH&S Committee of the Australian Coal Association, which is now part of the Minerals Council of Australia. Congratulations to Darren R. Kearney, who receives the Australian Corrections Medal. Darren has operated at several levels of corrective services in New South Wales over the past 34 years. He began his career in 1990 at Parkleigh Prison before being transferred to Maitland Jail in 1992. When it closed, he transferred to the then Maitland Transport Unit and has remained with the Court Escort Security Unit. Congratulations to John Headley, who received the Australian Fire Service Medal. John joined the Bulga Brigade in 1974, holding roles including Deputy and Senior Deputy Captain before his election as the Hunter Valley District Group Captain in 2001, a position he continues to hold. Congratulations to all. Thank you for your contributions you have made to our community. Cheers.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. And facts matter in politics, and we had the Parliamentary Library look at the facts around grant funding for the electorate of Wannon. And since 2016, we've had $694 million worth of grant funding. Now, that is more than what has been allocated to the seat of Mallee and more than what has been allocated to the seat of Corangamite. And in great news, the town of Hamilton and the Southern Grampian Shire have just seen two results of the community's strong advocacy to make sure that we continue to get our fair share in the electorate of Wannon. Last week, Headspace opened in Hamilton. This incredibly important youth mental health service is now open and will be able to provide those services that are needed for young people in and around Hamilton. And all the hard work from the community and their strong advocacy, which has led to us now having this important youth mental health space open, is just fantastic news. And all goes well for a very bright future for the young people in Hamilton. But not only that, we've also seen a recent announcement where we're about to get our own regional university centre. Now, this gives me immense pride because the community has advocated strongly for this, but as Education Minister, I was able to establish a national network of regional university centres or regional university hubs. And to see that work now result in Hamilton having their own regional university centre is just wonderful, wonderful news for the local community. And it builds on other things that we have done. The wonderful Melville Oval redevelopment, which is taking place at the moment and will be finished nearly in time for the football and netball season opening this year. There's what we've been able to do to the livestock exchange, new flooring and the new roof. There's the $5 million that's been allocated for the civic upgrade and much, much more. I want to keep delivering for Wannon. I want to keep delivering for Southern Grampians and for Hamilton, and that is my commitment. Speaker, on the weekend, on Sunday, I was out door knocking with the former Prime Minister, Tony Abbott. Now, it was 36 degrees. We were doing it in the afternoon and it was hot. And every door we knocked on, people had nothing but admiration for the fact that we're out there making sure that our cause was being put to people in a very polite but a very warm way. And after having knocked on a door and then been down to a few other doors, we were walking back up a set of apartments, and Sharon popped out the door. And Sharon had a big box of local icy poles and ice creams for us. And she said, "I've got nothing but admiration for you being out here doing what you're doing, and I want to give you an ice cream." And in a truly Colac way, they were Bulla ice cream. So from the local ice cream maker in Colac, and Bulla produce fantastic products. So to Sharon, your generosity was so welcome, and I think you absolutely deserve a shout out in the Parliament for your absolute kindness. You put a smile on our faces, and the little video clip that we've put out about your generosity and kindness has basically gone viral, so a huge thank you. Speaker, yesterday I was doing my little bit to try and keep the local community safe from the blaze in the Grampians. And can I send out a huge thank you to Chris, Jason, Callum and Tom, who were with me on the Tarrington fire truck. They are dedicated volunteers. They're an absolute inspiration to our local community. As a matter of fact, all the CFA members at Tarrington are, as they are right across the electorate of Wannon. But to Chris, Jason, Callum and Tom, you made my day incredibly special, and I really thank you for that.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to a member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Speaker. When Australians put their trust in the Albanese Labor government, they backed a vision for a stronger, fairer economy, one that delivers for working people, for businesses and communities alike. And in challenging global times, we've delivered on our commitment for responsible economic management, ensuring that prosperity is shared while protecting the integrity of our national finances. Now, Speaker, the Albanese government did not inherit easy economic times. In 2022, this government inherited 4 big economic challenges. First, we inherited high Liberal inflation, running at more than 6%. Second, that Liberal inflation had led to successive interest rate rises, which continued in the subsequent years. Third, the Liberals left us $1 trillion worth of national debt. And fourth, they left a period of 10 years with virtually zero real wages growth. These 4 factors were the legacy of a Liberal government that pursued economic policies that were wrong for Australia. And as the Albanese government came to confront these challenges in 2022, we found that some of them were common around the world. Many nations were dealing with high inflation. Many nations were dealing with rising interest rates. And as different countries around the world battled to bring that inflation down, Australia's performance stands out. Many countries did get their inflation down over the last 2.5 years, but they did so through a recession. Japan had a recession, the United Kingdom had a recession, New Zealand had a recession, Finland had a recession, Germany fell into recession. Australia is one of the few countries in this economic cycle, in fact, in modern economic cycles, that has reduced inflation by so much without falling into recession. It's the soft landing, the challenging Goldilocks outcome that has caused Australia to reduce inflation while maintaining low unemployment. Lower unemployment indeed over the term of this government than over the term of any recent government. A remarkable fact in any circumstances, but made more remarkable by the fact that we had to do it at the same time as a steep reduction in inflation. Speaker, we also delivered 2 budget surpluses, the first budget surpluses in 15 years. So this is a record of falling inflation, maintaining employment and fiscal discipline, the hallmarks of good economic management delivered by the Albanese government. Which brings us, Speaker, to the choice that Australians will face at the next election. Australians will face a choice between this Albanese government that has delivered that record versus the opposition, which has been high on criticism but low on real solutions. Australians still face many challenges: housing, cost of living, energy. But Peter Dutton and the Liberals present no solutions to any of these challenges. They have a housing policy that does not build a single home. They have a cost of living policy that does not deliver a single dollar of relief to families. They have an energy policy that does not create a megawatt of power in the next 20 years. This is an opposition that is always there to criticise, but when it comes to delivering solutions to the problems that Australians face, they have no answers. And as Australians head towards the election and reflect on the choices available to them, they will see that there are no solutions to the challenges they face in their daily lives coming from the opposition. And this won't be surprising to Australians, Speaker, because over my lifetime, the Liberals have always got the big economic calls wrong. They opposed the floating of the dollar in the 80s. They opposed superannuation in the 90s. They voted against the NBN in the 2000s. They dared the car industry to leave in the 2010s, and they opposed the energy transition in the 2020s. That's 40 years of wrong economic calls which have left our nation poorer. Nearly half a century of economic errors. The truth is, Speaker, that the Liberals always get the big economic calls wrong, and this Albanese Labor government has delivered on lower inflation, strong employment and budget discipline.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.